did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
I can't remember what interview I did. Eamon Holmes did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
1 2 check 1 2.
I can't remember what did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
Interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon
I can't
Holmes.
remember what
Big up.
interview I did. Eamon Holmes did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
Interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
I can't remember what interview
Hi, you with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear. And your left ear. This is in mono.
I did. Eamon Holmes did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
I can't remember what interview I did. Eamon Holmes did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
Tonight we're going to be looking at lots of different videos. We've got people eating a one-chip challenge. We've got Ellie Arquette telling us the truth about Justin Bieber. We've got a psychic who was dead wrong about a dead girl. We've got Phil's day off. I want to start covering Phil's day off. It's my favourite of all the things he does. And the curse of this morning, every infamous exit and famous fallout. And of course, a little bit of Big Up Eamon Holmes peppered in.
I can't remember what interview I did. Eamon Holmes
A bit of you chuffers.
did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
I can't remember what interview I did. Eamon Holmes did an interview with Eamon.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up.
But let's start this thing off with a song. Well, also, we've got a bit of Durin Rider. Going to see the worst of them. And who's this cheaping in the background that you can hear? It's, of course, the Falcons. We've been watching these Peregrine Falcons on my Twitch stream. And we're going to check in with them periodically throughout the stream. They just had feeding time. Let me skip back. Skip back. Look, they're all cuddled up now. They've just had feeding time. They were just going mad for it just a little bit ago, about half an hour ago. So they've had feeding time. Look, they're all lined up having their feedies. And they're all chill now. But we're keeping up with this is our new thing. We've been over on Twitch, we've been watching the Peregrine Falcon webcam. It's a bit of a weird one, I'll tell you why. Because I'm a vegan, so I'm like pro-nature. Like, let animals live their natural lives, you know, and that's the whole point of my veganism. It's ethical veganism. It's not for my health. It's good for the animal's health. But then some of them are predators. So this one, it is a bit gruesome, isn't it? But it's it's nature. Sorry if you don't like that and it puts you off your tea. This is the Falcons anyway. So the 4 little chicks are up in the roost. This is at Worcester Cathedral. The Lord be my shepherd. May he bless us and keep us, make his face to shine upon us and be gracious unto us forever and ever. Amen. This is from Worcester Cathedral. So, yeah, we're going to have a laugh tonight. We are going to have a laugh tonight, I'll tell you that. Let's start off with a song. This one's due to be released. I mean, I might as well release it now. Should I just release it now? What we'll do is, I'll play the song and you tell me if you think it should get a release. That's the way we should do it. I'll blame you. I'll simply blame you. How about that? So let's start off with a song, because it's Eurovision tomorrow, you know. It's Eurovision tomorrow. We might even do a stream for it, but I'm not going to be playing any of the Eurovision Song Contest or any of the sound of it or anything. So it'll just be a talk along, watch along, but we might do it. So let's see. Start with the song.
They call me Eddie, it's not my name. I'm really in love with Vicky, I pull her hair. I hope her wig doesn't come off. They call me Eddie, I'm a radio hot shot. I took pot shots, but I don't smoke pot, that's got the charm. And I hate him really, they call me Eddie. I get really Eddie. The muffin lights don't let me off. I can't get back on YouTube. Oh Vicky, I want to give you a kissy. I bought your mug several times. Vicky, I wish that I could give you a kissy. Oh wow, Granddad, take it away.
Granddad, please, someone call police. I've been kidnapped.
Shut up, Granddad. He likes to joke. They call
My
me
boy
Eddie,
them.
It's not my name. I'm really in love with Vicky. I wet my pants. Dance with the wet pants. Do the wet pants dance, I'ma stand still, I'm done. I stick fingers up my bum, we're getting jelly tonight. And I'll put in my pocket, stick it up my backside. I'll ride a little bike and pretend I'm on a horsey. If you can hear me, I'll give you a little kissy or a push, just to get you wet. Then I'm hiding in the bush, just a push. Not a big attack, but you floated off. And I had to run, because my caseworker needs me back. They call me Eddie, I get really loud. Won't let me off, and my kickbacks won't let me off. I can't get back on you too. Kissy. They call me Eddie, I get really loud. Won't let me off, and my kickbacks won't let me off. But I watch everything that you do.
End. It says end at the end.
They call me Eddie, it's not my name. I'm really in love with Vicky. I pull her hair. I hope her wig doesn't come off. They call me Eddie, I'm a radio hot shot. I took pot shots, but I don't smoke like that Scott. And I hate him really.
I'm gonna release it now.
Call me Eddie, I get really Eddie. The muffin mods won't let me off. I can't get back on YouTube. Oh, Vicky, I want to give you a kissy. I bought your mug several times. Vicky, I wish that I could give you a kissy. Oh wow, Granddad, take it away.
Woo!
Oh, son, Granddad, please, someone call the police. I've been kidnapped.
Shut up, Granddad.
Shut up, Grandad. This week, right, over on my other channel on Twitch, we had someone who isn't Eddie, because they're called Greg, but they had a different account that came in when Eddie came in, and all sorts of backstory to that. So they're not Eddie, but they've got a straight line to Eddie, and they can talk to Eddie. This is all on my Twitch channel, and listen, right. They got a straight line to Eddie. They can talk to him. They know what Eddie's thinking. They can talk for Eddie, basically. They go back and forth with him, apparently. And this week on my Twitch channel, they said that Eddie had met Nicola Bully in Chelmsford. I mean, if it's defamation or whatever, then this is all on Greg, whomever Greg might be. But Greg said, I'm going to hold that phone screen up to the camera. Absolutely. This is, I've just released, I was supposed to be telling you. I'll tell you about it in just a second. So they said that they met Nicola Bully in Chelmsford in Essex in the 90s at a disco, and then they were really reticent to talk about it. And I said, this is really serious stuff, you know. It's really serious stuff. Like, you're playing with the dead Nicola Bully's name, and a lot of us care quite deeply about what happened to her and the way it reflects on society and all sorts. We put a lot of hard work and passion into that. You know, a lot of us won't want to let that go. You know what I mean? So, like, some of us span lies, conjecture, to get their own name up there and to twist a narrative and shape a narrative, and then later on, when pushed on it, I had to say, no, I never met them, no, I don't know them, no. And it's a bit of a Peter Folding. Now it's going to be, yeah, I did, but I didn't, but I did, but I didn't. You can always tell if you can believe someone because they tell you that they're a liar. Go and listen to the Eddie interview on my Super Chuffer channel. He proves himself to be a liar twice in that. So, like, I've had a bit of a weird week on the Twitch with that, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to follow that up at all, because I don't believe any of their nonsense, because lies, like absolute lunatic lies. But let's be clear, like, what a sick thing to do, to try and bait me out with, like, talk of Nicola Bully when we're just having fun on the Twitch stream. What a strange man that Greg is. That man Greg is a very strange man.
He likes to joke. They call me Eddie, it's not my name. I'm really in love with Vicky, I wet my pants. Dance with the wet pants. Do the wet pants dance, I'ma stand still, I'm done. I stick fingers up my bum, we're getting jelly tonight. And I put in my pocket, stick it up my backside. I ride a little bike and pretend I'm on a horsey. If you can hear me, I'll give you a little kissy or a push, just to get you wet.
But bear in mind, if I think it's important, you need to see it. Like, it'll come up on Battery Exhausted or on Super Chuffer. Come in. Tonight we're just gonna have fun watching these fun videos. What's been going on like that? It's not important, and it's liars making trouble. And I think really they just don't like that Super Chuffer is a good channel with interesting ideas. So.
that I'm hiding in the bush just to push. Not a big attack, but you floated off, and I had to run because my caseworker needs me back. They call me Eddie, I get really angry. Won't let me off, and my kickbacks won't let me off.
Well, they might be the most sensitive and thoughtful and loving people that just don't want to see disrespect towards, you know, someone who's tragically lost in it. They might be the most sensitive and wonderful people who wouldn't disrespect a stream by talking about, I don't know, just their own bitterness and petty bollocks during a stream about dead people. I don't know. Eddie really fucking loves, like, from what I can see, he really fucking likes Nicola Bulley from the way, like, he seemed to talk about her, didn't he? All those love songs went up on his stream and everything. Like, what a strange fellow. Anyway, he's going to enjoy Eurovision. It's going to make him feel like a little boy. Hello to everyone. This is Battery Exhausted. I'm the Super Chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. These are the chicks. This is live. Actually, it's not live, it's just a couple of minutes behind. This is live. We're going to keep up. This is, to me, this is the story of the summer. The chicks here. Let's get the main frame, shrink it down a little bit. This is, to me, the story of the summer. These chicks. They've been reared of the top of Worcester Cathedral. I suggested I might go up there and have a look at them. Well, I can't look at them. I could fly the drone, but it would be, you know, disruptive to them. But I could stand down the bottom and wave on the webcam. But there's a river nearby, and Peter Folding might wait for me in the bushes and push me in, so I might give it a miss. I might just give it a miss. Tonight we've got people who are eating the hottest potato chip, the one chip challenge in the hoods of Jacksonville. I've been watching it. It's interesting. Florida one chip challenge. I've got Ellie Arquette. We need to talk more Ellie Arquette. We need to get her up on the bill. I need to make more of an effort with these shows. We've got Ellie Arquette because you know, we've got some really good songs about her really that we need to promote. We've got Psychic Who Got Something Wrong. They often do. We've got a Big Chill podcast, which we'll probably look at on the earlier part of the running, because you're not going to all want to look forward to that, are you? But I love a bit of Dark Side Phil, and I certainly love it when he has his day off. The Curse of This Morning, big up Eamon Holmes. The Curse of This Morning, and I'm Battery Exhausted. We might be able to squeeze something else in here and there. We'll just see how we go, yeah? We'll just see how we go. We'll start off with a one chip challenge. We might jump back and forth with these one chippers. So I think we should start off with a one chip challenge. What do you think about that? Starting off with a one chip challenge. It's a really straightforward concept. This is Florida. What's his name? Florida Made MG. Florida Made MG. And they've already got a million views on this, so they don't need my help.
Bro, we were watching elbow and all locked up.
You said what?
We were watching
I love it. He said, say what? I thought the same. Say what? I don't know what he said. What did he say? I thought maybe I'm not down with, like, you know, the accent and, you know, the area and the dialect, but he is, and he still said what?
We were watching elbow and all locked up.
You said what?
We were watching elbow and all locked up.
Watch your elbow and I locked up. I don't know.
That's lit.
He said he's lit. I love that. When you're talking to someone and you don't know what they say, sometimes the temptation is literally just to reply with, yeah, or I don't know, maybe, or something like that, isn't it? Like, that's surely the temptation.
Middle of them trenches, boy, you heard? In the middle of them trenches, boy, you heard?
You like spicy?
Yeah.
Yeah? So this should be nothing.
One chip before.
Hey, go give me something to drink out the stove, bro.
Go get some drink out the stuff. Yeah, because I ain't got nothing. Yeah, you smell it, smell crazy.
The whole thing?
Eat the whole thing, I got you, man.
So you know this, don't you? You know the one chip challenge. You've heard of this. It's actually been in the news a couple of times. It's one tortilla chip, a big one. And the reason it's really hot is because they just fucking jaff it full of chili powder. Like, it's a viral thing. It's spelled P-A-Q-U-I, and in the UK, we don't really use that word because it sounds like a racial slur. But it's the it's the one chip challenge, and you get one tortilla chip. And they've done it in different colours and packages because otherwise it gets boring. But essentially, it's one tortilla chip. And the reason it's very difficult to eat is because it's just stupidly baked with chilies. It's like chili, chilis. Chilis. You don't want to eat it. It's going to make you unhappy and poreless. No one needs to be eating that much chili. Chili actually works because the little molecules, the little bits, you know, the chili, it's got a little hook on it, and it hooks into your taste buds and other parts of your digestive system through the mucosal layer, I suppose. And those little hooks cause pain, and it's pain that you feel with chili. So this is not a good idea for anyone, I would suggest. It's just a little challenge, toughness challenge. Everyone's going to suffer because nobody is resilient to pain, are they? I mean, some people are more resilient to others. Ask the Masons, but no one can just not feel it. So this is going to be an interesting ride for anyone, and certainly at the gas station with no preparation, because you think you might get $40. The guy gives them $40 if they do it. This is probably going to go badly. You would guess, wouldn't you? Would you? What do you think? What do you think in chat? What's your thoughts? Do you think this is going to go well, or is he going to, like, I tell you what we'll do with each one of these chuffers. I'll do a poll. I mean, I've already answered this one for you, but can they handle it? Some people, and you'll be in the audience now thinking, I eat spicy food. I don't mind a bit of a jalfrezi or a bit of a biryani. I don't mind a bit of that. Get the vindaloo. I mean, are you going to handle it? I could handle that. It's only one potato chip. So the question is, are they going to handle it? And you know what handling it is, don't you? Like, we'll have to decide what handling it is after we see their reactions, I suppose. Are they going to handle it? You can vote now or forever hold your peace. That's another thing that concerns me with this, is it's out in the hood. Like, I don't know what it's like in America, but they might have guns. So when they get really, like, spicy food in their mouth, maybe they might do a shooting. So I would worry about making these videos, but then it's not really, you know, I'm not doing it. What do you reckon? Handle it. Will this guy handle it? Not whether you can handle it, you choffers. Will this guy handle it? Everyone says no, of course. Look, watch.
Okay. How you feeling?
Trash.
Snip says you could do it. Have you tried it? You could do it. I don't know.
Hold on.
I'll tell you a quick story about my dad once and me. We're in the chili place, a curry house, and they put chilies on the table, and like, it was our family were there. Like, you know, it was a restaurant situation. Yeah, and my dad always eats spicy food, and like, you know, a bit of that. And there were chilies on the table, like in a little bowl, and he said, "Are they hot?" And so I picked one up and I ate it, like, you know, the whole thing. Just picked it up. I thought they won't be hot because what are they doing, putting red hot chilies on the table? That would be strange, wouldn't it? I thought they were just like little jalapeno peppers, like little finger food. So I put it in my mouth and I chewed it, and it was the hottest thing I'd ever eaten. It was the hottest thing. It immediately kicked off. As soon as I put it in my mouth, I was like, oh my God, this is hot. Like, I wanted to spit it out. It was so hot. It was burning me. And then I thought to myself, though, if I react to this, then Dad's going to think that it's really hot and then he won't eat it. But if I don't, if I'd say, no, it's fine, it's lovely, actually it's quite sweet, then he'll pick one up and eat it, and then I can go, ha ha, it's hot. So I had to keep a straight face, and I did keep a straight face, and then he ate a chili, and it was really hot, and he was impressed that I could keep a straight face. So that was a big win for me in a way, although I had to keep the chili in my mouth the whole time.
Hold on, man. Hey, tell the camera how you feeling. How you feeling? How you feeling? Hey, how you feeling?
Hey, bro, when you gonna drink out too, bro?
You know what?
He's doing it again. Are you? Would you? I don't know why. What I can't. And he's putting the thumbnail, the titles on as well, the subtitles, and the subtitles just say nothing. No one knows what this dude is saying.
No, bro.
How you feeling? Hey, come on. Hey, you gotta swallow everything. I got you, man. For you right now. Stay still. Stay still.
Wait, 1 to 10, 1 to 10.
Yeah, ready 1 through 10. How spicy you think it is?
That bit, what that bit is?
How spicy you think it is, man?
1 through 10.
Hey, you recommend him to try it?
His eyes have started to roll in his head. He can't even speak.
1 through 10.
1 through 10. God damn.
That bit that hot?
Yeah.
That's 10.
Like that.
There's the monies. There's the monies. Where do you think he's going now with the monies?
What's up? How you feeling?
Straight in the shop.
Man, he ain't much.
Need a drink, huh?
Let's talking, man. That boy ain't much.
I need some milk, dog.
Hey, them boys have the car running.
Cause let me get some drink.
Yeah, you gotta be on point, boy. Hey, that boy dove back to the wheel. Nah. You good? Okay. Get sturdy. Get sturdy then. Get sturdy then. Hey, that boy doing a little dancing love. How you feeling, dog? On fire.
Back to the window. Like, the window's got a bit crack in it as well. Like, the dude just if you work in a shop like this, you don't. I suppose you don't care too much, but you must just want these people out of your shop, mustn't you? Because like you fed him something that's potentially going to make him poorless, and he's in your shop. So like, just get in the milk, get him the chuff out of there, eh?
That one bottle good for you? Oh, that's a.
He's looking at the milk through the window, and he hasn't like the guy for some reason hasn't typed it up and put it over yet. There's no urgency from the guy behind the window.
Hey, you gonna do it?
Big ups, you chuffers in chat.
Hey, y'all, I'll eat one.
Oh, yeah? I bet.
We trying to murder out a little much in it, man. You feel me? Long little bit for
He's edited out the swearing.
long little bit for
There you go. He's got his drink. Look, he's got his drink.
Damn. You ain't much talking. You good? You doing all this walking?
What is this like in America? I don't know about this. Like in America, they've got like the shop has nothing in it. It's all behind the glass. I suppose theft or whatever. But you've got a coffee pot and a microwave and all sorts of stuff out here, like it's a kitchen.
Hey, you recommend them try this?
You won't even speak. Like it's supposed to be a YouTube video. He knows it's a YouTube video. Like stand in front of the camera and talk about it. He's just walking around. I suppose it must be really hot.
God damn. That boy right. Hey, where you going? God damn, nigga, what's good? Where you going? Your whip over here? Hey, where you going?
Did he just run off?
Hey, the whip over here, where you going?
He says the whip is up here, meaning your car is here.
That boy about to throw out. You good? Hey, you wanna do another one? I got you. Hell no, girl. I got you another one.
Do you want to do another one?
Hey, 40 for another one, right? You got my mama. Hey, 40 for another one right now. Oh, where you going to whip up here? Hey, come on, you gonna take it? You still want to take it?
No, you f***ed up.
You don't want to take it no more?
Oh, you f***ed up.
Come on, man, I got you.
He's saying to the other lad, would you like to do it as well? And he's saying, no, my friend is fucked up.
We're at 40 right now.
Hey,
Come on.
boy, look at my boy.
Both of them boys finna be hot in the whip. Them boys finna be hot boys in the whip.
He dead ass wrong.
Are you a hot boy? What's good?
He's walking around like a crackhead.
Hey, slide to the cam. Slide to the cam. Hey, what's up? Hey. Hey. Hey, you regret it?
By that I mean he was like all like.
You regret it?
John Wedgie would have driven past and thought, hello.
Well, you'll never do it again. Talk to the camera. Talk to the camera.
He's got to drive. He left his car on the forecourt. He just fucked off.
Hey, talk to the camera. Hey, you didn't do it again.
His mate's filming him now as well. Like his mate's just loving it. He's just filming him as well.
Boy, about to go straight to the crib, go get some milk. Hey, AC ain't gonna do nothing.
That's, you can hear him. He's not talking. He's going.
You good?
Big ups, Nicky. You finally got your diagnosis today. Been confirmed you got fibromyalgia after 18 months. Been a long road. That must be obviously positive and negative, isn't there? But the positive is that you have a grounding in where you're going to go on from here, and like an action plan maybe to start moving forward now that you've been able to gain some. Like, it must have been worse not knowing what was going on, I suppose, in some ways, mustn't it? So, yeah, good luck.
I mean, hey, you say you like spicy for me, so
You said you like spicy shit.
ain't nothing, huh?
He's leaning up. I love this as well. Like the inability to just sit in front of the camera and just be like, "This is really hot." Like he's leaning into his friend on the thing. If I was his mate, I'd be like, "Look, mate, can I drive home? Because you seem really fucked up now after that chip. Do you want to get in the back?"
Ain't nothing.
Man, that bitch killed his ass.
Go ahead. Hey, I got another one for that boy right now. I got another one for you.
What's that, cuz?
I got another one for you.
Say what?
Hey, go ahead, try it out. You gotta do it, huh?
$40. Here's a question for you. I'm going to put this in chat as a question because we like a few questions, don't we? Let's do a few questions. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. Would you do this? Would you eat the chip? Would you do that? Questions. Would you do that? Start the poll. Start the poll rolling. And don't think I'm going to be doing this. No. I've got no desire to eat red hot. When I was younger, fine, I've eaten a big curry or a chili or whatever. On stream, me eating it, I will definitely find it painful. It will be an ordeal. I will then have a bad tummy. I'm not doing it, so don't even start thinking about it.
Oh yeah. Huh?
They was trying to get in your car.
Now, pop. We straight.
They was trying to get in your car. I don't know whether that's like someone trying to.
Oh yeah. Huh?
Like this lady was trying to give him a heads up, like they're trying to get in your car. But in these situations, I don't know how familiar he is to the area or anything. Like you don't always trust the first person that comes and gives you the heads up in these situations because they might not be, you know, they might be a false friend, so to speak. So I don't know what's going on with they're trying to get in your car, but like gives it a bit of an extra set of like sense of edge, doesn't it?
Now, pop. We straight.
I imagine that the guy behind the camera and maybe one other person with him, you know, that doing this in the forecourt of a random petrol station in America might not be the best idea, but...
How you feeling, dog? How you feeling, dog? You still standing?
He still hasn't said a word properly since he ate that. You can't go, he's going in the shop, he's just changed his mind. It's like he's got to his brain.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. What you mean? For 40. There you go.
They're discussing it now. Should you do it?
Not acting. Hey, tell him you ain't faking. That boy not faking. That boy is serious, boy.
He's having to lie down in his car. Like, to be fair, chili is very, very powerful. And, like, you know, the highest level of Scoville, Scoville being the, not Philip Schofield, but Scoville being the rating, like the heat rating they give it. The highest levels of Scoville, they actually use for things like pepper spray, don't they? So this is probably up there. It's like eating mace.
Yeah, nah. Y'all boys are murder out, though, bro. 1400.
Big ups, Red Fam, the 5 gifted memberships. Big ups. Nikki picked one up as well. Having a good day today. Big ups. I'm going to end the poll. And apparently, none of you are up for this. There's only 3% of you, which I think would be one person, said yes. Only one person's up for this. One toughie who thinks they can do it, even... they might have to get sent one of these in the post and they can send us their reaction.
I don't take that bit, little boy. I ain't gonna take that.
You ain't gonna do it?
I ain't gonna do it for you, boy.
He's like, I'm not going to do it. This dude, he's a bit more sensible, isn't he? Like, he's just seen all that happen, isn't he? Bit more sensible. He's not going to do it, is he?
You gonna do it?
Nah, man.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You gonna do it? I'll give it. Hey, you got burn?
Yeah. This is hard? Yeah.
Hey, shout them boys out at Cypress Creek. Them boys level 10. Them boys be watching y'all boys in that bit.
Hey, go ahead, shout yourself out.
I think that was a shout out.
Y'all boys go hit him up, man. Mr. Pull up on your Instagram, man. Pull up on you.
Pull up on your Instagram.
Flip your feet bite, you heard?
Like, when they do these shouts outs and things, I always wonder, like, because I'm not going to bother, but like maybe some people do. Like, I watch a lot of Charlie Boy as well, Charlie Boy, BOI, and he drives around the hoods and he interviews people, and they always say like shout outs on my Instagram, I'm a rapper and stuff. And I just wonder, like, do these videos help with that in that aspect? I wonder if that's probably what it's like these days. You shout out your Instagram, don't you? But like,
hey, you need to pull up and eat this chip though, bro.
I'm gonna turn up for the camera.
You wanna eat it?
My 40.
Oh yeah, step out.
he's gonna. He just said he wasn't gonna do it.
Step out.
Get that bit out of here, cuz.
Step out. God damn. Hold on, that boy terrified by that
Folded right,
chip.
folded right at the end. The pressure and the bright lights, the camera. He's gonna do it.
You good? That boy jumped in the back.
How about I only eat 2?
In chat as well. What's the hottest thing you've ever eaten?
I just swallow. That mean I ain't gonna taste it, ain't I?
It don't matter.
Yeah, nah, girl, you gonna kill
Do what you do. Hey, do what you do. It don't matter how you do it. Do what you do as long as you eat the whole thing.
Hashtag fuck dog.
Long little no. Bit 4L, T4N.
Hashtag Pearl K.
Sorry, what?
Hashtag 6K.
Go ahead.
Hey, bitch, look like.
You got the whole fucking thing out there. Look, you don't want to touch it either, do you? In your hands, you don't want to touch it.
Hey, you used to spice.
You put that in your eye.
Yo, hell nah.
Are you used to spicy stuff? Hell no.
So the whole thing in my swallow, do what you do.
Just broke it in half. Listen, you've got to eat all of it for the $40.
Hold on, you gotta eat the whole thing for the 40. You know what I'm saying?
Got it. Eat it. Good, man. Keep it in your mouth.
God, get it out your mouth, God.
He's changed his mind.
Swallow it, bro.
Eat the whole thing for the 40.
Swallow it and drink the milk fast.
Oh, he spat it. It's gone. It's gone.
Stop that.
It's all gone on the floor.
Yeah, nah, y'all kick them for him.
What's up?
But I would argue that by putting it in your mouth, even half of it, and chewing it that amount, you're now going to get the negative effect of all the chili. Like your mouth is going to be like on fire, but you're not getting the $40. So kind of in the middle. I would, for me, I don't need to do this for $40, right? But like in the whole situation, if it's a bit of fun, I'd eat the chip back in the day more than now, I suppose. No, I'm not so up for that now. But I'd eat the chip. I'd just get it all down me, suffer, get through it, and then take the $40. The halfway mode of like eat a bit, find it difficult, give up in the middle, that's not really,
What's your fuck?
Hey, you straight? Hey, rated one.
I grew chilies one year. Big ups in chat there, Lynn W. Rain Gods. I grew chilies one year in the allotment in the polytunnel, and the problem with it was that I planted different kinds of chilies, sweet, spicy, all sorts, and then I forgot to label them or anything. So then when they all grew, I was like, I don't know what any of them are. So some of them are hot, some of them are not, and you just have to randomly. And like, it was really difficult. Like they're all, they all come through at the same time. So you've got them in the fridge, and you think you might make something out of them, and you're like, what is my dinner going to taste like tonight?
I bet a 10, 11.
11. Where's this going up? It's 12.
I think the hottest chili might be the ghost pepper, or is it? I think Scotch bonnet's really hot, and then it might be the ghost pepper's the hottest.
Yeah, that be hot.
Yo, Alexa, what's the hottest chili?
The hottest pepper is Pepper X, which has 3.18 million Scoville heat units.
Right, just keep that on the screen. The hottest one is Pepper X, which I don't know what that is. I think they must have invented it recently. Then we've got, no! Why would it leave it on the screen for so short a time? Dragon's Breath was next. So, I don't know anything.
A bit hot.
Is it a little bit hot? Yeah, don't touch your eyes. We had a girl in the... I used to work in this kitchen. It was called... what was the name of the restaurant? It was a nice restaurant. It was on the waterside in Stratford-upon-Avon. It's gone now. Like, these things turn over, don't they? It became a Carluccio's, but what was it called? Anyway, I used to work in this kitchen, and there was a girl in the kitchen. She was working as the kitchen porter, so she was getting all the stuff to wash up. And, like, as would happen in the kitchen, sometimes you'd get people doing things with you, like helping. And, like, I think she was chopping chilies for, like, what do you call it, prep, just chopping up some chilies. And like, I remember saying to her, like, because I the gloves on, all this, I remember saying to her, do not, your eye, do not, like, she was Polish, so she couldn't understand, like, I love Polish people. I used to go out with one. Jak się masz? Dobrze, bardzo dobrze. So the thing was, I told her, don't put this in, in English, but do not put this in your eye. Do not put this in your eye. Your eye. I was going on about the eye, because I know it's bad. And then, like, I'm chopping this stuff and doing whatever. I turn around literally 2 minutes later, and she's like, with the blue gloves on, with the, with everything on her hands, like, just like, It was just a fucking nightmare. She had to go home. She couldn't work. She was like, she totally ruined herself for the entire evening. I don't know if she did it deliberately in a way, because she just, like, she was there at the start of shift, and then she was like, I'm going home. I can't, like, in Polish or whatever. But like, it looked like it hurt. Like, fresh chilies, chopping with the gloves on as well, which I couldn't, like, if it's hurting and you're doing it, stop it. They had to give her the eye bath, in the first aid kit. They give her the eye bath. Hey, it's all right. She wouldn't, it's only pain. She'd be all right in the long term, and it's, her own fault, I suppose. So what are you going to do?
Do it again? You must swallow it. That's a great.
Are you going to do it again? No. Now you've got 2 mutes in the car. Imagine they get pulled over, because the police like to pull people over, don't they? Black in possession of a motor vehicle in America, they like to pull them over. But imagine they pull him over, and it's like, are you all right here, lads? And they're like, I think you might be intoxicated. Hot chips. They'll both be in prison.
Crazy part, you feel me? Burnt. You'll do it again?
Hell no, bro.
Bruh, he ain't much eat the whole thing. That's the crazy thing, bruh. He ain't much eat the whole thing.
Yeah, he's suffering all the negative effects without getting the money or doing the challenge properly, yeah. He's out the door now. The classic. That's when you're really wasted, isn't it? When you half lean out the door. Do you know the one? That's how Brian ended up with the. Well, it wasn't his fault. He was being sick, wasn't it? That's what I mean. But like, you know, that's how he ended up with the old hip problem, wasn't it? The old lean out the door. Like, hopefully you've got your seatbelt on. Like you lean and let the seatbelt hold you. And just out the door like that, isn't it?
Mr. Pull Up On, you gonna pull up again?
Okay, we'll leave them there and we'll come back. There's more hood people. We've got a ladies and a couple of tough guys. One real tough guy later on. One real tough guy. So we'll see if he can tolerate it. We'll leave them there for a minute. Let's check with the Falcons. Falcon watch. Nothing much is happening. But don't worry, they're just a bit off camera here. I don't know what the setup is. I can't see this end of it. But I do worry they don't seem to have a big, extensive nesting box. But apparently this is what they like. They like to nest on cliffs. So it's gravel in a sort of net, like low box setup. And these chicks have been reared, fledged. No, fledge is when you fly, isn't it? So reared here. They're now at the point where they don't require mommy for heat. They cuddle up together. They're starting to use their legs a little bit. You know, they're starting to do stuff, but essentially they just chill out here. I worry when it gets windy and when it gets cold at night. It doesn't seem to be very like protected, but apparently, as I said, they nest on cliffs. So, you know, they're sort of, this is the setup. We'll be keeping an eye, certainly on the Twitch stream, so we'll be keeping an eye on this. We keep it open all the time. And so in the coming months, as things progress with their, you know, we'll see them progress. Feeding time is the most interesting bit, I suppose, but it's a little bit gruesome because the falcon, the maternal, even the paternal falcon, they hop in with basically a half-dead rodent or other bird, and then they will have a bit of a go on it. So the story of these chicks is ever ongoing. It's interesting, though, isn't it? It's interesting. Snipsy's saying the ladies can do it because they've got a higher pain tolerance. That's probably true, actually, isn't it? A lower pain threshold for ginger ladies. Is it in the DNA, is it? That's interesting. I know that if you're going to do the hot chip stuff, right, if you ever did have to do a hot chip stuff, then what you probably want to do, oil makes a barrier. Like, if you can't get gloves in the kitchen, or you didn't want to use them for some reason, what you would do is you'd put olive... This is a really bad idea if you're doing it in the kitchen, okay? Because you put olive oil on your hands, and then your hands are slippy. So that's a bad idea, so don't do that. But if you're working with chili and you're not using knives, olive oil on your hands, and then at the end of it, when you wash your hand with some sort of detergent, the detergent obviously attaches, it's hydrophobic and hydrophilic, isn't it? So it attaches to the oil, and it lifts the oil into the water. So the detergent does that, and it takes with it all the chili that's like in the oil, and it doesn't actually reach your hands. So then you've done this protective layer, and you've washed the protective layer off. I think you could do the same thing in your mouth. I think before you ate something hot, you could take a small swig of some olive oil and really get it around your mouth or something like that, and then you've like created a protective barrier. But it's not going to be pure. I mean, that's not going to fix it, but that's my top tip anyway. Right. Next, let's have, you know, earlier on I dropped a video about Durian Rider. Don't know if everyone saw that. I bet you did. I bet you did. Did you? Did you seed that? That's the question. Did you seed it? That's the next question. I'm going to do it in chat. Engage with your audience. It's poll today. My local MP, Nadeem Zahawi, said he's stepping down, thank God. He's obviously made fucking loads of money and doesn't want anyone prying into his business anymore. So he's decided to step down. Celebration time. Did you see the, what was it called? Premiere earlier? Question mark. Just asking you questions. Just asking you questions. Got any questions? Just asking you questions. Did you see the premiere earlier? See the premiere on my stream earlier? Did you see what we did? Did you see my channel earlier? Look, on Battery Exhausted earlier. Did you see the premiere earlier? Did you see that? Did you see it earlier? Earlier, premiere. Did you see it earlier? The premiere. Because the Durian Rider situation, it was called. It's over there on the left. The reason I don't think you may have done, I'm thinking quite a lot of you might not have got served that, is because obviously recently a couple of these videos have been deemed non-suitable for advertising. They still go out, I still have fun, but John Wedge's Satanic Pants, not so many people got served that, because obviously videos about a man's satanic pants, you know, a man's satanic pants, and the red pants having power, red power pants, you know, that video it told me it's not suitable for advertising. What are you doing, you naughty? So I don't think it'll get served to as many people. And the same with the premiere earlier. A premiere, for anyone who doesn't know, is it's like you watch a video and it's just a video and you can skip around. That's a video. This is a stream, isn't it? It's live. It's happening live. You've got a chat. A premiere is when I put on a video, I load a video to YouTube, and YouTube puts chat with it, and you can't skip around. You can skip back, but you can't skip forward. You have to watch it like it's the first time it's ever, like in the cinema. It's like you're all in the cinema together, and you can talk to each other, which you shouldn't because it's the cinema and it's keep quiet really. But you should in the chat. So it gives you what it does is it's a video with a chat experience. So it gives you the opportunity to have a chit chat while the video's on. It's like a live video experience. So quite often I will record something on Twitch. Twitch, am I talking right? Yeah, Twitch. Like we do a bit of a random stream over on Twitch, a bit like I'm doing tonight. And then if something's good, I'll cut it and put it up here. If it's good content, if it's worth retaining and putting up on the internet. And when I say that, I do want them to be monetized. So, but also like if it's still interesting and good content. But the Jurian Rider situation earlier was an overview of what's happened in Jurian Rider's past. A quick look at what's going on in his present, and it definitely is not monetizable. It talks about quite a lot of bad stuff, and the thumbnails off his current girlfriend on that Lilo. So I just think there's so many problems with it. So my guess is that you won't have been served it. You won't have seen it. Like whether you watched it or not, I don't think you'd have been served it. And the poll is 50-50. I don't know if that means you didn't get served it or if you just didn't watch it, but I think my guess is there's fewer people got served that. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. To fill you in, Jurian Rider's a bad chuffer, and that's why I wanted to keep sort of bringing up a bit of Jurian Rider. So this is a video called Freely and Jurian Rider, the most dangerous vegan couple. It's by Sid Dwyer, 200,000 views a year ago, and good luck to him. I'm not going to watch every minute of this because it's a 30-minute video, and I want to pick a couple of bits out and then move through it. A bit of a magazine show tonight, So we're going to watch a bit of this. We're then going to watch a bit of Phil on his day off, telling us about his day off. He has a lovely day off and he tells us what happened, or it wasn't a lovely day off, and I'll analyse that. I've got a bit about psychics. We've got a favourite psychic of mine. Ellie Arquette is going to tell you about what happened with Justin Bieber and P. Diddy. And we're going to look at the curse of this morning, every famous exit and fallout. I'm battery exhausted. Let's carry on with a bit of this. So this is Freely and Jurian Rider. We looked at it earlier, we talked about it earlier. We mentioned the Tide Festival, and we mentioned that there's been some incidents. Later on in this video, it gets really quite, some of the stuff Jurian Rider's done is really, really awful. And when I say really awful, I mean so awful, I'm probably just not going to mention it now because it's going to make everyone feel upset. So I'm going to leave that last bit of the video, the worst bit, the worst bits, but we're going to look at some of they're also bad, they are also bad, but the early years, so as described by Sid Dwyer. So let's get into a bit of this, a little bit of 10 minutes of Jurian Rider and what's going on with this.
Started dating. They bonded over their love of carbs and about things like diet, training, and lifestyle. And then in 2007, they met in person and started dating. They bonded over their love of carbs, fruit.
This is Freely, the Banana Girl, and Jurian Rider. So actually it's Harley Johnstone. I can't remember what her name is, but they're both grifters who try and sell diet books on the internet based on the fact they're skinny and only ever eat fruit, and pretend that they're trying to put forward the vegan movement when actually all they ever cared about was their own bank balance.
Maintaining a healthy lifestyle, their love of animals, and of course veganism. In 2008, he got Freely into cycling and helped improve her fitness. He coached her up on a strict high-carb, zero-stimulant diet so that she could be the best that she could be.
Well, Freely herself testifies that she had an eating disorder at the time, and Harley used videos of her and the back end of her and her skinny bodice and all this to promote their YouTube channels and make money. So it became a pressure on her to maintain a skinny, well, skinny is the word she uses to describe herself to this day. She calls herself the skinny nutritionist now instead of the banana girl, but I wouldn't take advice off this lady.
to do
about anything.
a 40-plus day bike ride across Australia. Outside of their joint love of fitness, they travelled quite a bit, spending a lot of their time in the US and Thailand. They would attend vegan gatherings and cycle around those countries.
At the time, the vegan movement was taking off on YouTube, though. It was like quite a big trend thing, and YouTube was allowing it, opening it up, pushing it. There were several big YouTube channels that were vegan channels that were growing in traction. And you know, at the end of a year, YouTube does like, well, it doesn't do it anymore, but it used to do YouTube Rewind, where it looks back on the year at what was big and what was popular. Oh, here's PewDiePie. Oh, there's the vegans. For a bit, the vegan thing was the big thing on YouTube for a community. It's kind of dissipated and dissolved a bit and died off now, and YouTube doesn't push it as hard because of all this nonsense and drama, I suppose. But
they loved Thailand particularly because of all the fruit, specifically durians. You know, it was kind of their happy place because people would be practically giving their fruit.
That's a durian. It's the smelliest fruit in the world, and apparently it gives you good energy. So he calls himself Durian Rider because there's a controversial aspect to it, which is it's from Asia, this fruit, and in normal circumstance you wouldn't open that indoors. If you've ever been to a Chinese supermarket, there's sometimes a funny smell you can smell, and you'd place it once you'd open the durian fruit and smelt it. You'd be like, that's what I can smell. It's a very acquired taste. Like everything's an acquired taste. Sugar's the only taste that you're born with. Everything else is an acquired taste. But the the fruit itself is quite an acquired taste, and I don't really think that Harley eats a lot of it. I think it's controversial on YouTube for a little bit to eat the world's smelliest fruit. So he tried to tie that in with his like identity as this cycling super fruit man. But really, it's just the world's most interesting and clickbaitable fruit. So he attached himself to it.
Away to them, when in Australia durians at times cost $80 each. And then in 2009, Freely created an online forum of her own called 30 Bananas a Day. On this forum, people could talk about topics surrounding raw food, veganism, gardening, and exercise.
And you do not believe for a minute, or I don't, that she ate 30 bananas a day for her diet.
They helped build up this community online, and despite Freely technically owning the domain name.
And the thing is, I see you in chat there, you couldn't do it. You could do it, Bones. I'll tell you what, you could do it. You'd easily do it, not like... These days, it's easier and easier to be vegan. These people harmed the vegan movement, if anything, by trying to use it for their own benefit. But veganism, like, it's very easy because all the foods that you really like are vegan. When you go in the supermarket, all the first stuff you see, all the fresh fruit, all the fresh veg, that's all vegan. Like, there's only one small aisle with animal murder that you need to like avoid, really. And we're evolved from primates that had a primarily they did eat 3% other things, but you know, 97% vegan diet. And like, it's just so easy. There's so many options these days, there's so many choices, and if you live in more urban areas, there's even like dedicated restaurants, and you know, every menu has an option. It's easier and easier these days. Even McDonald's does a vegan burger. So just by having a little switch here and there, and like, you know, making it, it's in my opinion, it's a progression. It's not like some people do overnight, but you don't have to throw your food out overnight. You might just start changing the dairy. You might start going for the alternative burger instead of the meat burger here and there, and just, you know, progress. So it is quite. I think it's quite easy. I think you can do it. I think you can. I think you'd be surprised about how much stuff you enjoy when you start looking into it as if it's a journey of exploration, rather than it's not I can't have this, I can't have this. It's look at all this food that I wasn't really focusing on before because I was so focused on having this dead animal at every meal, and then it starts to become this whole world of exploration. And so many other cultures as well, like Indian, Asian, because they're about to go to Thailand. You know, so many other cultures have a predominantly vegan. Like, okay, there's a bit of fish sauce in Thailand. India's interesting because the cow is sacred, so they don't, you know, incorporate so much beef and dairy sometimes. So you can find there are almost accidentally vegan cultures. Mexican's another good example. I know there's a lot of meat in burritos these days, but the original, what were they called? The Mayans, I think. Like, what they found was they had corn growing. They had guavas and fruits and, you know, tropical fruits in the northern part of South America and South America, and they had corn to make the they made the flatbreads and stuff. They had the vegetables, and they also, on the corn, they would get this fungus, and it would grow and it would distort and like make this big mushroom on the corn. But they'd actually dry that and eat it. And of course, chitin a fungus like a mushroom is actually another part of the food group. It's good for you. So between all those things, it turned out they had all of the boxes ticked, and they were able to actually store things and thrive because they had excess food, and it wasn't more like it was quite sustainable. Like they had granaries and things like that. You know, you could tell these ancient civilizations had these stores, so that must have been really liberating for them to have food security in that time. And it was all vegan. They didn't need to kill loads of animals to do that. So yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, I'm not trying to push veganism down your throat. I'm just like, you know, yeah, you're going to Thailand next year, right? Cool. When you're there, just try the stuff. Do you know what I mean? Just try the stuff. Like, I'm not saying eat all the dead animals that come along, but like the other stuff. You might like it.
Harley considered it equally his website. And then
I agree as well. Look, there is rubbish in foods. Agree, Kelly. It's all been hijacked at the moment because it's big business, isn't it? You can be a vegan and you can simply just eat chips and, I don't know, like dark chocolate, and then you're not going to be very healthy and you're going to eat a load of crap. Like there are better ways and worse ways to do any diet, but veganism is not a cover-all diet that makes you healthy, and it's not a cover-all diet that it's not even, to me, it's not even a diet. It's an ideology that informs my diet. The ideology is that I don't want animals to suffer on my behalf, so I won't pay into a system that makes them suffer and then pretend that it's not my fault and it's okay, because I might as well just go around brutalizing the animals myself if I'm going to be doing that. It's worse to be doing that actually, because I'm paying someone else to do it on my behalf. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let animals live natural lives, and I'm going to find food sources in this modern world that can provide me with all the nutrients I require. And lo and behold, thank God, this wonderful modern world, we've got all that, like all the nutrition and all that is available. Like it's the most modern, up-to-date sort of diet as well. So anyway, like people are going to think I'm trying to, you know, push veganism down their throat. I'm not. It's just a chat that we're having, and of course I'm going to speak I get the opportunity on this channel, which used to be a vegan channel. This did. It used to just do vegan videos for a little bit, and I thought this is too much. I don't want to be a vegan. I like being a vegan advocate, but I don't want to be a vegan propaganda channel because it only reaches vegans really. And I'm happier doing what we've done now. A little chat about it. Brings up some ideas. You can make up your own mind. You can go your own way, and like next time you have the option on the menu, you might consider it. That's all.
in 2013, they got a rescue dog together called Figsy. This was more freely his decision to get the dog, but
that's nice. I bet they can exploit it for their content.
They both looked after her. And they also got into some YouTube beef with Tana Mojo together.
Her boyfriend, suddenly, when something was talking about me getting got into...
I never watched this back in the day. I was aware of this sort of stuff, but like, you know, the toxic side of the vegan community, like I never watched this. Can't even remember her name, but he just said it, whatever her name was.
Because he's creepy.
You've got a live leak video link, send it to me.
Big story time. And he goes, oh, I'd love to see a live link of that. Send me that. Would you love to see a live link of me, a 17-year-old, getting with a toothbrush? You're not creepy. You're not weird.
I'm sure they probably considered that couple goals at the time. And another thing that they liked to do together was convince men to get vasectomies. Aside from being vegan...
That was weird as well. I think that was all clickbait. I don't know if... I can never, with Harley, I can never understand or remember... Like, you know, it was stuff that used to go on YouTube, and I used to think, I don't know if I believe this, but did he ever get this vasectomy or not? I don't know. But they used to talk a lot about it, and the concept, like, it was a clickbait thing, because like he'd make a video saying, my vasectomy is brilliant, or like, the vasectomy, you know, talk, any sort of clickbait video on the topic of I've had a vasectomy was like gold for a while for them. And he used to make all these clickbaity videos. Obviously, no one's going around taking that advice, I would hope, but...
Another cause that they were passionate about was stopping the human race from procreating. And
that was classic. That's them back in the day. He used to wear all this cycling gear everywhere like he was some pro cyclist. And like, he's not pro cyclist, it's just like he's wearing a jumper. And he used to like he'd try to get himself in all the newspapers and like, you know, he was in the Daily Mail before a number of times. Like, he must have been sending them this shit. Oh, I only eat fruit. I cycle 50 miles a day. I'm this extraordinary human being. Here's some photographs. And for the mainstream or even local, you know, what's the word, syndicate news, it's quite an easy story, isn't it? It's like a bit of a eccentric chap, but the truth of who he is and like his growth on YouTube is far from what he tried to present in the media like that.
That they were
he got found out very quickly.
Passionate about was stopping the human race from procreating, and Freely has done this mainly through her YouTube videos.
So what I propose...
that's your dilemma. You'd love to go vegan, but you won't eat the processed fake meat. If you listen, I'm not critiquing you at all here, but I would guess that you at some point have to This is a guess, maybe I'm wrong, but like maybe you have to, compromise sometimes in your diet, even now that you don't want to eat processed things, right? In terms of meat, I'll take this on quickly, is that it is processed. Like the whole thing, like the animals that you eat have been injected with steroids, they've been injected with antibiotics, they've been through the system. Oh, they're organic, they live a free range lifestyle. They've still been injected with all loads of stuff. They've still been subjugated and forced to be murdered for your food. So in the process of the murdering them and cutting them apart, they inject like water and all sorts. Like, you know, it's all been tampered with. So I'd be careful of the animals more than anything. And then, yeah, you don't have to have the meat alternatives. You don't have to. You can just not. So if you're eating a very, whole food sort of diet already, then it might be easier to take out the meat from your diet and just replace it with other forms of protein, because there's a lot of protein that you would find that's better because it's not processed. It's like beans, tofu, stuff like that, you know, provides you with those same nutrients without the worry of what's been in the animal agricultural system.
Is that men get vasectomies. All men have to get vasectomies.
Yeah, protein's really important. We can get loads of it from loads of sources. Thank God for the modern era, because you can just look online and see all the different protein sources that are not animals. Like, we've got loads of studies done about it. So,
and Harley has done the same.
If I was in power, this is my little power trip, is I would have every male have a vasectomy on the planet.
Plus the occasional creepy Instagram or Tumblr post. In one post he says...
Oh, there it is, look. This is still his MO to this day, is get the young girlfriend, dress her up sexy, and put the pictures on the internet to try and attract attention. Now he's selling her OnlyFans, or she's selling, not this girl, but the new girl is selling the OnlyFans as well. But they were selling the diet, they were selling the, you know, all the idea that you too could look like this and live in a squat with a load of bikes.
Best thing about vasectomy is I can ride freely bareback. So yeah. And then the first kind of controversy that they encountered together as a couple was during something called the Thai Fruit Festival, which was a festival that they created.
This is so brilliant as well. They to their credit, they did create this, but like I said, they go to Thailand, right? They go to Thailand, and Julian Ryder's made a million videos about it because he's a creepo. He's made videos with school kids in the background. We've got a video on our channel, you know, Julian Ryder doing this weird thing like Alan does of filming things with people in the background. Really creepy video that's almost like an advert for being a creep out there in the third world countries. You know, these kids will follow you around. The Thai Fruit Festival, it wasn't just them. There was the help of the community as well, and there was a big community of vegan people on YouTube, and it seemed like a cool idea. Like, get out to Thailand. I mean, I didn't go, but like, get out to Thailand. It's cheap living. To do the festival even. I don't know what the whether they got permits and did it all properly, or whether they just like turned up at a park and stuff. But I think they put on a bit of an effort. But it didn't have to be like, what's the word? It didn't have to be Woodstock. It was just, they're all there. It's like a meetup more than a festival, in my opinion. And the fact that they're in Thailand and it's a big holiday for everyone, I'm sure they would have had a good time, but it didn't go perfectly for them.
In Chiang Mai, Thailand. And as I talked about earlier,
a lot of these vegans though, at the time, well, I say a lot of them, like a few of the channels, say a couple of the channels, the big influencers, especially Harley's idea was, because they're from Australia, they wanted to just hop out to the nearest cheap country, and instead of spending their YouTube money in Australia, I think he might have even rented out, I can't be sure, I think he might have bought a property, and like, it's a very strange situation with his living arrangement, because he had all people living in the garden in tents and stuff, but like, he was trying to like start his own little cult, and like the idea is that you make the YouTube money and then you live in Thailand where it's very cheap and you spend it there. So like, you know, cost effective, I suppose.
No strangers to Thailand.
But they could also sell the concept like they're living this paradise.
And they've travelled there a lot prior to starting this festival. It's somewhat of a vegan hotspot. Chiang Mai was definitely way ahead of its time. It had a long list of vegan-friendly restaurants way before a lot of Western countries did, so it makes sense that they would want to start an event there. And they call it a festival, but it is definitely nothing like a festival. Like, when someone says festival, you think of like Burning Man, Fire Festival, like you think of a big event. But the festival that they created was mainly just bike rides up a hill to do a Q&A with Freely and Harley, and then big restaurant meals together. All it basically did was give a chance for vegans from around the world to come together and interact. And I don't think it is surprising that they encountered controversy when this whole festival was born from controversy to begin with. Essentially, the reason why they decided to create their own fruit festival was because they were a part of another fruit festival in upstate New York called the Woodstock Fruit Festival. However, in 2013,
I didn't know this.
Freely and Harley were kicked out of it. Harley...
So with Darkside Phil, who we're going to watch after this on his day off, Darkside Phil was kicked out of a couple of things. There was a forum on the internet called topplayers.com, and he wasn't featured in it. He thought he was a bit of a pro game player, you see, and he wasn't featured in it. So he started his own forum on the internet called Top Haters, and this is very much the same modus operandi. Harley is a massive narcissist. Freely is also possibly a narcissist, or she displays narcissistic tendencies, and she's a grifter who sells ebooks. So between them, like, being excluded from that New York group must have been a huge, like, because they think they're on the internet, they're on the YouTube, and they're these big celebrities, or at least Hardy's trying to project that image. But in reality, when people meet him, he's a scummy shitbag and no one wants to be around him. So like, they have this problem of like trying to be the big people in the group, the big leader, but to the rest of the world looking like total idiots. So they've obviously been excluded from the New York thing, and they want to steal the concept but do it in Thailand. So, you know, if you won't play with us, I'm taking my ball and we're going home.
Was officially on the board as a governor, but
not sure about a whole vegan festival thing. I've been to a couple of vegan fairs, right? I think in the modern era, it's much easier to have like, how am I going to say this? Like, it's about commercialism, isn't it? So you have a vegan fair where they charge people to put on market stalls, and then they charge people to come in the venue, and then so the people who run the vegan fair make loads of money because they're creating a market, charging the people to be in the market at both ends, the sales and the customers, which is weird. And then they walk away with lots of money. So if you don't sell a lot of product at the vegan fair, that's so what? Like, if you meet nice people, great. If, like, you know, as long as people have already paid to have the market stalls, they've already covered the costs. So everything's a bonus for tickets through the door. But obviously you want people to come through the door, because otherwise people won't come back and exhibit again next year. They say exhibit, what they mean is, you know, pay to sell. So that is now the more common concept. And actually, to be fair, like, you know, if you want to pay a couple of quid to go in a big shop, and then, I mean, I shouldn't have to pay to go in a shop because I'm going to be buying things in a shop. You know, it's stupid. But there are things to have a look at. I've done it before, and I think it's reasonable. You meet other vegans. There are obviously everything that you look at is going to be vegan. So instead of having to go around and say, I wonder if, like, even with simple things like, you know, shopping for clothes and stuff, like, you know, leather, animal products, like, you know that everything in this room is going to be vegan. So there's an opportunity there. In terms of a festival, like, yeah, excluding people for not being vegan is weird. Making veganism the subject and topic of it means that it's going to be much more niche. Now, if you were to have like a proper just event festival stuff going on, and it was vegan, like underpinning it, meaning you couldn't buy animal products on site, then that'd be fine as well. Like, it doesn't have to. I think that the difference, in the same way as I'm talking about the content, is it's a difference between creating a sort of in-group, out-group situation where the vegans are the vegans and you can't come in, or you're wrong and you're different, and actually accepting that we're all humans. And like, veganism shouldn't be, like, in the long run, veganism is a name for an ideology that informs the way I behave, but we shouldn't have to, like, I believe we shouldn't have to even name it, because the other thing is the wrong thing, killing animals and eating it. Normal life should just be vegan, because then we're not killing things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't need a vegan section in the supermarket with special, you know, vegan only foods. All of the fruits are vegan. All of the vegetables are vegan. All of that, when you walk in, all of that lovely stuff is vegan. Like, food is vegan. Vegan is food. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to have vegan food. I just eat food. And the other stuff, the dead animals, I just shouldn't be eating that. It's not food. So there you go.
Was voted out because they ate cooked food. The festival promoted
what?
2013, Freely and Harley were kicked out of it. Harley was officially on the board as a governor, but was voted out because they ate cooked food.
What? He was on, this is stupid as well, that he was on the board of a governor of the New York Festival, somehow, he lives in Australia, and he eats cooked food, so he was excluded. But, like raw is a bit of an extreme version of veganism, and I thought he was a raw vegan. He went real hard raw. Like, she did a book called Fully Raw, or Raw Till 4. I suppose Till 4 then you eat the McDonald's later. So no, but yeah, he got kicked out for not being a good enough vegan. This is what I'm saying as well. I feel like he's obviously a dickhead, but I feel bad in that way because like policing veganism, you know, being the vegan Stasi, like that's a bit over the top, isn't it?
Officially on the board as a governor, but was voted out because they ate cooked food. Their festival promoted a raw food, fruit-based lifestyle, and with Freely and Harley promoting the Raw Chill 4 diet.
Obviously, cooked food is good for you. It helps unlock and release different nutrients. It's something that we've been doing for fucking ever as humans, and it's helped us to evolve. So my advice is eat cooked food. You can eat raw food too. Like, there's nothing wrong with a raw banana, but cooked food is also good. Make sure it's a part of your diet.
That incorporated cooked food. Their ideologies just didn't align. So because of that, that is why Freely and Harley started the Thai Fruit Festival. First festival was held in June 2014, and apparently it attracted over 250 vegans from around the world.
Like, I see what you said about eggs there as well. I think, like I said, it's okay to reduce and, you know, go on a journey, and if eggs are the only thing that you eat that's an animal product, it's not ideal. Like, obviously it's still not vegan, but like, it's not the worst thing in the world. The animals thank you for like thinking about them and trying to, you know, move in that direction.
In 2015, twice as many are said to have attended, but then in 2016, the invitation wasn't extended to as many people. The event was now only open to cyclists, and it was renamed to the Raw Chill 4 Bike Festival. Okay, so now let's talk about what went down at these festivals.
Here we go. So they changed it to just the Raw Chill 4 Bike Festival, smaller clique, and Harley to this day still does videos about bikes because it's a safe space, whereas the veganism got out of hand. But the bikes, it's just bikes. You can clickbait a bike video. It's about brakes. It's about handlebars. It's just bikes. So he still does the bikes. And bikes has always been a big thing to him. I think it's kind of easy as well to just say, like, right, I get on a bike, I ride it around, like, I'm good. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very facile way of approaching a whole lifestyle. Is just to say the bike is the main thing, the exercise comes from it, that's what makes me fit, I can promote, and like he hides his actual personality behind the fact that he's a bike enthusiast, if you know what I mean. But
so in the first year,
he brings in a lot of people as well. There's a lot of other people who enjoy riding around Thailand and stuff. There's nothing wrong with bikes, there's something wrong with Harley.
In 2014,
As you're about to
things
hear.
went pretty smoothly, but after that, things went rapidly downhill. In 2015, there were allegations against a man named Joe Best for being inappropriate with multiple women. Essentially, Joe was renting out a house in Chiang Mai.
And this is what I said, there were other vegans around as well. This Joe Best, I can't remember this exactly, but I think he was another one of those, like there were echelons. There was the top tier, you know, the loads of millions of views that are doing really well. Then there was another layer down of like all the different ones that were on the way. And I think Joe Best was one of them. Yeah.
Multiple women who were attending the event. I could probably spend the next 20 minutes talking about this situation because it becomes a lot more complicated than what I'm going to make it seem. But because it'll take me so far away from Harley and Freely, I'll just give a brief summary. Essentially, Joe gave one of the girls a massage, which started off as a consensual massage, and then he started to massage her thigh, which wasn't agreed upon beforehand. He also touched another girl's hand during a dinner, which was unwanted. The 7 women in the house confronted him about this.
Listen, I will say as well, like some of what was going on in the vegan community at this festival was a little bit of pearl clutching as well. Like there's a couple of stories that have been, I remember from back in the day, and that were going around, and I feel like, yeah, maybe this guy was a proper SO, like, you know, maybe he was, but because he sat near you at dinner doesn't mean you've been assaulted. Like some of them would take, like, there was a lot of younger, more impressionable people there, obviously because of the whole setup, and they would get like all worked up about stuff, and there'd be like a million videos, and like sometimes it turned out like this guy's only going to report, you know, the bang on facts. Before I can remember off the top of my head, what am I looking for now? I'm going to put the lights on. Let's have the lights on. This will attract the flies though, isn't it? Let's have the lights on. What I can remember off the top of my head is that as he just said, you know, he touched a girl's hand at dinner. That sounds like it could be bad or it could be okay. Like, you know, it might not be, you know, he might have just touched a girl's hand at dinner by mistake, or he might have given it a good squeeze and a weird one. You don't know, like, but I'm assuming that he's done some other bad stuff to get into the video, you know.
And he confessed to sexual assault.
Oh. Yeah, then. Yeah. Take it all back.
and then he allowed them to stay in the house rent-free without him present until the festival was over.
That's interesting because Harley does a similar thing in Australia, or did a similar thing in Australia, where he had about 4 or 5 different people living in tents in his garden, but I don't think they were rent-free.
Later, he felt as though he was ganged up on and goaded into making an untrue confession, and then he asked them to leave the house before the festival had finished. They left the house, and this caused a lot of talk within
Harley being Durian Rider, of course.
The vegan community. So,
big ups, Carolyn. Jesus ate lamb. Jesus referred to us as the lamb, didn't he? The shepherd. Good enough for him, good enough for God. I mean, maybe he did, or maybe he was vegan. You know, maybe he was vegan. He might have been vegan. You don't know. There's no evidence to confirm nor deny what Jesus ate, is there? Like, he might have really liked animals and been really kind to them. Could you imagine Jesus killing a lamb and then skinning it and then taking out its guts? Sorry, I'm getting a bit brutal. And then sticking a stick through it and roasting it on a fire and then eating it. Like, I don't think I could, like, when I see the pretty little lamb, I just don't think I could see Jesus doing that. I think he'd rather eat corn on the cob and avocado.
As the creators of the event, the whole reason why the girls were there to begin with, Freely and Harley chimed in on the situation. Basically, Freely's response was that she didn't want to feed in to the drama.
Alright, so many people focus on shit and drama and, you know, be a victim, poor me, that sort of vibe.
Sorry, when we're watching your videos, we have to focus on your stomach because for some reason you can't cover it. I think you've got some sort of, I think she's got some sort of genetic condition where if it's not permanently in sunlight, then it's with something bad happens. Like, she literally to this day, she doesn't own any clothes that come below this. Like, everything stops here. This is the selling point. Would you also like to be skinny like her? Give her some money.
And I don't want to be around people like that, okay? I decided a long time ago I don't want to be around that energy. I don't want to be sucked into that vortex.
Someone made a comment on Freely's video suggesting
it's
that
funny
she
as well,
should be
all this energy and the vortex, they speak a little bit spiritually in inverted commas. You know, sometimes some of these, especially the vegan grifters on the way, and she is the vortex and the energy, the bad, like, you know, she is with Harley. She okay, abusive situation, you know, okay, bad chuffer that Harley is, but like, she does all the same things to this day in terms of the grift as well. Like, she is part of a group of people who saw the internet and the audience, I suppose, the community, as a sort of money sponge they could squeeze. And they, like, the whole thing, like I said, is to click through to these ebooks, you know, a grift essentially, because the ebooks are just half-baked nonsense they found on the internet for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Giving attention to someone who's a victim of rape. And then Freely responded with this: "No one got raped, lol. A thigh massage and hand touching is not." And then Harley said that the women just liked the drama.
No, Annie.
This is a problem. This happened at their festival. Okay, the man that did the thing needs to be dealt with by the police, and then you go with what the police have said. Like, you don't come out and say, like, you victim shame. And I would agree that if someone squeezed someone's leg, it's not the same as a full, like, what are we talking, bananas or grapes? Yeah, but their attitude to it was so dismissive and to, like, demean, and because they think these are just, as I've said, they were just like young, impressionable, relatively vulnerable, I suppose, people. But you're the people with the duty of care because you've invited them to Thailand. Okay, you're not, there's no tickets, it's up to them what they do, they're free individuals, but it's your festival, you're the leaders of the community, and this is happening within your community, and then you've just said, stupid people, nothing bad happened to you, some guy touched your hand at dinner, but obviously if he confessed to worse things, then like...
Chill. Love drama. I love creating drama. I love attention. That's fine, girls, but if it's at my event, I'm going to call out a bit.
And he suggests that if the girls had better fitness, they would have a better outlook on what happened.
I think if Jill built her fitness level up along with Annie, if they trained together and if they got their Doisa Tep time under 42 minutes, their whole mental paradigm, the mental health would just like be so much better. But
it's like a nascent Andrew Tate, isn't it? If you just work harder on the bicycle, then you'd feel better. And what he's basically saying is that he's driving at their insecurities, because the reason these people follow Durian Rider and Freely is because they want to be skinny, they want to be athletic, and they aspire to those sort of things. So he's using things that they aspire to say, if you're not good enough, then you're a bad person, really.
Do enough sport. They just sit around and like just dramatise it, sit around and be applying makeup and like spending 4 hours editing like an Instagram photo or whatever, if I spend that energy instead of complaining versus instead put that into training, that'd be fucking going next level, emotionally, physically, spiritually, everything.
And completely unrelated to this incident was another sexual assault incident that took place at this festival, but wasn't brought to light until a year later. Basically, a guy named Jack Francis allegedly pretended to be vegan to...
Right, this is something
basically a guy named...
Like, I mean, he looks a little bit... I don't remember exactly who was there at the time, but like it felt like Freely and Durian Rider, from what I saw on the internet, were slightly older than their audience, and a lot of the audience that went to this festival, like you just saw pictures of all the people there, you know, it was a slightly younger crowd, I think, and then you get the occasional like kind of older man in amongst the younger crowd and pretending to be vegan so that they can go there. This is just levels of creepy, isn't it? I don't know, it's a weird one, because I don't think you can vet people that come to your festival, can you? So I don't think this is Durian Rider's fault, but a repeated connection to bad people like this that, you know, I don't know whether he was friends with them or not. I don't know if he interacted with them or not, you know. You wonder about, you know, what else goes on behind the scenes, don't you? So
Jack Francis.
But they all seemed quite comfortable to go and infiltrate Durian Rider's festival, so...
allegedly pretended to be vegan to gain trust of some women at that event, and nobody had any idea what had happened until Harley had received an email from one of his victims a year later.
This happened at our festival last.
So it happened at his festival. Again, he's stating it clearly. So it makes you wonder about duty of care and responsibility. But again, maybe doing it in Thailand the way they did it, maybe he just gets to walk away scot-free, no lawsuit, no nothing, because like we all went to Thailand and had fun. Sorry, something bad happened to you. It's not my fault. But in the UK, if you organised an actual event like this and you'd put it like, or in America especially with the lawsuits, like, you know, there'd be some serious issues, wouldn't there? I feel really bad for the people who this happened to. At the same time, I would argue on the side, like, I'm just trying to be real about this, I'd argue on the side of, like, Harley and Freely went to try and ride bikes, eat food, and have a party, and other people went with other intent, and it's not, like, in a way it's their duty of care, like I said, because if it's a proper event, like, I don't know how ticketed and how, you know, enclosed and this and that, but if it's a proper event, you're responsible, whereas if it's just people who are naive in Thailand that follow your movement, maybe you're not responsible. It is an interesting question, and yeah, I don't know the answer, so engage with the audience. Let's ask you. Start a Q&A. Is Harley, that's him, Durian Rider, and Freely, you know, as a couple, but Harley, responsible for the S... I don't want to put S, I'll put duty of care. Duty of care for festival attendees. And as you understand, the festival is... Oh, wait, that's a Q&A. Wait, hang on, wait, copy that. I've got doing the wrong thing. The festival is... I want to do a poll. Start a poll. The festival is simply that you turn up and you book into a hotel and, you know, you eat your dinner at this place and that place. There's no enclosure. It's not like Glastonbury where you have to get searched on the way in and you stay in your tent. You know, it's a general vibe they've got going on in Chiang Mai, in an area, and you can sort out your own accommodation, attend and leave at will. It's more of a meet-up vibe, like the guy said. You know, they haven't got proper events happening, they just cycle around as a group. So are they responsible for the duty of care of the people that are attending that event? I really don't know the answer. Like, I personally would feel like I did have because the things that I'm gonna, like, my perception of it, relating it to, would be like a fencing competition or something like that. Like, obviously I've been in those situations where I've been on in a position of more responsibility in places like that, and like, you take all that really seriously. I suppose there's younger people there, but like, you know, like, you go away on a coaching expedition, for example, and like some kid gets really drunk and like is sick or something. That's all fun and games, but like the coaches are responsible. Like, you know, you're fucking responsible for this. So like, I was the kid getting drunk. You know, I was the naughty one causing trouble for my coaches. But you know what I mean? Define duty of care. I don't know. Like, is he responsible for it? Is it on him? You know, does he have to take some sort of legal action? Does he just get to walk away from this? It's not my fault, hands up, I didn't do anything? Or because he organised the festival and this happened, should he now take some accountability, I guess, is the question. accountability. It's a really interesting poll because you've basically answered 50-50, the majority of you. I'll leave it up for a little bit longer while we listen to him talk, but like...
Yeah, and I'm really sorry this happened. I'm going to read this out. I'm sorry this is going to be a super long message. I read Harley's post and I was super shocked. I didn't tell anyone about my experience with him. This guy's name's Jack.
So yeah, I'm really struggling to see what this event is even good for. Like, it's caused so much more harm than good. Just throw the whole event away at that point. But of course, they didn't throw the whole event away. And during 2016's festival, Harley took to Facebook to accuse YouTuber Isel Mazard of being predatory.
So, you've said it's basically 50-50 in the chat for the poll, which is really interesting. The idea that you might want to distance yourself from this event and change its name and, like, you know, change up the whole concept might be a good idea, but then to go into the next, and this is the next incident, so I'm not going to actually get into this so deeply now because we're going to switch away from this story and move on to a different, you know, we're going to dip in and out magazine show tonight. But could you imagine the idea that, number one, you've had this problem the year before, so you should be prepared, you know, there should be an issue that you're prepared for, right? And then number two,
to accuse
someone else does it.
Much more. And during 2016's festival, Harley took to Facebook to accuse YouTuber Isel Mazard.
Well, I say does it. Like, did he does it? We'll find out later, I suppose, when we come back to this and talk this through more, because Harley's the one throwing around the accusations this time. But I don't know if it's a good idea for your brand to accuse more, like, to have an annual festival where every year there's a sex offender. Like, that's not good for your brand. So you, the person that's running the festival, probably don't want to be like, you're not going to sell many tickets on your Facebook after doing this, are you? Like, promoting that, hey, this big SO's at my festival. Like, what the fuck's going on? But it seems another, like, you know, repeat offence, doesn't it? Not from this, like, this guy at this point. I can't remember, like, did he do it or not, this Mazal guy? He might have ended up speaking out against Durian Rider, and Durian Rider might have tried to slander him. We'll come back to that. There's a video that he's cut into this that I remember really, like, there's a YouTuber that I remember at the time being, he was really funny. He used to just do the watch and react. So we'll come back to that. So we'll do 9 coming up to 10 o'clock. We might get a bit more of that in. I did promise you some other stuff, right? I promised you a bit of Ellie Arquette, a bit of Psychic, a bit of Phil, and this. So we're going to move through the different gears. I want to know what happened on Phil's day off, okay? If you don't like this, then stick around because it will change soon. But this is a different guy. This is Dark Side Phil. He's a lolcow in America. He's a massive narcissist. That's one of his traits. Massive narcissist. He is a grifter. He literally begs on the internet on a daily basis. He will expect a total of $250 a day on his tiered tips goals. And if he doesn't hit it, he will make it known. So we don't like Dark Side. Actually, talking of that, where's my tips thing? Shit, have I not had my tippies on? Coffee alerts. I hope I haven't had any tippies. Wait, because I might not have had any tippies while... Or I might have had them and it might not have alerted. Let me just quickly bring that up. Coffee.com, my coffee. Super Chuffer. Let's bring that in. And I take tippies. Thank you very much. I'll pop it in the chat. It might have come through in the chat if it had happened. I'll just check to see if anyone's giving me any tippies. Congrats on putting... That was 2 days ago, so that's cool. Let me reload it and just check. Because sometimes people tip me when I'm off stream as well. So, Eternal Empress Kate, thank you very much. And Ellie, thank you very much. And Julie, they were the last few ones on the tippy system there. So, thank you if you tippied offline. And also, thank you to everyone who re-ups their membership during offline times. I see that it happens. Thank you very much. Right, yeah, Dark Side Phil and his day off.
Views, money. It's not. It's really not. And in life, if that's how you go through life, just thinking that about all your whole life, you're going to be very sad. Most people are going to be very upset because not everyone is going to be a giant, huge celebrity, successful, rolling in money or whatever. That just doesn't exist for most people on Earth. So for people to think of...
Phil, at one point, was rolling in money. He had loads of YouTube views. He was riding high at the top of the game on YouTube, and he spoiled it all by being a racist online. So...
that even on YouTube. That's absolutely ridiculous.
that wasn't the only thing that he did that was bad, but that got him in the most trouble. And also is the thing that I find most egregious, the belligerent and consistent racism, calling people Chicky Chang Wang if they're Chinese. A Chinese person comes on the screen, do you want some pork fried rice? That sort of level of racism.
In my opinion, I basically talked a lot about my life and my experiences and stuff like that. I hope you'll give that a look if you haven't yet. I haven't really checked views or anything on my day off. I was so busy yesterday, which we're about to talk about in a moment. It was a super busy day for me.
Cool. Sippy sippy.
But it was meaningful to me to talk about that stuff with you guys. So I hope you'll check out the chill session we did from Wednesday night, okay?
Hit you with that
There's facts, there's reality, and then there's your bullshit world. So yes, folks, yesterday was my day off. And of course, on the day back from my day off, I tell you about everything I did. Basically, yesterday was a super busy day for me. Why?
Got the neck crack. About to get into it. Why? He looks off. Phil looks out. We call these corner demons. He looks out and away and off. And I often think he's like processing what he's about to say in the moment. He's a bit of a fast thinker and talker in a way. Like, I don't think he thinks carefully before he speaks. So sometimes I think he catches himself saying something and he's like, it's almost like, because he's so manipulative and such a liar as well, it's almost like when you're at school and you're getting told off or something and you're sort of looking out the window and just sort of, yeah, I don't know, yeah, yeah. No, it doesn't set a very good tone. He's wearing his, I don't know what this shirt is. Looks like it's an image of an old car, a red brick building, some tropical trees, Cubana, Hotel Cubanos, some sort of Cuban. Looks like wrapping paper from a Cuban Christmas or something. It's awful. And he puts this logo in the corner, Phil's day off, for this section. So this is of all the stuff Phil does, and he does a lot of stuff, of all the stuff he does, I want to cover Phil's day off on a weekly basis. It only happens once a week, so give me the benefit, please. Let's see if we can enjoy some time with Phil and his day off. Let's see what he's got for us. Let's see what he's going to talk about.
Well, not only did I have to do all my usual stuff that I do on my day.
Bearing in mind this is a stream, this is what he calls a podcast. This is a stream, so this is content. You should be engaged in it, it should be interesting.
Off, including grocery shopping and running errands.
Grocery shopping, running errands. Okay, you don't always have to do that on your day off. If you know you're going to need the same shopping every day, the same every week, which you should do by now, because you've been married to this woman and living in the same location and doing the same sort of thing, routine for years. Maybe you could order it online if you're actually that busy and just have it delivered, or you could click and collect. There are options. There are modern ways to do it.
But I also had to put in all the air conditioners in the house.
Uh-oh.
Which is no easy task when your blinds are all broken, like mine are. Like, I'm not even kidding you. In every single room that I have to install air conditioning, my blinds are broken.
Uh-oh. No, his wife is not going to be coming back on the streams, although she said she was. She's always made an excuse consistently for about 3 weeks, and she's never going to... There's no way she's going to come back on the streams, ever. And what's this? Is this a sneak beg? His blinds are broken. Should we give you hundreds of pounds, Phil? Because in the last couple of months, you've spent over $10,000 on WWE Champions, a mobile Candy Crush wrestling game. You randomly pull card packs to get the golden Hogans, the Hulk Hogans, and he puts thousands of dollars into it. Over the last couple of weeks, he's had hundreds of dollars, exceeding the thousands. In the last month, he must have cleared a few $1,000s easy, and it's all gone into pulling Hogan's and the occasional bit of groceries and DoorDash. The man's an animal for that. So he doesn't need any more money. He's had the money already. If he can't pay for new blinds, then that's on him.
Every room. None of the blinds in the house even work anymore. In this room, I can't...
And things are falling apart in his life. Like, this is an analogy for the way his life is, because he doesn't do the maintenance. He's had the money, he's not done the maintenance, he will wait till it all falls apart, breaks and rots. He's got a bathroom in his house, a second bathroom. He's got 2 bathrooms, right? The second bathroom has been broken for maybe 10 years now. He'll say it's because he hasn't got the money. I will contradict that. He'll say he hasn't got the time, he only has 1 day off a week. I'll also contradict that.
Even pull up the blinds. If I do, they will be permanently stuck in the up position, and you
If I pull up the blinds, they'll be permanently stuck in the up position. Are we to assume that you've pulled up the blinds and you've stuck them in the up position? Because I've seen blinds, there's a set behind me. If that happens, it's what you've done is, you've done something with the tie ropes and you've got it tangled, and that's what you've done. I would warrant the blinds are perfectly functional, but it requires a little bit of maintenance to just untangle them and get them, working properly again. Or maybe if you haven't done anything with them for years, they've like rotted and set into place. Maybe the black mold has taken over.
Can't fix it because the thing up there that you actually pull the wire on already snapped off and broke.
What? That's the problem. The thing snapped off and broke. Well, that's to get them in the bin then. Just take them down and throw them away. You could replace that.
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago? 2 years of no blinds. Like, who lives like this?
Thing up there that you actually pull the wire on already snapped off and broke like 2 years ago.
And in that 2 years, he spent upwards of like 50 grand on WWE Champions, a mobile game with Candy Crush mechanics.
So, in order to do these blinds, not only do I have to frustratingly balance the insert that has to go into the sliding window.
What?
And then put foam and stuff.
Oh, I see. This is the air conditioner setup. So they don't have a permanent air conditioning unit. He lives in Seattle, Washington, Renton, in that area. Exactly, in Renton. And he has to install this. It must be a portable air conditioning unit, and it goes into the window, doesn't it? And it sort of fits into the window. And then, as he says, there's a bit of padding. It's not that much of a deal, is it? It's like it's 10 minutes work. Obviously, there's difficult. The blinds are in the way, and you can't move them. Bearing in mind, this is his podcast. So imagine I'd set up a thing behind me for a. Imagine just for example, I'd set up an air conditioning unit behind me for comfort. What I might do is just say, "Hi, welcome to the show. Check out the air conditioner." Did that today. Right, on with the show. Like, this is a story that's worth telling, apparently, for Phil. So let's see.
In order to do these
let's let him cook a bit.
Blinds, not only do I have to frustratingly balance the insert that has to go into the sliding window and then put foam and stuff in and tape it up, but I have to do this with blinds on my back because I have to lift them over my back to do it. So I look like an asshole, and it's a pain in the butt, and I get covered in dirt and everything. Like, ugh. But I got it done. It took about 2 hours.
1, fix the blinds. This is your notification to fix the blinds. 2, why are they dirty? You live in this room every day. You stream in this room every day, 6 days a week. And like, you get a cloth and you just go like that across the blinds. You get this and you go across it, and then the cleaner. Like, he knows about cleaning things. I don't have to explain it to him. Why did you have to get yourself all dirty to do this? And has he had a shower? He's had a shower because Phil has told us he doesn't use hair product. His hair just looks greasy, and it gets greasier over a course of about 4 or 5 days, and then he has a shower and it looks puffy and all up again. And it looks pretty puffy and up, so maybe he had a shower after this ordeal on his day off.
Basically, to put them all in, what I do is I have...
Is my background sound too loud for this? I just realised I've got background music on while he's talking. How loud is that? Is that as quiet as it can be? Turn it down a little bit. Carry on, Phil.
The weather foam that you can buy that you stick in the gaps, and then you have weatherproof tape. Let me tell you, weatherproof tape is so cool. I love this stuff.
He's got up. He's off. He's up. He's off. Weatherproof tape is cool. Welcome to the show. My name's Darkside Phil. I'm basically a video game streamer, and tonight I'll be streaming games in 2 sessions. This is what he should be doing, obviously, on his show. I'll be streaming games for everyone that doesn't know, I'll be streaming games in 2 sessions. The first session will be this game. The second session will be this game. It's a bit of a funny bunch in chat, but, join in if you can. And we have a bit of fun, I suppose is the word for it, apparently. And, okay, has anyone got any questions? But instead, we're going to learn about weatherproof tape. Like, his audience If you wanted to talk about this, why didn't you have it ready? Where have you gone? Oh, he's back. Wait, what was he wearing when he left?
So cool.
Weatherproof
I love this
tape
stuff.
is so cool. Look, hang on. What's this? What's this under the shirt? Is he wearing checker jammies? Sometimes he wears the same pair of pajama pants all day, every day for a month. Checker jammies, or is that underwear? Is that shorts? It's an interesting cut underneath there. Has he got a second shirt on maybe? I think it's checkered jammies. It looks very checkered jammies to me, that does. What do you think? There's the back end. Or it might be grey or white. Is it the Zelda jammies? I think it's the Zelda jammies. It's the Zelda jammies. It says the word Zelda on it in little yellow letters. It's the Zelda jammies, isn't it, again? Is it? Have they had too much of a wash? Have they lost their blue? It might just be some sort of... It doesn't look like normal trousers, does it? This is too much. I'm doing too much of this. Bit of DSP.
This tape right here, which you can get at any...
This is the man who masturbated live on the internet by mistake while his webcam was on before the start of the show once.
Hardware store or online is so effing good. It's thick like plastic, but it's malleable and easy to mold into like a corner or a shape where you need it to go. This shit...
What are you doing? Kidnapping someone?
It sticks so well. And before I had weatherproof tape, I used to try other means to put these air conditioners in, and it was like a nightmare. This stuff is the best. You've got to use it. And by the way, multi-use. They say it's weatherproof because you're supposed to tape windows up and stuff with it, but it does so much more. Like, if you have a crack somewhere and you need to get that crack sealed up.
A crack? What are you talking about? What kind of crack would I have that I need to seal up? Are you being promoted? Someone promoted this? Did they give you a free roll of this at the DIY centre in exchange for promoting it on your show or something? Like, is he gonna? The next thing he's gonna do is he's gonna bring out one of those big bowls of water and he's gonna fucking smack it on the big. He's got the water coming out and he's like, "Hey, look at that! It seals that up." Or is it the case? Because Phil's very impressionable. He's such a consumer. When he was at the hardware store, did someone say, check out this video? Or did they have a big bowl of water and they stuck it on, he's seen it, and he's like, oh, this is great, this tape. I love this. Stick it on any crack. What crack do you need to seal up? Any suggestions in chat of a crack you might want to tape up in your domestic arrangement? Anyone got a crack they might want to tape up? I'll let you make the suggestions in chat.
This shit is really good for that.
Is it, Phil? Is it? If I've got a crack I need to tape up, it's really good for it. Thanks. I'm glad I tuned into your podcast before your gaming show. Like, what do you want about?
So I strongly recommend weatherproof tape.
Lifestyle tips with Phil.
By the way, it's not even expensive. It's actually just a really reliable, remarkable product that I wish I knew more about earlier in my life.
This is why he's gold. This is a remarkable, reliable product, and I wish I knew more about it earlier in my life. Life-changing, this tape. If I'd known more about this, then I wouldn't have had that unsealed crack blowing in all that wispy, cold air all these years. That unsealed crack wouldn't have gone unsealed all these years. That fucking crack covered in gaffer tape and bits of chewing gum. That damn crack. Honey, have you got the car door closed? It's got that crack in it again, Phil. And she just got the window open with a little crack. Like, it won't go up any further. Ah, what crack? What crack needs sealing? I can't understand. What crack has he sealed? It's just like... What? I wish I'd known about this tape earlier in my life. It seems like it might have been more of a modern tape as well, this weatherproof tape, isn't it? Like, I imagine when I was young, it was just like packaging tape. You have the brown packaging tape, you have the white masking tape, you have the gaffer tape, the duct tape, duck D-U-C-K and duck D-U-C-T. It's the same, isn't it? It doesn't matter which one you say. It turns out one's a brand name. And anyway, look, you've got all that tape, then you've got the sellotape, then you've got the electrical tape, which is stretchy and comes in different colours, and you've got a cassette tape, and you've got a measuring tape, and you've got... can you, in chat, have you got any other types of tape? Has anyone got any other types of tape for me? Any types of tape? Let's get, it's like an infomercial, isn't it? It's like an infomercial. Exactly, Seb, yeah. Except this is his like podcast. Before he's a gaming YouTuber, I suppose. Gaming and YouTube. Like, he does some chit-chat sometimes. This is the chit-chat. Anyone got any other tapes? VHS tape? Betamax tape? Masking tape? I think I said masking. Frog tape? Is frog a type of tape? Frog tape? I'll say it. You said frog, I'll say tape. Gaffer tape, masking tape, gaffer, VHS tape. In fact, any word you say, I'll put tape after for the next sort of 3 or 4 chats. So you can. It's up to you, really.
I probably would have been using this shit for things forever. The only
I would have been using this shit for things forever. You know, if I'd known about this tape, I'd have been using it forever. Of course. What are you talking about?
By the way, it's not even expensive. It's actually just a really reliable, remarkable product that I wish I knew more about earlier in my life. I probably would have been using this shit for things forever. The only drawback...
He's smelling it! The only drawback is that it smells funniest. Well, story of your life, you sweaty bastard.
In my life, I probably would have been using this shit for things forever. The only drawback, it stinks when you use it. Right now it's fine, but once you take it off and you try to put it on, you know, something, it has a smell to it. The smell goes away after a bit, but it is kind of yucky. So, yeah, I'm, you know, is there a drawback? But for the most part, it's a really, really useful product.
Okay, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10. I'm not going to be completely convinced that I get an out of 10, or at least out of 5. You know, I need some sort of accurate gradient of score here. We've given it a high praise, but we've also stated a drawback. So I don't know. It's life-changing tape. It smells yucky. If I've got a crack I need sealing, I'll remember that. He's checking the chat there.
So, yeah. Packing tape also stinks like chemical. You would never want to use packing tape on your window. That would never...
Feel all over. Someone said packing tape smells like chemicals, and disparaging of his audience. You would never want to use packing tape on your windows, you fucking idiot. What are you saying? You tape novice. You would never want to use packing tape on your windows. Well, you get out of my chat.
Yeah. Packing tape also stinks.
Sex, I'll tell you what, that's a good one. Sex tape. I like that. Sex tape, well done, blank faces. Back in the day, wasn't it? Like, it's still died out a bit now. Kim Kardashian's a robot. Kim Kardashian did a sex tape, didn't she? But like, they used to do sex tapes all over the show, didn't they? I like that one. Tapey tape, McTape. Tape Face is a real person. They're an entertainer. Wig tape, I like. Gorilla tape. Andrew tape, is that a person? Waxing tape. With your hair is.
Like chemical. You would never want to use packing tape on your window. That would never work. Packing tape, that will never work. You need this stuff. This stuff's good.
You need this stuff. And follow my affiliate link and I get you 10% off.
So yeah, so it took me like 2 hours. I put all 3 of them in.
It took me 2 hours, even with that tape. What you have to do is you have to move over, you have to take out the air conditioning unit from wherever you store it. Okay? Assuming it's in a box. You unpack it from the box. Okay, this is taking like 5 minutes. It's the same system as you've always done every year. Everything's all set as it's supposed to be. So, for Phil, he has to get under the blind, right? Take this item from the floor, place it in the window. Now it's tape time. The job is done. Plug that bitch in. Air condition away. What do you want me to do? I've got to get out from under this dirty thing. Right, now the job is done. Right. No, I'm not going to clean that. Leave it. It's not that of an ordeal, is it? Every room in the house? Yeah. Yeah, you did, didn't you, Phil? You put an air conditioning unit in every room in the house, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, didn't you? Yeah. No, you didn't. You put it in this room because this is your room. You must have put it in the bedroom because Kat sleeps in there and she's going to be disturbed. Maybe in the lounge because you sleep in there and it's going to be it. You're not going to be the kitchen, the bathroom, other rooms. Like they're not. The other rooms aren't even utilised, and the spare bathroom's broken. So like, it's not every room. Maximum. I'm going to say 2. I'm going to say 2. The bedroom and this room, 2 probably.
Turned them on, and by the way, we rotated them around.
We rotated them around, so it took extra time.
Where now we have the bigger air conditioner is in the bedroom across the hall, down the hall. And then we have the 2 smaller air conditioners on this end. So I have the one in my office.
2, 3, yeah. So it's one in the bedroom, one in his office, one in the lounge. So it's not what he said. It doesn't take... It's not 2 hours work to put up 3 air conditioning units in your own house that you put up every year.
Across the hall, down the hall. And then we have the 2 smaller air conditioners on this end. So I have the one in my office and one over...
Like, this sort of attitude would really fuck you off if you were his boss, wouldn't it? Boss! Because what would happen is, right...
I can say whatever the fuck I want and you like it. Or you shut the fuck up.
What would happen is you'd say, so what have you been doing for the last 2 hours? And say, I've set up the air conditioning units. And you'd be like, yeah, that was on the list. What have you been doing for the last 2 hours? You'd be like, well, I've set up the air conditioning units. I had to do one in the thing, and I would do one in there, and explain about the tape. And you'd be like, okay, but I do that, and it takes me like 15, 20 minutes. Then you can have a cigarette break, and then you've got an hour and a half to carry on with the job. What have you been doing for the last, like, do you know what I mean? It just really, really annoyed me. These buttons I'm pressing, these are all Dark Side Phil.
There's too many fucking idiots.
From his own stream.
Super Chuffer.
Including my name.
Super Chuffer.
Oh yeah, I've been shouted out.
Super Chuffer.
I got myself a button.
Super Chuffer.
Love it.
We're in the room across there. They'll be blowing the air down the hallway while that big one is blowing it out of the bedroom. So all 3 rooms will be cool, and that's going to push the air down the staircase into the bottom floor. We cannot put an air conditioner downstairs.
Again, I couldn't be happier.
Seb, Seb.
And then first.
Tape cocks. Have a lovely evening, everyone. .ll.
Tippy's tape.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much, Seb. Thank you. Tippy's tape. I might have to change that picture. It's a bit black and white, isn't it? Not everything's black and white, you know. A bit more jazzy, snazzy today. Like his shirt. His system doesn't. I thought the way it worked is it sucks air out, like the hot air out. Like, you know, when the air conditioning, I thought the reason it's attached to the window is to remove the hot air, and in doing so it cools. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't have one in the UK. But he thinks that the system is going to suck air through and down. Hot air rises, so the hot air will be higher up, I guess. I mean, I don't know if he's... Basically, you're going to put those air conditioning units in the windows where they go, and that's the story, isn't it? I don't think you need to have like a sort of system of complex physics going on. Well, if we place the bigger one here, then it's going to create a vacuum, and then the vacuum will draw air through the stairwell. Like, no, it's just, you're going to just put them in the... If they didn't create a vacuum and draw the air through the house, you're still going to put those ones in the windows where they go, and that's it. Convincing yourself you live in some sort of Star Trek, like, you know... physics system with like the air's going to create this flow. We put up some little pinwheels so we can see them going to check that that's happening. We've got a windsock over here testing the measurements. No, adjust the fan in the bedroom. We need to create more suction. Have you got the kitchen door open? It's ruining the airlock. Why? We literally don't have Philly's serious. Philly's dead serious. He's a narcissist, delusional narcissist, and he lives in his own. He's not like Steve's a big Dark Side Phil detractor. Steve of the Dead off Thus. Big ups, Red Fan. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I see some classic faces picking those up. Big ups, you chuffers. There is members content on this channel, and there will be more, of course. There always is. He's a serious man, but he's a narcissist living in his delusional dream world, and he doesn't socialise much, and he talks to a very strange small group of people on the internet and indulges himself in his own methodology and way of life. He's not having to... I mean, he's working because he's online grifting, but he plays computer games and says to the audience, listen, it's been a slow day, where's my tips? Like, that's what he does for a living. So he sort of convinces himself that he's actually quite an important, serious businessman with lots of serious things to do, to convince the audience of that in a way so that he can feel better about it all. That's what's happening here.
Window that opens. In our living room, we have...
Like, bear in mind, like I said,
stair-
I've been pausing it a lot, but this is his day off segment for his podcast. He's had a day off, and this is his podcast before he gets into the... He calls it a podcast. It's not a podcast, but he calls it a podcast. And this is a segment in his podcast for the audience to hear that he thought this is a good idea to talk about this for an extended period of time. This is the man.
Case into the bottom floor. We cannot put an air conditioner downstairs. Why? We literally don't have a window that opens. In our living room, the air down the hall and turned them on. And by the way, we rotated them around where now we have the bigger air conditioner is in the bedroom across the hall, down the hall. And then we have the two smaller air conditioners on this end. So I have the one in my office and one over in the room across there.
I wonder if this is what took 2 hours, is he got them out and then he talked for an hour and a half about where they should go and what should happen. And then he fitted them.
They'll be blowing.
Or by that point, his wife had got so tired of the conversation that she'd fitted them.
Air down the hallway.
And he critiqued where she'd put them.
while that big one is blowing it out of the bedroom. So all 3 rooms will be cool, and that's going to push the air down the
And
stairs.
obviously the big one in the bedroom, because she's in the bedroom, it's hot in the bedroom, give her the big one, yes.
Staircase into the bottom floor.
And the air goes down the staircase to where you live, in the land of cuck, sleeping in the basement floor somewhere, so the smell doesn't waft up, so she can get a good night.
We cannot put an air conditioner downstairs. Why? We literally don't have a window that opens. In our living room, we have 2 big windows that are considered bay windows. They don't open. So you can't put an air conditioner in there. And then we have a back door that's just a sliding door. You would never fit an air conditioner in there.
Couldn't be
Nick
happier.
sent tippies.
And then swoosh.
Pension day.
Big ups.
Light spliff. Super chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to change it to a more jazzy picture. Thank you very much for the tippies. It says switch to tab. Have I got the tab? Oh, I've got the tab open there, look. Yeah. Okay. Move that out. We'll watch this in a minute. I promise you that as well. Philip and some classic this morning. It might get me copyright classic this morning, but the curse of this morning. It's a short video. We'll have a look at that. Phil's day off will continue now, right now. It's unbelievable though, isn't it, that this conversation is taking up a segment in his... I still can't... You know, the decision making of the man.
In there, and then we have a back door that's just a sliding door.
You don't know if you can cope with this guy for much longer. Sorry, we're going to listen to his day off, and then we're going to move on. Right? It's not my fault that he talks about this on his day off. It's not that long. It's only another two minutes, so don't worry.
You never fit an air conditioner in there. It's too tall, so you can't. There's no air conditioning available downstairs. We're just stuck with this kind of stagnant air down there. So what we do is we have the 3.
In America, I don't know what the situation is, but I think he owns the property, so can't he just fix that by changing the window if he wants or anything?
Air conditioners upstairs, and then we turn on our air system and it circulates the air through the house through the vents. And we bought really high grade air filters that filter out all kinds of disgusting shit.
This annoys me. Okay, in a trapped environment, an air filter may work. I think it's a bit of a con though, because you're going to filter the air, which means the air must stay in the room. Yeah, like, if you filter the air and then open the door, doesn't the air just go out the door and then you've got bad air in again? Won't it very quickly mix? So if you're running air conditioning, won't you be drawing in air? Don't the filters have to go on the input of the air? Maybe that's what he's got, but if it's just a box in the room that filters the air and you are constantly drawing the air out, it's a useless box that's doing nothing.
Like pollen and soot and pet dander and all that stuff.
Like if you were in a small cupboard and you put the air filter on, you would notice it because you're trapped in the environment with it. It's filtering the air. But if you're in a larger environment, it's got to filter the air, and the air cannot be changing because the filtered air will go out the door and the new air will come in. What?
So we get...
I don't believe in it, but yeah.
Clean air throughout the house, even though the air conditioners are blasting and taking all that shit in from the outside. Basically the air gets double filtered through the air conditioner, then through the vent system. And it's actually pretty good. So, yes, soot, because we have wildfires. Someone just said soot. Yeah, we have wildfires where sometimes we get for a week really disgusting soot-filled air, and we need them to be filtered through our system here. So
interesting. Might be a fact.
Anyway, it's all in effect, and it took about, like I said, 2 hours of my day yesterday to do that. In addition to that, I still had to go out and get groceries and pet.
Still had to go to the supermarket and go to the pet supplies.
Supplies.
Pet supplies is a weekly thing that he claims he does. I personally, and this is me a detractor Scotty Otter here, this is a Scotty theory, I personally think that Darkside Phil goes to PetSmart and uses it as some sort of cash conversion because he spends a lot of money there. Like, we know how much money he spends because they leaked his bank details online. So he spends a lot of money at this PetSmart, right? And he's got to buy the stuff for Jasper, his cat. He's got to buy cat food and litter and stuff. Okay, yeah, I get it. But he spends a lot of money there. And I wonder if he doesn't, like, get I think they sell iTunes cards and things like that at places like that. I think they do. And I wonder if he doesn't buy something like that and exchange it for cash with someone for another product somewhere along the line. It's a very strange, repeated... Every day off, got to go to PetSmart. You'd think I could get a month's worth of pet stuff in one and just stick it in the garage, you know? I don't know why he needs so many routine, regular trips to PetSmart. But yeah, PetSmart and the groceries. I don't know if it's even true that he's done that. He might not have done that.
And, oh yeah, I picked up something from like a pickup, from a store pickup.
A store pickup? I wonder what that is. A store pickup. That's when you order something on the internet, isn't it? And then you have to go into the store to get it. So it's not a small item that they can easily deliver through your letterbox. It might be a bigger item or a more expensive item that they want you to sign for in some way. So that's interesting. Or it could be like he could have click and collected the supermarket shopping, like I said. Like, it makes so much sense. He eats the same stuff every week and all that business. Like, why not just get the same order on the click and collect, and then when you're there, maybe pick up a few different bits.
From online stuff and, you know, the usuals.
You let that slide under the radar. Some online stuff that he's bought.
Came home, unpacked the groceries, ordered some food. We ended up ordering some Hawaiian barbecue.
Because, you know what I mean? Like, this man has spent ages telling you about the blinds and the air conditioning, and then there's been a reasonably interesting purchase, I would warrant, like something expensive or large maybe that he's had to go and pick up, and that's just, and I just also did that. You'd think he'd spend more time talking about the new purchase,
which is always,
so I think he's been trying to hide it. He fucking loves the Hawaiian barbecue. He's not, maybe that's the reason for the shirt. They love the Hawaiian barbecue.
Unpacked the groceries, ordered some food. We ended up
ordered it, so it's been door dashed in.
Ordering some Hawaiian barbecue, which is always delicious. I got a, what did I get? I got a seafood combo. It was like a couple shrimp and a piece of whitefish and some katsu curry.
That's what he had for his dinner?
Yeah, you know, chicken katsu, but with the freaking curry sauce on top. Oh my God, that stuff is so good.
Oh my God. Oh.
I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you like it, or you shut the fuck up.
And then, after that, we ended up watching, well, actually, I take that back. My wife...
Bearing in mind, this is his 1 day a week to spend with his wife. He complains about this a lot. He has a very tight schedule on the old streaming. 6 days a week. Morning, noon, and night. 6 days a week. And he only gets 1 day off to spend with his wife. So you would think, it might. Well, if it was me, I'd probably want to spend this amount of time, like, you know, the katsu curry, I'd scarf that down, and then I'd be like, right, it's time for sex. It's the 1 day off a week. Look, I don't care what you want to watch on Netflix. You can watch it at the same time. I don't care. Just give me the back end then. But what's Phil going to occupy this time with, this wonderful romantic evening with his wife?
Basically finished up Fallout 4.
Fallout 4.
For her second time.
She's been playing on the Xbox. That sounds fun.
This time around, she sided with the Brotherhood. The first time around when she played it years ago, she sided with the Railroad. This time, she sided with the Brotherhood.
I bet she sided with the Brotherhood. I've seen videos like that on the internet. Phil, what happened on the day off? Maybe there was some sex. Don't think Phil was involved in it though.
Years ago, she sided with the Railroad. This time, she sided with the Brotherhood, and so she got to see the different plot lines with Paladin Dance and everything. And you know, it was interesting. She likes the game, but hates that the endings aren't definitive endings like they are in the other Fallout games. In this game, you get like a little bit of story, and then it's like, oh, the game just continues. Huh? What's the ending? Well, there is none. Just keep playing. Oh, well, that's not really an ending then, is it? And there really is no definitive ending in Fallout 4.
Okay, nice day off with your wife. I do have to quickly argue that there is a definitive ending in Fallout 4. You make a really important decision and decide who's going to be the faction that takes power and control, essentially. So, like most Fallout games, you make the big decision at the end, and then there's an ongoing Radiant quests if you want it. You can keep up to date with your settlements, but there is like, if you've missed it, that's more on you than it is on Fallout 4.
So, watched her do that, and then...
So you watched her... You watched your wife play video games. You watched your wife play video games. This is your important day off, your 1 day off a week to spend together, and you watched her play video games. The video games that you've played that video game yourself twice on your stream.
Then...
What you were then doing is pulling Hulk Hogan pictures on your phone, spending money on the... You're not watching you're bored of the video game, you sat in the lounge, maybe, or maybe you're on your own, gone, you know, into the office, wanking and pulling Hogans. That's what you're actually doing. Now you're trying to make up something.
We did house cleaning, because basically what happened was...
What?
Now I put the air conditioner in that other room, all right? my wife's like, oh man, what a mess. We should clean the room out. So we did. But then it was like spring cleaning. So we ended up spending like another chunk of the day taking stuff out of that room, tossing it in the garage for when I go to the dump to throw out, and just cleaning up and, you know, vacuuming the house and everything.
What, so this was earlier in the day? We've had the DoorDash. Did you do this cleaning earlier in the day, or did you do it after you've eaten your dinner? I'm confused, Phil.
So honestly, I mean, was it a day off?
Did your wife spend the evening having sex with another man while you clean the spare room? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Was it really a good day off where we did a lot that was enjoyable? No.
No.
I mean, I got to watch my wife play some Fallout 4 and we had a good dinner, and that was about it. A lot of the day was a lot of work.
I got to watch my wife play Fallout 4. Come on now, Phil. We're a similar age, me and Phil. I mean, I'm not married, but I think I'm in a slightly better position, because if I was married and I spent my one day off a week watching her play a video game... We did also have a nice dinner that we got from the takeaway. Back to the grind, I suppose.
And by the end of the day, we were both so exhausted. We actually went to bed early.
Exhausted because you'd moved some boxes and set up the air conditioning unit, eaten your dinner and watched a play Fallout.
And passed out. Like, normally we don't...
Passed out? Must have been drinking heavy in the day as well then, yeah?
Do that. Normally it's like, oh, it's time for bed. All right. Well, we'll watch some stuff online, or, you know. We were dead tired. We were boop, out.
Boop, boop. Big up Sindri Cold.
We'll watch some stuff online, or, you know. We were dead tired. We were boop, out.
Boop. Big up Snood. Big up Sindri Cold. I think they would both like that.
Oh. We were online, or, you know. We were dead tired. We were boop, out. We did so much work.
Sippy sip. They were dead tired because they'd done so much work.
So that was our thrilling day off yesterday.
That was your
Not too much to talk.
Look at your thrilling head shape. Look at that. That's one for the books. Your thrilling head shape.
About in that regard, but what was fascinating about yesterday.
That was just a lean-in ban. He just leant over and found someone in chat that he needed to remove. So got a little. He doesn't even get distracted when he does it anymore. Please note. Or did he change this screen? Was it that? Please note the level 1 podcast border. What did he just do? Oh, he did. That was what it was. We've gone from Phil's day off to the level 1 podcast again. We're back to the podcast now, so that was only a segment in the podcast. Phil's day off. As long as the border makes it clear, I'm sure you'll...
Not too much to talk about in that regard, but what was fascinating about yesterday was the amount of game news. There was a ton of news to talk about.
The amount of game news. So now back into the podcast. I'm not going to listen to the game news, and nor will you have to. That's the end of Phil on my show for this week. But well, maybe I'll do more Phil this week sometime. You know, I do watch a lot of Phil, and I am a detractor, but I'm like bitty and salt and peppery with Phil. More consistent with Alan, aren't I? But I do watch, and you know, I have my thoughts and feelings about this, and I do love the day off segments. So I think I'll continue doing them. I think. Right. Oh, look, the chicks. Should we keep... Look. The chicks. It's night time now. Look. The sun's gone down. Check this out, though. The chicks are all snuggled up. But Mommy is just like... She don't even have to huddle with them anymore, look. They actually are warmth from each other. And she's sort of just having a little bit of a break. It's kind of weird, isn't it? She must realise it. Because like before, she had to literally put her body on top of them. But now they're so... big that she can only get on top like near one, and the others can't get much of a cushion. So AD and Alan and Darkseid are very alike because they're both massive narcissists, so they do similar things. Like there have been so many parallels, and we should do a good video about it one of these days. You know, we should do. It would open up both audiences to the other. So there's a lot more people that watch Darkseid than they do Alan, though. Yeah, they're the chicks. We were doing Freely Endurian Rider. We did the Eddie song. I think we should play another song, and we should listen to a little bit of Ellie Arquette, and then we should finish with the Psychic. We've done Phil, so that can go. And the Curse of This Morning. So we're going to do... I would only do a short bit of Ellie Arquette, because she is fucking nuts. And I want to listen to that video about the Psychic, and then we'll finish on This Morning, I think. So to play us in to Ellie Arquette, we've got a special song about this special lady. I'm going to take a little break, little bathroom break. I'm only going to the bathroom to go to the bathroom. I'm not going to go and look at this picture or anything. We've got a lovely song, a special... This one goes out... Wait, I've got so many fucking windows. Close these windows. Compressor. Right, close that. This window. This is the window I want. This song goes out to Kim Kardashian, and we're going to get these songs up on. All the songs are going to appear on Sentries. I know the fervour for the songs, the artificial intelligence songs, has died away a little bit because it's brand new and it's exciting. Then it dies away a bit. But we've made some really good songs, so they are going to be getting released on Sentries as the weeks and days go. Because I don't want to release them all at once. It sort of steps on itself. So, but we'll take a little bathroom break, or I will. We'll play the song, and then we'll move on to Ellie Arquette next. Big ups.
Milkshake on the road, milkshake on the road. Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian. I shake on the road, milkshake on the road. Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian. I shake on the road, milkshake on the road. Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian. Milkshake on the road, Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian. Shake on the road, milkshake on the road, Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian. Shake mama ra-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Milkshake on the road, Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian.
Oosh.
I shake mama ra-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Okay.
Necessarily Justin Bieber would want to get raped by P. Diddy or a bunch of men. But he did apparently. Allegedly, for entertainment purposes only, he had to go through all that.
Welcome to my channel. Please visit my website, elliearquette.com.
I love the way Ellie starts her videos with only it's good content, I suppose. I love the way she starts her videos like this. Me and Ellie will have fun, I suppose. I always say this. At least with these, I say start as nutters. The start's good. After that, though, moving into spiritual life coach, it's just like, what? You're gonna, for me, the life coaching, I think I'm all right with my own spiritual life, thanks.
To book a session with me, I can transform
Me and God have
every
got actually
area
quite
of your life,
very good relationship,
spiritually
actually.
and scientifically.
Hi guys, it's Ellie. Welcome back to the channel. So I just got the shower and I was drying my hair in the sun. I did my skincare, so that's why I'm sitting here. Somebody commented the other day under my OJ Simpson video like, oh, I was interested in this video but you were showing your lipstick, so I clicked off.
Click off.
I am a spiritual entrepreneur.
Fine, click off. I love that.
But you were showing your lipstick, so I clicked off.
Click off.
I am
Fine, click off. I want that. Wait, I want that. Start recording.
Oh, I was interested in this video, but you were showing your lipstick, so I clicked off.
Click off.
I am a spiritual entrepreneur.
Now, I'm going to just quickly get that on TikTok. That's, TikTok on Twitter. That's classic Ellie Arquette, really. Classic Ellie Arquette. She scared me a little bit, to be honest. Classic Ellie Arquette. And post it, I guess. I should put that it's on my stream, isn't it? Because people might come and watch the stream. I'm not on Twitch. I'm on YouTube at the moment. Battery Exhausted, that's my channel. We're doing a live stream. And it's this one. And share and copy and close that and go to the Twitch and use this and press that and then press this and then do that and then you listen to this.
So I clicked off.
Click off.
I am a spiritual entrepreneur. So I was interested in this video, but you were showing your lipstick, so I clicked off.
Click off.
I am a spiritual entrepreneur.
Fine, click off. Fucking hell. Sounded like the devil spoke through you. Fucking hell. Black magic, isn't it? It's that. Hang on, I've got too many windows now. Got too many windows now. Start closing up some of these windows. Otherwise, you won't be able to use the air conditioning properly, will you?
I can't remember what interview I did.
Yeah, it's dark magic, isn't it? Is actually like she's talking about this stuff. She did videos where she talked about Satanism in the past, whether she was or isn't or whatever. Like, I wonder if the tarot is considered to be, by God and religion. What do you think in chat? Like, is the tarot probably antithetical, isn't it? It's probably heretical. Certainly Islam, like, and the Quran would have this stuff as black magic, like, the way she does her tarot readings and what's the other thing she does? Her spiritual life coaching and stuff like that. It wouldn't be seen by the major world religions as a sort of very positive thing. I would imagine, would it? So yeah, she just sounded like the devil spoke through her though. So I don't know. Oh, we got more of it. Oh, I love you, Ellie. Sometimes.
So I clicked off.
Click off.
I am a spiritual entrepreneur. I have products.
Last time we talked about her, she got eggy about her hair because I commented on her hair because I'm a bit of an expert on the old hair, and now she's gone for blue black. That's it. That's never coming out. That's gonna have to grow out.
And services. So, if you're here for the first time, my name is Ellie.
She's got all the different filters on, but she does a really interesting choice of just one snappy quick frame of the filter thing and then out of it. It's quite an interesting choice. I like it.
I'm a psychic medium and a manifestation mindset coach.
She's
I'm
laughing.
also the founder of Elegant Cosmetics.
She's laughing when she said I'm a psychic medium because she's like, it's just bollocks, isn't it?
I have products and services. So, if you're here for the first time, my name is Ellie. I'm a psychic medium and a manifestation mindset coach. I'm also the founder of Elegant Cosmetics. I literally have changed my skin. I look younger now than I did 4 years ago, which is insane. I just got a shower. Like I said, I don't have any makeup on. I did my skincare just because that lady said whatever. I'm gonna show you guys. I have this 24 karat collagen soap. This is for face and body. It has gold in it, as you guys can see. It smells really expensive and it's just so good. This is going to cleanse your...
It looked like it had very small flakes of gold leaf, which, as we've all seen in things like Goldschlager or on cakes, is a very, very cheap, very, very thin gold leaf, isn't it? So I don't know how rubbing that on your face is going to benefit you, but
your skin, gets rid of the pollution in the air, makeup, brighten your complexion, get rid of acne sores, age spots, sunspots. Literally, it's magic, like an eraser.
It's like magic. Gold soap. I'm so glad I've got Ellie. I should actually buy and try some of her cosmetics just for fun. I don't know about the vegan tag that she gives to this stuff, because is it tested on animals? Is it made from stuff that's been tested on animals, or is it vegan? I don't know the answer, but I'm hoping that she's right when she says vegan as in not tested on animals, rather than just vegan as in it's been sourced from vegan ingredients, which of course most chemicals in a laboratory are vegan, aren't they?
It's for your face and your body. Is highly recommended. And I have 2 serums. You can see.
I mean, this stuff is what we call drop shipped. Like, she'll pay a warehouse in China to send her 100 bottles with her name on. But they won't send it to her. They'll just ship it out from the Chinese warehouse. This isn't defamation or anything. This is how people do these sort of products online. She's not going to make like a makeup line in her house, is she? Like, all bottling it up and stuff. You pay a company, probably in China, to, it's called drop shipping, because you don't have to keep the stock. So when they take an order, they send out a bottle of yours to, another person in the world, and you run the websites and all that, but they take a bigger cut. You don't take as much, you're not like a proper stockist and salesperson. So you're essentially working as a pyramid scheme on behalf of a bigger business to sell their products, but with your name on. And they don't care whose name it is, they're selling the products. So drop shipping, it ranges, because some people put a big markup on it and they make it's more of a scam, so they get profit. And some people don't put as much of a big markup and end up just as a salesperson for a bigger company. And of course, all of these cosmetic companies are endlessly trying to recruit people into becoming the sales force, whether they know it or not, on YouTube and social media as influencers, and obviously a lot of them do know it and take the money for it, or whether people just tell their friends to use it because it's great, or even the most insidious, when they become multi-level marketing people and they use their friends as a sort of resource Like when they start charging their friends money for the services on the multi-level marketing, like, and not just the service. I say the services because you sell them the idea that they can become the next level person, and you can sell them the stock, and you can give the, and if you sign up to this, I'll give you this pack, and then you know all that shit. So this is not as insidious as multi-level marketing because she's not asking you to sign up, but she's already signed up. She needs to sell the bottles. So.
I use my own products because I'm always like running low. Like I just have a little.
So when she says her own products, again, I don't think she sourced the bottle, the label, the stuff that goes in the bottle. I don't think she's done the laboratory tests. I don't think she's responsible for any of that. It's just got her name on it because the website that she bought it off allows you to put your name on it. Like.
Bit of the day serum left. We have a day serum and a night serum. The night serum has gold in it. It's a thicker.
I think the problem with this is that it then becomes non-unique, isn't it? Like anyone can sort of put this together. This is my guess. If I'm wrong, Ellie can absolutely, rinse me and I'll accept it and just take a step back and say, wow, I didn't know that you'd done your own company and, research and development department and packaging and all that. If it's in-house, so to speak, then I'll take it all back. But my guess is it's drop shipped. Let me just quickly check. Can I just quickly get gold collagen soap? Let me just quickly put that. Gold collagen soap. Well, it looks like I can buy it for $3.99 on voucher. Dr. Rachel. So there's already a product out there that's like, the sort of brand leader, I suppose. What am I looking for? Dropship, maybe? Like, there must be a company that Eddie is utilising to gain these products and put them together, isn't there? They can't simply just be... let's just pick one of these random one. Dropship beauty products. This is an advert, so it's being suggested to me. Please just show me some products, maybe, because that's what I'm here to see. From AliExpress or whatever. Yeah, they do it all for you, but I want to just see, started soap dropship business. I just wanted to see like an actual... There it is, look, hang on. Alibaba, got it. Found it. Thank you. Is it? What's going on with this website? Okay, let's go back. Egg collagen gold soap. Show it me. There it is. So, let's close that. So this is Alibaba, which is the drop shipping site, basically. Private label, OEM, natural organic, lavender collagen, egg, gold, beauty care, handmade gel soap. So you buy it off here, and it says private label, because what they mean is, like, you can put your order in and decide what label you want. So there you go. There's your soap. Like, so the problem here is, and also, I suppose, if she's selling that, you're buying it at, like, $1.50. Yeah, that's good. But you have to buy, like, 5,000 pieces. So you spend a bit of money. But if you're drop shipping it, then you probably spend like $1.50 per unit. You double your prices. They get more money, but they send it out. They keep the stock. So that's the other option. I don't know if she's actually buying this in boxes and sending it out. That would be a nightmare for her. Like, that really would. Look, they've got... Are we going to get it? Are we going to get it? Are we still on? Are we still on? Are we still on? Some sort of pop-up happened. I think we're still running, aren't we? I think we're still running. We're still running. Let me check. Let me see it. You can tell me in chat, are we still running? Are we still going? Yeah, we're still going. We're going. Okay. This thing came up on the screen, a cookies thing in it. I think that crashed it for some reason. Anyway, they've got this Dr. Rachel soap as well, the one that I said looked like the market leader. You can buy that for $1.50 a piece. You can get 100 of them for $1.80 a piece. So going back to... where do we start searching for it? This Dr. Rachel look... Do I want to go and buy that? Look, the market leader. Remember, we said that looked like the market leader, that Dr. Rachel soap, yeah? Like, do I want to buy that? For $3.99. I mean, that's not... it's on voucher, so it's a special offer. But what about if I buy it on eBay there, look, in a different package? The same product for £36 or £39. Or what if I buy this one for £79? Because it sounds really expensive. It's gold collagen. And you get it on the internet, so it might be worth £79. And that's the skank, isn't it? So we know that they cost $1.87 a piece. We know the ones that she's getting cost $1.50 a piece. Whether she's buying it in bulk and actually shipping it out herself, in which case there are costs to that, so you have to put up some markup, or whether she's just drop shipping it at a slightly higher cost to herself and not handling any stock but paying a slightly bigger markup per product. You can buy it yourself in bulk, much, much cheaper. and it's just the same product that everyone in the world that wants to do this can have. So there's no unique individual quality. I know it says Ellie on it, but you know what I mean. Her makeup range is not really able to compete with any of the established brands because it's not a brand. It's dropship products. So.
Consistency, they both do the same thing. This is just lighter for the day and this is a thicker consistency for the evening. Basically, it just gets rid of, I just have it on my face right now, that's why I'm glowy. You just basically put it on and you let it dry out. It tightens your skin, it gets rid of blemish and acne scars, age spots, sunspots, brightens your complexion.
Sometimes people, like, I think she might feel quite bad about hearing me say that, but that's her choice in her life to do this with her life. So like, you know, I didn't make her do this. It's either a confusion about capitalism and what is an important ethic and what is like a confusion, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's a lot of confusion about that. People grow up and think like, well, you know, this is how business is done or whatever. It's a confusion about capitalism, or because at the end, what she is, she's the consumer. She's the one that bought all these bottles of Alibaba. They've shipped them out. They're happy selling them. They're the ones that are making money. Alibaba. You're then forced to become like a market stall to sell on their crap. So like, yeah, like she's got a confusion about the business. She doesn't understand like, you know, the business maybe in that way, but like it is her choice to do that. She could do other things, and the whole selling of tarot mediumship and all that business online, you know, is it money for old rope? Maybe. Like we've already seen for Ellie specifically there that she doesn't have to do this. She could just abandon the makeup range if she wanted to and do something different. So for me to critique her on it, it's not negative, like personal on her, but it is her choice. Like she's done that, and if you want to buy her products at a markup off Alibaba, like then you're getting slight, I suppose, like most shops, you're getting slightly conned, aren't you? But like this one's a bit more straightforward. She knows it's a con. Well, not is it a con. Like she just said it was her range and it's all this and it's that. She didn't say I got it off Alibaba. They're £1.50 each and like cheap and cheerful, ship them out. Like she knows there's a sort of disingenuous quality to what she's saying, but she's still saying it.
Then we have the most incredible hydrating face cream. This is retinol, hyaluronic acid, avocado oil, jojoba oil, vitamin E. It's just bomb. You put this over it and you're good to go, bitch. You don't need to wear makeup. However, I have tons and tons and tons of incredible lipstick. To shop my products, you go
I can see why the people left the comment though, Ellie, because this video is supposed to be about Justin Bieber and you've been shilling for yourself for the first 2.5 minutes.
.com under shop to book with me, Ellie.
It feels, Ellie, like your content is designed to sell these products. So you've made a clickbait video to try and get people interested so that they might click this and buy the products. But if you're actually serious about making content on the internet, I would abandon this and make your content really good, and then maybe start factoring this in later when you've got bigger numbers and stick it on the end. But don't badger people with it at the start like this, because they will click off immediately. They will see it for what it is, most of them, because consumers are reasonably sophisticated. Probably the majority of people in our chat knew about dropshipping before I just went over the whole explanation, but it was nice to find your soap on Alibaba just to prove it. So I would, good advice from me here is to abandon this aspect of it. It might be the most lucrative bit right now, and if that's the way you want to live your life, I suppose do that. It's only advice, but I would say that you're on YouTube and you're trying to grow your content and stuff, and so what you're actually doing is harming your brand by being a transparent grifter.
SherryKit.com under services. I only offer 3 services right now. You can book a free consultation with me. My prices are super high because I want them to be. If you guys want to learn from me, literally.
I forgot this aspect. Do you remember that about Ellie? Her prices are high. I mean, her prices are high, right? When you say her prices are high, services. Oh, Ellie Arquette just sent me a message. No, she's not. The services prices. So a free consultation. Obviously, consultation's free. You can start getting into people's minds and, you know, insecurities during the consultation. The one session of tarot and coaching is $5,000. It's $5,000. Whether it's £50 or £500, it's still a grift. It's still nonsense. She's just getting you to reveal personal information so that she can talk to you for a bit. She gets £5,000 or £50, and you get like advice from somebody who's just giving you some like conversation advice, who has no, you know, what's the word? No training in any of the particular areas that you're probably going to be looking for coaching on. So like, I wouldn't pay Ellie Arquette any money, and I certainly wouldn't pay her £5,000. For 10 sessions, I wouldn't pay her 20 grand, and for 20 sessions, I would not pay her 50 grand. And an elite coaching program for 100 grand seems like something that nobody in their right mind would do. If you've got 100 grand, what would you be doing and giving to Ellie? Like, what the fuck?
How I went from not even being able to pay.
But it might be that one person gives her that, and then that's it for the year. She's just done, isn't it? I don't think it. She might have one person that gives her a reasonably large wodge. Maybe that's why the prices are like that. But I think that really what it is she's just fucking insane. So she's just priced it out of anyone's possible range. Like, maybe there are a couple of insane people out there who do good jobs, aren't there, and stuff. You know, there are people that believe the earth is flat, aren't there, for example. And all of you chuffers in chat know that the people who believe the earth is flat are just like you wouldn't. Here's what you wouldn't do is you wouldn't stand next to someone who believes the earth is flat on other sort of arguments and get on their side about other stuff, would you? You wouldn't want them in your group, sort of like, you know, yeah, we all agree, we're all smart thinkers, we are, and racists and people who want the immigrants to drown in the boats and all that, you know, those people, send them back. You wouldn't stand with them, would you? Just because, you know, it suits you. So the same here as well. Like,
My cell phone, which was like $120, to like making like, I don't know, 20, 30K every other day. Okay? If you want to learn, if you want to make money, if you want to get into a school, if you want to get your specific person back, if you want to get pregnant, if you want to get married, if you want to start a new job, if you're thinking about switching your career.
Did you say if you want to get your specific person back? Like, if you've broken up with someone, maybe it's just time to move on. You know, lessons from Ellie on how to get them back. That sounds like a bit excessive.
Whatever fuck it is, your health. I have 5 steps that I will hold your hand and I will help you reach the destination. I will give you small little exercises. If you do the 10 sessions or the 30 session, and depending on how much coaching you need, I will show you and help you.
Ellie, it's 3 minutes into the video. Are we going to talk about Justin fucking Bieber or what?
Until you achieve your fucking manifestation.
She said fucking then as well. It's like I manifested the word fuck out of her mouth.
So if you want to invest in yourself and you want to learn, then...
It's nice to see the manifestation people doing really well for themselves, isn't it? Manifested her own makeup range from the Alibaba drop shipping and a bedsit. It's just like, sorry, Ellie, I don't mean to be offensive in that way. Like, you know, everyone's got to struggle through life, but like to tell people to manifest things and just to imagine them and write it down and that's going to make it happen and you've got all the answers when you don't appear to have all the answers, and that manifesting is not doing you much favour at the moment, I would abandon that and I'd work really hard at a proper job instead. But
go ahead and book that call.
Says he who's not doing a proper job at all. Just makes his own time, does his own thing, does whatever, you know. Yeah. I don't know if you've heard me talking. I've done over 1,000. I've got a full documentary on Super Chuffer that I made before COVID about video games and the people that make them, and independent thinking, indie game development, and also in a way it's infused with the setting, which is Sweden. So that's an interesting documentary, and we're going to be going on to create more content. And if you find value in it, then you can support it. Over here, we're just having a laugh. So that's that, isn't it? It's a stream, we're having a laugh. But yeah, I do kind of work. Kind of. But I think there's different levels of ethics, aren't there? Like, talking of grifting, because that's what I am doing. She is. I'm talking about it. She is doing it. It's this extra sell on, isn't it? It's this idea that people are some sort of stupid idiot bunch, and that once you've got them in, you can sell something onto them, and that like the content should be designed to get people in so you could sell to them. Like, that's the problem I've got with the capitalism and the way it's infected this content, is that I'm looking for content on the internet. That's what YouTube's about. The content should be good. That's why it should be on YouTube. I don't want to watch an advert. That's why I've got YouTube Premium. So you've just spent 3 minutes doing your own personal advert at me. So it's going to switch everyone off. Like, we need to get to the content, Ellie.
Only if you can afford it. Because like I said,
Just that. And we all like that.
Then go ahead and book that call. Only if you can afford it. Because like I said, I'm expensive as fuck. So in today's video, I want to talk about something that is really, really disturbing that keeps circling on Facebook and TikTok. Now, I don't want to talk about these fucking idiots anymore. I don't give a fuck about celebrities. Never did. I don't give a fuck. The only reason
No, you talk about them all the time. It's your favourite thing. Your biggest videos on your channel are banging on about Justin Bieber in his heyday. Like, you fucking love the celebrities. You went to Hollywood to become one. You did TV shows and bit part acting. You love celebrities. Kim Kardashian's a robot, remember? It's all about the celebrities.
I shook my mirror, milkshake on the road. Kim Kardashian is a robot. Kim Kardashian.
You love the celebrities. It's all about the celebrities.
When was the last time you saw Leonardo DiCaprio? Have you actually seen him in the flesh? Can you be sure he is okay? I'm not saying he isn't real. I'm asking if you are sure he's doing okay. Leonardo DiCaprio, oh, I ain't feeling at all unwell.
You love the celebrities.
I was so obsessively doing tarot readings on Justin, Selena, and Haley is because I was in a twin flame.
Honestly,
That person is not my twin flame. He can fucking eat my shit and die.
Well, what happened with manifesting the perfect person and getting all the readings and, like, you know, you were going on about this twin flame stuff. I follow a few of the, you know, things. You were going on about this twin flame stuff. They weren't. You were wrong about it, and they need to fuck off and die. That's a little bit of a direction change from this thing about this person and the twin flame thing. The twin flames, just, do you get that mixed up sometimes, I suppose? Are you going to coach me?
No, he's not my twin, but he was just some fucking piece of shit that I was with. And I thought, like, oh, I just, like, resonated so much with, like, Justin and Selena. Other than that, I really don't care. Like, the only people that I cared was, like, Justin and Selena. But because of what Justin has done to Selena, I no longer give a fuck about him. I don't give a fuck that he's crying. But it is going around on the internet, so I thought to talk about it. And I'm not going to pull any cards out on it because I'm like a god and I know everything. And I've predicted all this shit years ago. I know.
So that sounds a little bit worrying, but yeah.
This sounds obnoxious, but it's the truth. Literally, when I do a reading, everyone's like, oh my god, you said that. A lot of times it comes out like pretty quick. A lot of times.
So this time she can't even be bothered to use the cards as props. Like, the card can, if you do it legitimately, the card can come out and it might, you know, have a point and a principle to the card, but people can read the cards differently. So anyone can put their own spin on the card coming out, and through the process of doing a reading, like, you can basically make it say, or twist it to your own ends and pick different points and parts. Some of the different, like, what you might call houses or whatever, like, they're vague. Like, it's about work and also cars and also hats and also this and that, and so whichever thing we want to sort of massage it into can be done. But another way of fixing it would be to literally fix the cards, wouldn't it? Like, so you just stack the deck and then, like, edit and whatever to make it look like whatever. But Ellie can't be bothered to do either of those today. What she's actually going to do is just literally say, yeah, I just know it anyway, so I don't have to do tarot coaching. Come to me for a tarot reading, and I probably won't even need to use the cards. I'll just tell you the shit because I'm God.
Sometimes I see things psychically 2-3 years ahead of time.
Right.
Like, I want to say sometimes like 4 or 5 years ahead of time, literally.
That must be really confusing for you.
Then when it happens, I'm like, oh my god. Wow, I saw that shit.
I mean, or it could be that something that is possibly likely to happen in a sort of 10-year period does happen, and the fact that you predicted it. Oh, you need better examples than just stuff. But, like, you know, like, I can predict that. I don't even want to start making weird predictions, but, like, there will be sort of things that will happen in the next. You know, celebrities will die, for example, and some will get busted for things and this and that. Like, and if you've got a bit of a, like, snifter around the Hollywood goss, you know, whatever Justin Bieber's planning to do in the next 10 years, you could probably predict some of it, couldn't you? Like, he might release another album, he might have a baby, he might buy a ranch somewhere or be in a movie. Like, do you know what I mean?
Like 3 years ago. like psychically. Apparently, allegedly, Justin Bieber is...
She's got nice hair, you're saying. Listen, her hair has been bleached. It's been dyed blue-black recently. So she's gone for the darkest possible black that you can get that covers everything. And it's shining with the blue-black. So it looks shiny on cam, probably because she's got a lot of product on it and the top layer has been produced. But my guess would be that it's at its processed end and that any more messing with it will fuck it right up. So she's got to grow that colour out before she messes with it again, I would advise.
Facebook, and it's all over TikTok.
But yeah, it is. And the other thing is, though, she has a warm skin tone. Like, she obviously knows about this with the makeup. Like, she's got a warm skin tone. So the blue-black is cool tone, so it actually doesn't work with her skin tone particularly well. Like, she suits a more warm hair tone. Like, that's my opinion, but...
There are these alleged videos, very blurred, insinuated videos of Justin being bent over a car, and that P. Diddy is behind him, and they're doing the sexy time. Now it's alleged.
It's shiny and it looks nice on camera. I'll give you that. I'll agree. It looks like a really vibrant blue in the black there. But I think the vibrant bit is where the blue-black hasn't taken as well because that area has been previously coloured, so you're getting more of the blue shine. But it might be that she's gone for a blue, maybe. I don't know. It might be the way the light's hitting it.
And also...
No, it's in the hair, isn't it? It's in the hair. It looks like a banding to me rather than a deliberate choice, but it might be a deliberate choice. I don't know.
Justin is publishing, he's published like 30, 60 photos on his Instagram account, and a couple of them are him crying. Just photos, not videos, but just like photos. People are thinking like he's crying for help. He's trying to, he can't blame.
Interestingly, recently, Ryan Garcia fought a boxing match, and in the lead up to the boxing match, he went on and on about the Illuminati and them doing things with kids in the woods and Bohemia Grove, and he looked like he was mad. And then he got in the ring and he won the boxing match, and he said, I had you all. I was just kidding. I was just doing it for views and attention and to get in people's heads. I won the boxing match, so shut up. And some people believe him and some people don't and whatever, but it does seem that if you're Justin Bieber and you post like a controversial picture of you crying, then it's going to do massive numbers on the internet, doesn't it? So there is that. I have to question people who live their lives through the process of publishing images and stories about themselves in order to keep themselves in the public eye for their own relevance, because it makes them money. About what they're posting on their Instagram and the validity of it, don't I, Ellie? But maybe I'm not psychic.
Just put a crying photo out there, so he put out a bunch of photos and then he put that in the middle. It is very sad because I think what has happened, like people like Selena Gomez, Justin Bieber, Britney Spears, Miley Cyrus, Michael Jackson, these people...
Michael Jackson's not the same as them, but I think some of them... Like Britney Spears obviously has had an individual story, hasn't it? But some of them get really successful, take loads of cocaine and go a bit mad.
I don't think that they necessarily want to become superstars or anything like that. Their parents did. So their parents, like Taylor Swift's parents, apparently did magic or some shit, whatever. They incarnated Anton LaVey's daughter, Xena, to magically show up in Taylor Swift's butthole and whatever fuck these people do because they want their kids to be rich and famous. They sold their kids. Now, let me just clarify something, that you cannot sell
I'm sorry, what?
your soul. You don't own your soul. You are connected to source energy, God, the creator.
Yes and no. I mean, you said you were a Satanist in one of your videos, I'm sure, and then you said you weren't. But the soul, the concept of selling your soul it depends, doesn't it? But I suppose everyone's got their own beliefs, but it is predominant in both Western and Eastern, Arabic, African. It's predominant in human culture, in our, I suppose, collective mythology. And you could argue from the Jungian perspective that is a collective consciousness concept, or you could argue from a sort of religious perspective that the overarching one God and these concepts exist, so it pervades all different kinds of society, no matter what they call it. But if you're going to be a tarot reader and spiritualist and all that, I think you might want to say you can sell your soul, because people definitely believe you sell your soul to the devil. And who would be the ones that have sold their soul to the devil? Well, I suppose you'd see it I mean, how would you see it? I don't know. They'd be wildly successful, maybe, like Justin Bieber, or maybe they'd be on the internet trying to sell you nonsense for them, for their own benefit, so they can get financially wealthy off nonsense and not much work.
Which is male and female, by the way. There's no such thing as like the father. I'm gonna make a separate video about all of that. The true teaching of Jesus Christ. You guys need to learn all that. So I will be doing videos like that in the future. So then you know when I'm talking, what I'm saying. Because if I start talking in esoteric symbolism convo, you guys are gonna be like, you're not gonna understand what I'm saying because you're not educated, because you guys are dumb. So in order to stop being dumb and understanding what's going on in this world.
Have we done enough editing in that sentence?
You know when I'm talking, what I'm saying, because if I start talking in esoteric symbolism convo, you guys are going to be like, you're not going to understand what I'm saying because you're not educated, because you guys are dumb. So in order to stop being dumb and understanding what's going on in this world, you need to start watching my videos and subscribing. Like, stop being like part of the herd, okay?
I can't watch your videos if you're going to edit them like that, because I feel like I'm having a stroke. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're telling me as an audience member that I don't understand what you're talking about because I'm dumb. And so in order to not be so dumb, I should watch more of your content. You're going to spiritually guide me. All I need to do is manifest $5,000 so I can give it to you and attain the next level. Like, we're nearly at bloody Scientology. Like, 50 quid a session, innocuous grift. $5,000 a session, trying to start Scientology. Do you know what I mean?
Like, stop. Like, wake the fuck up, close that door, and start reading and studying and figuring
Yeah, and this is the other thing I like instinctively feel as someone who was raised on Christianity, you know, Church of England, all that business, and then has read the Quran when I was at university and engaged in a sort of sense of global spiritualism in terms of investigating world religions and feeling that my relationship with God is between me and God. But, like, you know, having a more, I'd say, Sufi lean, yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean discounting the Bible at all, like, because Islam it talks about Jesus, it talks about, like, you know, it's all Abrahamic religion from the same vein, isn't it? So it's interesting stuff. Like, I would say from all of that I've learned about, what she's doing would be considered to be like black magic. Like, Islamic, it would be haram. Christianity, it would be heretical. It would be considered black magic. We're talking about divination. We're talking about cards and spirits and spirit guides and things. I think this would be on the side of heretical and haram.
Or watch people like me. Now, I may not look very spiritual to you in meaning of, like, I'm not going to sit here with like a crystal out of my asshole, but trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Not everyone walks and talks the same way if they're a spiritual teacher. So you can't sell your soul. You literally cannot sell your...
This is interesting because she's right. Spiritual teachers simply walk and talk that way because in the late 60s, the Beatles went out to India and imported back to Britain. I mean, Britain was always connected to India in lots of ways, but re-imported back to Britain a sort of sense of Eastern mysticism. The Sufis, like I just mentioned, also the gurus, the Buddhism, the yoga, you know, all this stuff from the East started to come back into our culture as this sense of alternative culture, a step away from the after the war, we had the 1940s and the war. We won the war, obviously. Yeah, we won the war. Against the Germans, we won the war. And then we had the free world. Like, it was going to be the Germans and the Soviets were going to make everything bad. And then we won the war, so we got a free world. So we relished and celebrated the fact that we can buy things in shops and we're the free world. You know, we're going to do capitalism. Fuck you and your communism. So we celebrated it. But there was a seedy underbelly, a bitter tone to it. And so later on, there was this new wave, literally, you know, wasn't there, of a rejection of capitalism, you know, the swinging 60s, the summer of love, a rejection of capitalist values, and a move back towards a more humanitarian way of living, and with it came a sense of Eastern spirituality. So then that got turned into capitalism, and most of the things she's bought in her room you can probably buy from a shop down the road that's called something like Wisdom Naquibi or something. Like, our local one was called Naquiba, and then there was one up the road in Leamington that was called what the fuck was that one called? But, you know, they've all got like some witchy name, probably a lot of Harry Potter stuff in these shops these days. But they've got they sell incense and all that, and it's all bought in bulk from warehouses, possibly from the East, you know, from third world countries. But in the main, it's just products again. It's just now you're being sold products for your alternative lifestyle that you can buy from the shop. So like, yeah, it got turned back round a little bit, didn't it? And so these people, like we were saying, they do walk in this way, this mystic, this swami, because it's a sort of public image campaign, a PR campaign that they adhered to because of what the public thought was mystic in those days. That has changed, of course. So completely different markets these days. I wonder what a younger, more online savvy market would consider to be spiritual leadership and mystic, and the way it would present itself online. Maybe Ellie's got a different kind of brand, and maybe it works. Maybe she's not quite settled on exactly which parts are working, but she looks like a kind of she looks like a TikToker who's in the mystic room, if you know what I mean, rather than a fully mystic person on TikTok. And I get what she's saying, her brand is different, but I would say maybe she should just drop some of the other stuff that's that tired old, buy it in that shop with the incense and the Rizzler mystic. Just drop that stuff as well and just be the modern mystic, because that's actually what your brand is, isn't it? And then I think of TikTok and like some of the insane bullshittery that goes on TikTok. Do you know recently there's a trend on TikTok? I need to get the backing. I'm starting to get cross. I need the backing vocals for this one. I need the relaxing background music back on. Why is that finished? Let's get that back on. There's there's a thing on TikTok at the moment. They call it shifting. Young people on TikTok are talking about shifting, and what they do is they lie down and they try and shift into another plane of existence. Sometimes it's Harry Potter world, and what they mean is they're using their imagination to have a daydream. And there's loads of people doing TikToks about it. Look, just quickly get another window. We're going to use this. We're going to use this. Just get another window. Put TikTok shifting. I'm not going to go to TikTok to look at it because fuck that. Harry Potter and the shifting TikTokers. Reality shifting TikToks, because you will shift tonight. Right, here we go. It's got that mystic vibe about it, hasn't it? Point of view finally shifting. Having a sleep and a dream, you mean? And now look, she thinks she's in Harry Potter world. And they say they live in this other existence for a certain time, and then they wake up back in our world and it's shifting realities. They're just having a dream. That's what they're doing. Most of the time they advise you lie down in bed. No, they're having a dream. So the world's gone to hell in a handbasket. And the modern young person on TikTok is not more switched on, it seems. And maybe they are susceptible to a modern mystic. Who knows?
So what has happened is that somehow...
Astral projection maybe, but can you project yourself to Harry Potter world and meet Harry Potter and Snapers and whatever they're called over there? Like, can you do that? Can you meet Hermione in your astral projection? No. It's a modern... This is why, like, it's like a modern reworking of something like astral projection. And if it was astral projection that was really real and really grounded and really worked, they'd be doing astral projection on TikTok these days. But it's the same concept but reworked, because astral projection was always the same as shifting, was always the same as, like, you know, there's concepts that are just like, maybe... no offence to the astral projectors out there that consider it to be absolutely solid science, but this is just a rough layman's look at it from the comment that's been made. I would say that it's possible that a lot more people that thought they were astral projecting back in the day were just having vivid dreams as well. If nowadays it's not astral projection, it's just obviously vivid dreams that they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a sort of funny overlap. But it's repackaged mysticism for a modern world, and it's fucking insane, because you're not shifting to Harry Potter world. It doesn't exist. So Ellie could probably thrive. She probably does have a TikTok. I don't look at, you know, not that interested in the TikTok space. Obviously Alan's on there, but where are we going with this, Ellie? It's time to move on from your little section of our show, isn't it? Let me listen to a bit more of your nonsense and we'll move on from you.
The elite has, since they inverted everything, they literally have lied about everything. Somehow they've convinced the world that people have to sell their soul in order to become rich and famous. That's not true. What they're talking about is that you sign a contract that says, we literally own you. Like, these celebrities go through these mental health breaks because A, they don't have access to their own money. Literally, their money can be taken away like that. They can't say no to a project. They work to the bone. That's what.
So what's happening now? before it was all Illuminati that were bumming them in the woods, but now what it is Britney Spears has had that court case thing, and like information about that has come out, and we can basically say what Britney had done to her is what's happening to everyone in this celebrity space. And they're like it's really interesting because at the moment, like the Diddy stuff, you know, the Puff Diddy stuff and all that, there are some like horrible bad things going on, aren't there? So I think there's a blurring of the lines though, isn't there? And because it's the celebrity world, because it's Hollywood, and because it's all that, like imagine for an alternative thought experiment, imagine everyone was doing cooking with carrots in Hollywood. Like carrots were the new trend. Like you'd see some extraordinary things said about carrots. You'd hear some extraordinary things. Carrots would, like, because it's Hollywood and it's amplified and it's this and it's that, like carrots would be so larger than life in so many ways. And I think that this same thing with this is these stories, these realities, because it's the Hollywood world, like everyone wants to tell a story and be like, oh, did you hear that, and I'm the big one around the table, and a performative story, and everything gets embellished, and then they tell it to their friends, and it's Hollywood, and like, can you believe this shocking drama? So it's hard to get to the core of what's actually real, isn't it? Yeah, she's going to go on and talk about this sort of stuff then, I guess. Like,
Selena Gomez is crying all the time. That's why Justin's crying all the time. That's why
who is Selena Gomez?
people like fall apart because they're fucking tired, dude. These people are slaves. They are literally.
I'm a slave, John Wedger. I cannot hide it. I'm just trying to fight him. He's a slave to Wedger. John Wedger with his little slave. Oh no. No, it's not a racist joke. That's about child trafficking. Oh no. I'm a slave to Wedger. I cannot hide it. I'm just trying to hide from him. A slave to John Wedger. Wait, where's my button?
Did David Icke penetrate you with his penis? Disgusting!
A slave out to the outside world and to the world they come across.
John Wedger doesn't like me either now, does he? He started leaving comments, I think. I don't know who it is. I think it might be John Wedger, though. I might be paranoid. I think he might have started on me now. People seem to think that exposing that I live in Stratford-upon-Avon is a thing, but I expose that myself on my streams all the time. So, well done. You fucking nutter. If it is John, hi John. I'm not going to have sex with you.
As they're important and they're a celebrity.
And I'm also not going to sell my soul to the devil. And we're not interested in doing that. And I'm also, like, you know, very much a very, like, belief in the good. I'm going to the heaven, getting my ticket by being good. So, going to win out in the end. David and Goliath, the sling, the big. I'm not doing fucking weird stuff like John Wedgie, thanks. Like, if you go back in the fucking river and I'll carry on my stream, you nutter.
And they're rich and they're famous, but in reality they are slaves. Like I said, they don't have access to their own money.
John
they
Wedger.
can't say no to a project.
Oh, that reminds me. We dropped this, didn't we? Oh, look at the chickens. The chickens, they're still going. We dropped this as a song, didn't we? In the end. Did we release this? Driving my helicopter. Yeah, it's Manchester Masons meeting, look. Have you seen the Manchester Masons meeting? You see, it's worth staying on this show. This show gets better and better as time goes on. Certainly, something I'm talking about is causing a few more viewers. So. Here's a Masons meeting. I managed to infiltrate a Masons meeting, and I managed to bring you it's a bit grainy, the footage, but I managed to bring you the actual footage from a Masons meeting.
Young Wedger, Luke Kelly, Peter Falling, Jim from Coronation Street. The assembled Masons I bring you. Big up even homes, big up even homes, big up even homes, big up even homes. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 yeah.
This does get me right on the copyright, even though it's got all this effect on it as well. It's obviously not. It's fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
No, it's not. It's Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom. What was I doing? That was heresy, wasn't it? That was heresy. Although Steven Spielberg threw this up the wall when he did the Crystal Skull one, didn't he? Fucking Crystal Skulls. What are you going on about, you nutter?
Demon homes, big up demon homes, Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes.
Whoa.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Watch out.
Big up Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes.
That's the Indiana Jones bit. This is just, I can't watch any more of it. It's going to get me copyright done. But if you want to watch the rest of it, that's on Sentries. So Sentries is still popping. You know, popping, hopping, and dropping. Eddie Arquette, I can close that window. What are you saying, Eddie?
They have to work. They've signed their name in blood in regards to how many movies they have to do, how many songs they have to do, how many concerts they have to put out, how many live performances they have to do, how many books they have to write. Like, it's literally has already been determined, like, years and years and years in advance. That's why they fall apart. That's why they.
I don't know about years and years, because obviously it'd be insane to buy a contract that was 10 years down the line unless these people were worth a lot of money already. Like, you know, Britney Spears' 10-year contract is different at the start of her career to the midpoint, isn't it? So, but yeah, like, that's world of Hollywood, isn't it? Like, you want to get in it, you did. Like, you sign up to having to do things, and then they pay you the money. So, welcome to the world of working in Hollywood. It might be the devil, it might not. This psychic, on the other hand, was a bit more clearly wrong about what she was talking about. Check this story out.
This is in fact right on.
It's one thing to be a psychic predicting love or the lack thereof.
Can you tell me where my love
Or the lack thereof. I'll be doing the voice.
life's going?
Nowhere.
Thereof.
Can you tell me where my love life's going?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Yeah, but I could have told you that because of the clothes you're wearing. And oh, sorry, I'm not going to be mean, but like, where's your love life going? Like, there's, well...
But there's nothing funny when it comes to predicting life or death.
But there's nothing funny when it comes to predicting life or death.
She's gone, honey.
Do you know where she's at?
In the house or under the house.
In that case,
In all the murder investigations on the telly, look.
psychic Sylvia Brown was right. But now she's under attack.
What a horrible human being.
For being wrong about this girl.
Liz, help me, I'm Amanda Berry.
Almost 9 years ago,
It's like a funny, like, true crime crossover story, isn't it?
Amanda Berry's mom went on the Montel Williams show where resident psychic Sylvia Brown spoke of Amanda.
Don't think I'll ever see her again.
Yeah, in heaven on the other side.
The WM.
What?
I'll ever see her again.
Yeah, in heaven on the other side.
That's well harsh, isn't it? I mean, it's direct and to the point, but she told her you will see her again, but like...
The WMMS morning show in...
The WMMS morning show?
Cleveland.
Cleveland?
Reenacted the transcript.
Transcript? Bloody hell. Just, can you calm down? I know it's the news and you want people to be interested, but you just calm down on the read. Can you give me just a calmer read? Have you had too many coffees? Do you want to do it in the evening instead of the morning? Can we do the read again?
The host read the part of the psychic.
That was better.
I hate this when they're in water. She's not alive, honey.
Not alive? Then who's this?
I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here, I'm free now.
Amanda's mom is the one no longer alive.
Oh. That's awful, isn't it? God, like, people can do a lot of damage.
She came home from the psychic's reading telling the Cleveland Plain dealer she was devastated. She died a little more than a year later after being hospitalized with pancreatitis. Now Sylvia Brown is getting ripped on social media.
And also, please note, Sylvia Brown's logo. Like, Eddie Arquette will be down with this. Eddie Arquette will be down with this, look. She'll know what I'm talking about. Look, in the bottom right, it's a golden pyramid with an eye on it, so I wouldn't trust her in the first place. She's the fucking Illuminati.
Brown is getting ripped on social media. Brown is a...
It's all the Masons. It's the Masons again. Gosh.
Grief vampire.
A grief vampire, feeding off people's feelings.
Nothing short of evil. You didn't have to be a psychic to predict what Sylvia Brown would say about her mistake. I have been more right than wrong.
Fucking hell. She stood by it. I didn't know that. If there was ever a time to be grateful and relieved for being mistaken, then that is the... If there was ever a time to be grateful and relieved for being mistaken, this is that time.
If ever there was a time to be grateful and relieved for being mistaken, this is that time.
This is that time.
Only God is right all the time.
Only God is right all the time.
My heart goes out to Amanda Berry. There was one part of...
Is this that lady who did the report? What's going on with the voice? I really... No, she must have got the job. They must have heard her talk all the way through the interview and stuff. Did she do that in the interview? Like, it's kind of like... Come on. It's kind of like a bit... Wah, wah, like, at me. In a way, isn't it? It's kind of like... Wah, wah, at me. Big ups, Bones. Nice to see you here tonight.
Sylvia Browne's prediction...
Interesting. Lovely to have new people.
Her supporters say turned out to be accurate. The radio host read the psychic's words describing the man who took Amanda.
Is this sort of Cuban looking, short, kind of stocky build, heavy set.
Now she's getting involved in the guy who took her. Like, she already got it wrong in the first place. She's going to then comment on it more after the event. Like, 10 years down the line, I think, or however long it was. Like, it took her a long time to get found. I don't know when she made the comment, but you'd think that she would not just double down. You think she'd back off.
Turns out the suspect is Latino. He
looks like that other dude in that other case. You know, there's a case going around at the moment. Like, I don't get into the ones where I feel like it's definitely horrible. Like, where there's not much mystery, because like I feel it's just sort of, it's a bit, you know, I don't want to talk about that side of the nasty world every day, do I? To make it my show, to sort of feed off those like horrible, hateful emotions about these horrible, hateful people that you kind of have to get wrapped up. You end up like either being really upset or really angry. It's like that Chris Watts thing, isn't it? Like, it's like you end up either being really upset or really angry. But you know, this fucker like kidnapped some girl and kept her in a home for 10 years. I don't want to take the tone of the show down, but 10 years of like, for fuck's sake. There's a like I was going to say he looks like a fairly normal guy. He looks like Darkside Phil from earlier, doesn't he?
Last name Castro. One commenter posted, "Psychic wins lottery again. The headline you will never see anywhere. Instead, we saw this headline, and even we could predict what that could do to a mother's head. Ginimo, CNN, New York."
Ginimo, CNN, New York. It's like the way she signs it off as well.
Could do to a mother's head. Ginimo, CNN, New York.
Ginimo, CNN, New York. It's like she's doing a sports game.
That could do to a mother's head. Ginimo, CNN, New York.
Quite like it now, actually. I'm getting used to it. Is it a New York thing, do you think? It's like a sort of New York. I like, you know, there's a streamer in New York that I like that I might try and meet up with one time. That was a Freudian slip, wasn't it? No, meet up with and do a couple of streams. Like, maybe it's the New York vibe. Maybe it's the New York vibe. I wonder if that ruined this woman's reputation forever.
Well, it is.
Or like,
cases, in fact, right on.
It's
Sylvia Browne. She didn't like even back then, like when she was in her heyday, like with the thing on the like with the, what was it, the Illuminati symbol on the screen. I don't think I would have. I think there's something about her that she doesn't look very spiritual to me. Like maybe it was that thing again, like I was talking about with Eddie Arquette. You know, maybe it's a new wave of spirituality. She doesn't look very. There's something not spiritual that I'm getting from her. And maybe it's my spiritual vibe. Maybe I've got good guardian angels on my shoulders that give me a good read on people that are being disingenuous. But like something about her doesn't sit right. Right, the curse of this morning. Do you want one more? Listen, before we do the curse of this morning, because I know you want the curse of this morning, that's going to be our fun sign off. I think this will be interesting. Big up Eamon Holmes. We're going to do one more hot chip. Whether you like it or not, the birds are all as happy asleep. I want to see the hot chip man, and I want to see the hard nut. There's this guy that's brought a dog. Like he hangs around in the background with this dog. Like he appears here. I want to see this tough nut. I want to see a real tough guy do the hot chip.
Hey, you say you was gonna do it? Yeah. Hold on.
She's doing it. She's doing it, and this guy turns up. He's got a dog. Where is he in the edit? He turns up in the background with this dog, and it's like a Rottweiler. There he is. Look, you see in the background there's this dude with the Rottweiler, like this.
Look, that's MG.
This guy's doing the chip. They're all having difficulty with the chip, obviously.
Light work?
Light work.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Ain't that?
It's hot now.
It's hot?
Oh yeah.
From 1 through 10, how hot it is?
Really hot. This guy in the background though, like he's just like stood there. He's got the dog. He's like putting out this energy. Like he reminds me of Caesar Milan, like focus energy. Like he's putting out this energy that like whatever. And he's watching it all go down. And he's got the Rottweiler with him. Look, like in the hood. I imagine this is a nice feeling to have, is that you've got a lovely tame dog that's actually a really nice family friend, but other people are probably scared of it because it looks quite scary. Like he's got the Rottweiler on a big chain and he's just hanging. So he's giving out all this energy. I think it's insecurity that he's giving out to me. That's what he's giving out to me, like insecurity, the need to appear calm, the need to be the one with the Rottweiler and the big no one fucks with me. I'm really tough. Like, you know, he's giving out insecurity to me, but also he's desperately interested in what's going on here, and he wants to do it, doesn't he? He does do it in just a minute. So
what's that? Why you jumping?
It's hot.
It's hot. I thought you said light work though.
No. It's hot, man.
So,
first of all, this guy has to. First of all,
oh, God damn. Hey, you straight? Hey, you straight? Yo, you straight? Hold on. Hold on, dog.
He's trying to jump the queue for the milk.
Hey. I thought you said light work though.
It's some milk for them, man. Milk. Really, man? Man, I'm ready to play go, man.
Hey, you'll do it again?
No.
You didn't do it no more?
Hot, man.
So he's seen them all suffer, yeah? He's seen them all suffer. And what he does is, he ties up the dog. You'll hear it bark off camera. He ties up the dog, and he's like, I'll do this shit. And when he says he's going to do it, like he's watched these people crying and having a bad time, but this guy's the tough guy. So we're going to watch the tough guy, and then we're going to finish on the this morning bit.
You gonna need some more water?
Man, my eyes burn.
Your eyes burning? You rubbed your eye.
I did.
What I'm saying.
You rubbed your eye? I did.
All right, y'all, this is the last Percy.
Here we go.
40, right? Yeah. Hey, look, you say you like spicy stuff?
Of course I do.
So this ain't nothing?
Bruh, I done ate habaneros and all. I have an idea how hot this is.
Oh, all right, you straight.
I'm a beast with it.
Yeah, you straight. You straight.
I'm a beast with it. These are the ones you want to see, aren't they? Because everyone else that's human has found this to be an absolute ordeal. So he's going to find it to be an ordeal, but he's going to control it. Whether that's admirable or not, or whether you think about it, is completely up to you. Completely up to you. There are pros and cons to this behaviour. I admire it in some ways because I know it hurts, but you're just controlling it. Good on you, because you don't have to run around and make a big fuss. You can control it. I certainly feel that. I feel like situations like this. I've eaten hot food like this where I've just decided not to make the fuss. I think you can control it, but on the other hand, he does look like a sort of faux tough guy who is pretending that it's not hot when actually it really is. There's that aspect of it as well. Let's see what you think, whether you think he's like comes out looking good or whether he comes out looking bad, and whether he hacks it well.
Be all good. You gonna be all good, bro. Huh? That boy threw up? Nah. You ain't must eat the whole thing. You threw up? Yeah, that's what it is. I ain't gonna lie, I threw up too and I ate it. Alright, come on, he about to eat it. Yeah, you crying?
I think he likes the attention on him, look.
Nah, I ain't playing, man. Preparing myself.
Okay.
I know this is hot.
Okay.
Shut up.
I do feel bad for the dog as well, because if this is your master and owner and he's going to fuck himself up like this in public, then you're going to have a difficult time as that dog sometimes.
The boy already did it. Hey, that boy back. Hey, Sly, how you feeling? Sly. Hey, hold on. You got it. Let the camera see how good. How you feeling right now? 1 to 10.
1 to 10, how you feeling? Speak to them.
You know how he's feeling. All the other people have had an absolute nightmare with it. It's really hot.
Feeling good? Okay. Big 40.
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
I'm a beast with it.
So that's bravado.
Oh yeah? You a beast? What that mean? Like what do a beast mean? Like you just raw? Get in details with
Not
me.
hot to be.
Ain't hot? Say hell no, nah, ain't hot.
Nope.
You capping?
Nope.
Oh, ain't hot? Okay. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, I'm about to give you the 40 right now, but hold on, look. Hey, here. We about to wait. You gotta chill. We about to, cause it ain't kicked in yet. You feel me?
It kicked in.
It kicked in. It kicked in. It's obviously hot as hell, isn't it?
Rate it 1 through 10 on how hot it is.
He starts gobbing on the floor. I do respect the ability to control yourself. I do respect that. I would go with like in reality it is really hot, but I'm just holding myself together line rather than it's not hot, I don't care, because you obviously do care. And then the spitting on the floor, I don't understand, you know, this is going to be a bit disgusting, this bit when he spits on the floor, because post-COVID, what are you doing spitting in public like this? Like, it's very unhygienic, isn't it? Like, can you not control yourself? You can control all this and be the big tough man, but everyone's got to use this area and you're going to gob on the floor. Just like, what the fuck?
Spit not blue. Your spit not even the same color no more. Rate it 1 through 10 how hot it is.
All you do is take your breath. Go for me.
Light work, huh? Would you do it again?
Hell no.
Why? I thought you said it ain't hot.
You only get one time with this.
I mean, that's why it's called a one chip, you feel me? You want another one? I got another one for you right now.
No, I'm all right. Yeah, no, I'm all right.
20 more extra dollars, I got you. Nope. 40 more extra dollars.
His nose is running, his eyes are going.
No. You straight? You got a runny nose. You ain't have a runny nose when I met you. You ain't have no runny nose.
They all start doing that, don't they, as well? This they just stop talking. They become mute and instead just communicate through
Okay. Hey, would you
recommend? What would the dog think is going on?
Recommend people to try this?
The dog's barking now. I don't like that, but
if they want to,
will you do it again?
No.
Why not? You say you like spicy stuff now.
I mean, to his credit, he's not screaming and yelling and like running around like the others, is he? He's just taking it, but he is having to pace and he is having to go and now he's having to bend over.
You feeling good?
Tomorrow he's going to need the toilet, I tell you. There's always in these videos as well. I've been watching a few of these guys' videos. There's always someone. We might watch another one, you know, in the future maybe. There's a guy in the background here that there's like, who's this guy? Like this serial killer type in the full overalls with the towel over his head. You know, I presume it's quite hot because the other people have been wearing just summer clothes. And this guy's got the full overalls and a towel over his head, and he's creeping around in the background. Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable. Mind you, he's probably thinking, what's going on over here, isn't he? Because this guy's going, Like, he probably thinks it's drugs. Like,
I'll go buy you some milk, cuz.
You're going over to the dog now.
You feeling good?
He's changed his mind. He's not going to talk to the dog.
Where you going?
Get him some milk. And I suppose the people that work in the petrol station might think this is good because aside from all the spitting, you get the increased sales of milk, don't you? Like, I'd have the milk out on the front, ready to go. In fact, if I was doing the chip, I'd probably buy the milk first. Like, he knows what's about to happen.
Pull it down.
No, we're not going for the milk anymore.
I got another one for you, dog.
Just gobbing everywhere, and the guy's following him around. This is going wrong for him, isn't it? This is tough guy, remember?
How long you gotta do it?
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, he just ate the last one. Yeah.
Unless they wanted to get you. I ain't ready for no water yet, though. That's how I'm a beast with it.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
Some water.
Oh, yeah?
He's still a beast because he hasn't had any water yet, of course. But he's having a little more of a reaction than he said he was gonna.
You don't need water?
Just have to gob everywhere.
Oh, yeah? No water.
And I don't understand this as well, right? I know he's going through this thing, he's had the chip, and that other guy probably knows what's going on, but, like, why don't, like, I suppose you don't, do you? But members of the public might be inclined to say, hey, mate, maybe just discontinue with the spitting because we are going to be walking. I mean, I don't want to be contentious, but could you please not spit on the floor? Because I'm walking here and I'm here, me here. Stop the gobbing. Go over in the bushes for the gobbing. Go and gob in the bushes. Gob your mouth out. Gob, spitty, spitty, spitty. I'm here walking. Please stop it. This guy's following him around with the thing. Gobbing's acceptable apparently.
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, you doing it?
I know listen, he's going through a bit of a pain situation with the hottest chip in the world and all that. But for him as well, like what is the mental thing? I'll just walk around just fucking hocking it onto the what?
Doing it now.
Some water.
Hey, you doing it now? Okay. Why keep on spinning though? Why can't hold everything in?
Come on, man.
Got a little edit there as well. Sometimes you don't know if they kicked off proper and they had to edit it out.
The worst of it is gone.
It's good?
The worst of it is gone.
So he's hard, born to get hard, born to stay hard, isn't he? Didn't even have any water or milk. Just walked around spitting everywhere. Just walked around spitting everywhere. I got funny things I can say, but like I know what people are gonna do. Like if I do my funny jokes. Walked around spitting everywhere anyway. The bad chuffer. So to finish our pudding, this is Curse of This Morning. This is on channel Talk TV, of all places. You wouldn't think I would be watching a Talk TV video, would you? So who knows? Who knows? But this is Big Up Eamon Holmes, isn't it? Because it's that sort of propaganda, anti-ITV propaganda that Talk TV put out. Big Up Eamon Holmes. I want to see what they've got. 4 minutes of it. This is the worst of the best of the curse of this morning from Talk TV, of all places.
If ever a show was defined by its own...
Wait, let's have a look at the chicks before we move on, because they're nice. This is to calm us down. We'll do the Talk TV, and then I'll just do some chilling with you for 10 minutes or so longer. You know, play a song or something. Chill out before we go. There's the chicks. Okay. We can do Talk TV now. Let's close that. Bye-bye, Ellie. Bye-bye, you mad psychic. It's Talk TV. Oh, do you remember Holly Willoughby? Oh, she was a bit fruity, wasn't she?
If ever a show was defined by its on-screen chemistry, it's ITV's This Morning.
Defined by its on-screen chemistry?
A simple lifestyle magazine show.
I thought it was defined by the fact that it's on in the morning and you've just got like a choice of 3 things in the morning. It's this, it's the radio, or it's the big breakfast, isn't it? Or like the news, the BBC version or something shit. Like, isn't it just like what's on in the morning? Do people really make that much of a... Do they give it so much of a shit that it's all about this cult of personality?
Which was better than it had any right to be, and one that has brought us some of the best on-screen presenting partners.
See, Richard and Judy was what I would consider to be the peak, and it's just been downhill ever since, hasn't it?
Over its
See, there was Eamon Holmes.
Right to be, and one that has brought us some of the best on-screen present.
There is Eamon Holmes, with his definitely romantically engaged to him wife, you know, and he's definitely not secretly doing whatever. Didn't he marry the bloke from Coronation Street?
Presenting partnerships over
because he was the registrar. He was the one that married them in the. Don't worry about it.
Over its 35-year history. But behind all the giggles and countless NTA awards, there's only fucking 3 channels, and they give it to everyone on ITV every year because it's just a fucking
You know, it's just to make it look like you've won awards because you're special people. There's no need to have it. It's arranged by a PR company to make you look good, and it's paid for it. Like, it's just the most ridiculous thing in the world. It's just a useless piece of metal. So Ant and Dec every year are the best presenters. Like, even that year when Ant went mad for the alcohol, Dec was on his own. Like, I don't know where this is going now, pet. I hope my TV career can right itself. Or at least he can stop with the fucking drinking, because otherwise I'm not going to have a fucking job on TV like I used to. Yeah, the TV awards, they're brilliant.
The show's presenters rarely leave with a smile on their face. And Philip Schofield's departure after nearly 21 years is just the latest in a long line of controversy.
Who's that? It's John Leslie, isn't it?
Involving its biggest stars.
There's Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes. Smiling and clapping. He's looking great in this. Holly's looking a bit concerned.
But why? Is the show cursed to repeat the cycle which has befallen the Silver Fox?
It's because the people behind it are bad people and the Masons, isn't it? Isn't it, Talk TV? Isn't it? It's because the Manchester Mafia Masons and the people behind this. Wait, who's which one? Eamon Holmes is the bad Manchester Mafia Masons, isn't he? And he's running Luke, and he's anti-woke, and he's on GB News and Talk TV probably. And this is not. This is the London lot. This is the London. Sorry, I got it wrong. This is the London in with the elites, child traffickers, isn't it? Isn't that what? That's the different factions on mainstream midday television, light entertainment, isn't there? There's different factions.
Let's take a look back at the most infamous exits of this morning's hosts.
Eamon's not looking so good in that picture. What's he looking down at? Everyone else is having a nice time. Richard and Judas,
who cemented the show's popularity.
Richard and Judas, they cemented the popularity. Oh, look at her, all legs. Oh, that must have been back in the day.
And provided the platform for all the others to...
Provided the platform for everyone else to follow. Get a, slightly saucy lady next door type, and a slightly more aggressive, and you don't really know, you never really got the right understanding with Richard, whether he was being nice to Judy or being mean to her sometimes, and whether she liked it or was cross about it. What do you think? Was there a great chemistry? Sometimes I think they got cross with each other. It was just like, I felt like sometimes it felt like it was on a knife edge, and you didn't know if they'd had an argument in the car on the way there, and
follow.
From Q Jumpers, that's right.
Covering the death of Diana.
The death of Diana, they were there for everything, because it's the fucking daytime morning show, and whatever happens that's topical will go on the telly. It's like the One Show, but in the morning. It's that they'll cover anything just because it's happening. So it's not that they've got a special place in the nation's heart and they're important. It's just they happen to be the morning show. A very facile, light entertainment morning show. This is, you think that's Ali G, it's not. It's Richard from Richard and Judy.
Richard's infamous Ali G impersonation.
Is it because I's black?
Richard's infamous Ali G impersonation.
But these are moments. These are moments.
Nation.
Is it because I's black?
To helping launch the careers of stars like Lily Savage and Charlotte Church, Richard and Judy brought daytime TV to the masses and made...
That's a little bit cocky, isn't it? I mean, Lily Savage, God rest his soul, did a lot of hard work to get, to be successful and all that. I don't remember that This Morning was the one that was responsible for him being famous, but no, fair enough.
This Morning, essential
view. I'm quite critical of This Morning, but then big up Eamon Holmes, isn't it? So.
Sadly,
I've never really liked this sort of fey, sycophantic bollocks on the television. Do you know what I mean? This sort of like deliberately softened out edges, pretending that life is all roses on the morning show television. I've never really liked that myself. So I have got a bit of a chip on my shoulder against this sort of dumbing down, and like when people talk, like, it's very facile, isn't it? It has to be, doesn't it? Because children are watching, it's the morning show or whatever, but it's a very sort of and it prescribes a sense of what's important to the nation. So if this is on the show and it's important, we're talking about it, and then you've got that chuffing Alison stealing that old lady's chocolates when Ainsley went round, we'll quickly show that if you haven't seen this, you're missing out if you're not on Super Chuffer For You. Super Chuffer for You. I'll put it in the chat. I'll link it in the chat. It's another one of my channels. Pop that in the chat. You're missing out if you've not seen this, because I've reacted to this morning Alison and her nonsense. Alison and Ainsley scare someone's mom, right? They went round to this woman's house, and the woman didn't want them there, and they were like, oh, we've come round your house for your birthday. And this woman had chocolates for her birthday, and Alison ate them all. Like, it was a nightmare for her. An absolute nightmare. So Alison just, like, you know, crashed through the door in the morning. Good morning, we're here from this morning. You're going to be having your birthday today, I heard. What? How old are you? I'm 73. Oh, are you? Get back in your chair. I'll make you breakfast. I don't really like you in the kitchen. Get back in your chair. Like, it was awful. So you need to be on Super Chuffer for You for that. You need to be seeing that. But yeah.
Come to an end, and in 2001, after 13 years at the helm, the couple parted ways amicably with the programme, jumping ship to Channel 4 to host their...
They were alright, Richard and Judy. I thought it was quite good, Richard and Judy, when, like, you know, in overall, like, you know, when they did that move, I thought, well, they're alright as broadcasters. I mean, what do I care?
Self-titled show, Richard and Judy. After a few false starts...
Can anyone remember who these people are? Isn't one of them one of the Nolan sisters? Like...
We're looking at you here.
This is the rebound relationship, isn't it? And also, they look like they're in the foyer of a Travelodge. They look like they're in the foyer of a Premier Inn. The furniture and everything. So he's never going to take off this.
Twiggy and Colleen Nolan.
Twiggy? Was that Twiggy? Fucking hell.
ITV bosses must have thought their prayers had been answered.
What's this? These two look like they're on one of the P&O Ferries promotional videos.
When the pairing of John Leslie and Fern Britton...
John Leslie and Fern Britton. We all remember Fern Britton from Ready Steady Cook. John Leslie, take him or leave him, frankly, isn't it? And there's that Alison, feet under the table, early doors. She's been an insidious, bad smell in a corridor for a long time now. It's time for her to go. That bad Alison.
To be a big hit with viewers. Leslie seemingly...
Fucking blabbermouth. Bad Alison. She ate that woman's chocolate. She wouldn't shut up. Look, here's John Leslie. I can't remember what he did that was bad. I'm sure you're going to tell me.
He had the world at his feet, and both him and Fern are credited with helping jumpstart the show, which had begun to flatline post Richard and Judy. But that all came crashing down in 2000.
I don't know what they're going on about, right? You do the fucking morning show on ITV. So it's got a basic formula. You just have to get some normal-ish people to present it. There's 600 people in the celebrity sphere that you can employ to do this job. Like, they can't all be that shit at it, can they? People have got 3 channels to choose from. It's this, it's The Big Breakfast, or it's BBC News. They might listen to Radio 1, probably, in the car on the way there, isn't it? Like, it's not a big, like, it shouldn't be a big brain ache to get this right. Like, they're just... You have to have normal presenters that can present a TV show to the nation, and then you have to have content that... I suppose this is what's really weird about this to me, the thinking, the way this has gone, is the sort of stuff they would fill their show with is the sort of content that might be 10 or 12 different YouTube videos, a cooking video, a thing about an animal, a thing here, a this and that. And it's like we've done tonight, a bit of a magazine show. It's just like a daily magazine show. And I suppose that's journalism. So you rely on staff writers and journalists to present the stories. Your editor filters through it and says, this would be good on the show, that's not so good. And then these two just have to fucking read out the script on the telly. Tonight on the show. I've been doing it all night here. I'm just a normal chuffer. It's not that hard. How are you getting it wrong if you're being paid thousands of pounds to run a TV show and you've had to have 2 different failed attempts at picking the right presenter? Like, how are you getting that wrong?
2. As allegations began to circulate about his personal life.
Uh-oh, this is a problem then. Yeah, sex allegations, is it? Like, that's another way to get it wrong, isn't it? To employ these sort of people. Although when you go back to some of those bigger TV companies, like, I don't want to bring up Utri again, do I? Do I want to bring up Utri? But you know what I mean? Like, maybe there was other problems going on in the back room.
Following an unsubstantiated...
Abby Titmus. Do you remember Abby Titmus? Do you remember Abby Titmus? Did she have big boobs? Because her name was Titmus as well, isn't it? And it's big boobs. Oh, I can't remember what she looked like until I'm looking at these pictures. I still can't really remember what she looks like because these pictures, they all look different. So I can't determine which one is her or which one is the her that I remember. It's a bit weird, isn't it? There's her with John Leslie. Abyss Titmus. Was she a glamour girl or one of them, like, page 3ers or something. She looks like she's in her underwear there. They used to have these gropey dinners, didn't they? Well, they still do. Like, my MP, Nadeem Zahawi, well, he's stepping down now, but he was in one of those gropey... He said it was really bad, he shouldn't have been there. Bad gropey dinner. The Conservative parties do it, don't they? They have it in London where the waitresses go around dressed in the little slips and then they all grope them up. Was it that? Abigail Titmus, IMDb, look. She's got the legs out there. All in red. Abigail Titmus. Can't recognise her. Can't remember her from what she did or anything. Like, was she a singer? Or I don't think she was a singer, was she? I'm saying she was, like, a page 3 girl, maybe. Love Island. Was Love Island going on back then? No. Ladbrokes European Ladies Championship. Well, she did work at the bookies. What's that? Abyss Titmus. Stars as Hazel in Up and Under. So she's an actress now. Fair play, Abyss Titmus. Now, there's a lot of these pictures of her, like, the boobs seem to be, like, poked out at the front, like, in a big sort of statement as well. And maybe it's just me getting into my head with the word tit from her name. But there's a lot of pictures of her sort of, like, in sort of, you know, page 3 sort of style, attire and posture. So, she was a nurse at first. Is that why she got with John Leslie? Because she was a nurse? I don't understand. Like, Abyss Titmus. She got a Wikipedia. She got a Wikipedia, look. Born in Newark. One of my ancestors was the mayor of Newark. My great-great... Direct line. You know, my great-great ancestor was the mayor of Newark. Once. Probably. She did 6th form, look, it says. Like, why do I need to know what 6th form she did? Maths, French, physics, religion. She got GCSEs. Like, who's put that in there? She got GCSEs on her Wikipedia bio. Are they trying to say that she's not just some dumb blonde, huh? She did nursing. She was hired as a roving reporter on Channel 4 Richard and Judy. So she was a reporter on Richard and Judy. Like I said, you know, it's journalism essentially, isn't it? You get people to go and bring you little stories and then you put it on the telly. She lost her job following allegations of group sex with John Leslie. Well, that's a bit weird, isn't it? A sex tape from 4 years earlier emerged in which she'd been privately filmed having sex with Leslie and Asha Abubakar, an aspiring model. Fucking hell. That's a model. Hang on, wait. I don't want to see Asha Abubakar. John Leslie's doing the threesomes. He's a bit of a goer, isn't he? Asha Abubakar. That's a name as well. Now, it's funny because she's Abby Titmus and tit sounds like tits. And then the other one is Asha Abubakar and boobs. Tits and boobs. So do you think John Leslie had a thing for people whose names sound like tits and boobs? This woman, a Nigerian politician, takes all sorts, I suppose, doesn't it? Can't imagine her with them. No, an aspiring model, so that wasn't the same. That was a different woman. The footage was downloaded without permission from a private computer and made public by conman Jason Onabuale, subsequently convicted and sentenced to serve... Oh, that's bad. So then she got on the tellis, and then that's it. She's on the tellis then. So she was on the tellis. She'd done the sex. That made her more famous. She got on the tellis even more. I don't think there's anything wrong with her having sex with people. I think videoing it and supplying it to the media is bad. I don't know what John Leslie's contract's like in terms of whether you're allowed to have sex with people that work on the show. But for her, I suppose similar thing to having sex with people that work on the show, I guess. But maybe a sort of power balance issue. So I think it more falls in the thing of he might be a bit of a naughty one. But she shouldn't be tied with any sort of brush there. Not really. She's just had some sex. Like, it's not that bad.
Claim by broadcaster Matthew Wright, which named Leslie as the man who raped Ulrika Johnson. Wright
what?
Subsequently apologised for the error, but a media storm followed.
Oh wait, he didn't do that. Fuck.
Stepped back from the show to clear his name, but never returned. Cast your minds back.
Yeah, that sounds like an absolute nightmare that he's never going to get back. Why would people want to watch This Morning and just be thinking about him having sex with Abby Titmus and that one from the Nigerian government? You know, people aren't going to want to have that with their cornflakes, are they? No, that conversation will be had in the upper rooms. You've got to be whiter than white to present this show. And that's it then, isn't it? Everyone's got to be whiter than white to present this show from now on. And it's just like this fake world of like fake smiles and fake behaviour, because no one behaves like this or talks like this. And then what happens is idiot kids watch it, like Alan, and believe that's how you should behave and operate. And like this is just a way of it's really weird, and I think it's insidious as well, because people say that they're dumbing people down with television, but honestly, like you watch ITV and it's designed to keep your attention so they can sell you products every 15 minutes. Like they want you to be like some sort of congealed blob on the sofa. It's like the worst thing in the world. Like these people don't actually want you to go to work either. Most of their audience don't go to work. So like it's not good for you, none of this. It's designed to get in your head and destroy part of you so that you spend more money. That's what it is. It's fucking horrific. I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. ITV News, like anything that's presented with 15 minutes of adverts in between and before and after, no thank you. Yeah, like we don't need it anymore. Thank God we've got the internet. But it was of its day the worst channel on the set of 3 that we had. Commercial television with commercial drives. And people complain these days, you know, the advertisers run YouTube and things get demonetized. They just want you to sit in your chair so they can sell you the products for every 15 minutes loudly. Like it's the most awful thing in the world. And it's got worse than that, because now the politicians have got involved and like, you know, involved with the programming as well. So now they want to manipulate you as well in different ways. If people with the most money are the ones that are running the show, the people with the most money can put their agenda in the show. Like, we need to reform the BBC so it's better and fit for purpose. But thank God for the BBC, where that is not the agenda, theoretically, is it? But
It's 2009 now, and viewers were in shock when the unthinkable happened, with beloved fans' favourite Fern Britton announcing a shock exit after 10 years in the job. First hosting alongside Leslie, with Philip Schofield, she took the show to new heights, forming an iconic pairing from 2002 to 2000.
I mean, this is the thing though, again, how do you fuck this up? Like, you just need to find a sort of every man, every lady, every person. Fern Britton's very charismatic and personable. She already does presenting. Stick her in the job, she'll be fine. Like, it's not that she's some like shining example of broadcasting expertise. She just has to sit there and be able to read the script. Like, okay, I'll get confident here, because some people would find this a bit of a difficult ask maybe, but really it's not that difficult. To like, everyone else runs the show around you and you have to read the things out in order, and if something's going a bit wrong, you know, you have to be able to carry it live while it's happening. But Philip Schofield is one of these as well, that like, he does a bit more producing behind the scenes, I guess, and maybe she does as well. But during the live, you know, what you're doing on the telly, these people get it into their head that there's some sort of special chuffer, because they can read a script on the telly live, because they can talk into a camera and say, hi, nice to see you again, it's Philip and it's Fern. And today on This Morning, we've got an excellent story about an Alsatian that's been eating sausages. They don't have to make it up, I'm having to make it up. That's been eating sausages every day of its life and now poops in sausage form. Also, we've got Gino D'Acampo, who'll be cooking those sausages into a wonderful spag bowl. Fern, tell us first about what you're doing with knitting scarves. Like, you know, it's not actually that much of a skill.
2009. Yet the writing was on the wall, as speculation began swirling of a rift between the two.
But because they get highly paid and they stand at the front and, you know, they're the ones on the telly, this guy has to poke his head out from behind, because they're the ones, like, you know, on the telly and at the front, and they get given awards and stuff, they start to think that it is some special skill and they are some special chuffer, and they're not, and they're just infinitely replaceable with like hundreds of other people who can stand in front of a camera and read the fucking script with a little bit of personality to carry it along for the audience.
A difficult working relationship, consistent arguing, and a pay gap were all rumoured to be causing a stir. But Fern rubbished suggestions money was ever an issue in 2019.
Out of all of them, I probably like Fern and Judy the best, don't I? Like, you know, they're probably the least shit out of all these people. Like, the other people have been a bit of a... Like, Philip's been a shit, hasn't he? And John Leslie, you could argue, has been a bit of a shit. But Fern doesn't seem to have been a shit, from what I can see yet. But maybe she's going to be a shit, because this is big up Eamon Holmes territory, remember? This is Eamon Holmes' propaganda. I'm joking, of course. Eamon, he can't sue me because I'm having a big joke, but like, it feels like this is Eamon Holmes, because he got booted off, remember, and he wants to make sure they look shit in public. So he's been on GB News saying about how shit they are, and he's here now. There's a Talk TV video drop about how awful This Morning is really behind the scenes, and it's not just Philip Schofield. It's been going on forever.
Saying she didn't even...
This was 11 months ago.
know what Phil was being paid.
On Talk TV 11 months ago. You wouldn't think I would be watching Talk TV on the channel, would you?
But for him, it was the show that would inevitably be the relationship's downfall. Describing in his autobiography an argument between...
Look at him with blonde hair there. Golden blonde Phil. That looks very creepy.
...the pair, when Fern accused him of meddling.
Fern accused him of meddling, yeah? Sorry, meddling, did you say? I said meddling, yeah, meddling, yeah.
Said he thought that's the reason she didn't want to do This Morning anymore. And there's still no love lost either. In 2018, Fern claimed she wasn't even invited to appear for the show's 30th anniversary celebration at the BAFTAs.
See? We're getting a little bit of goss here. Yeah, and Fern, who's a nice person, wasn't even invited to the 30th anniversary party for the BAFTAs. So, fuck you This Morning. I'm glad I don't work there anymore. I'm glad I'm Eamon Holmes and I'm on Talk TV behind the scenes. Or GB News or whatever the fuck he's doing, you know? Big up Eamon Holmes.
Ouch. The second husband and wife duo on our...
Here he is. Here's the man. I wonder if he's going to get the lickings of a dog, or if they're going to say he was quite right to say that, like, is he anti-vax or is he flat earth or is he one of those? Like, there are some real lame brain thinkers out in the world these days, aren't there? Like, it's got even worse. We were talking about grifting earlier. There's a new level of grifting these days on the internet. A really sick, insidious. I said insidious a lot, so it's not allowed to say that anymore. But a really sick form of grifting. Like, even sicker than that when that Greg said that he had met Nicola Bulley in Chelmsford in the 90s, but he couldn't talk about it in chat, and then could. Even sicker than bringing her name and possibly lies about, like, more likely lies, because I've heard him lying with that Greg. About stuff like that. That's horrible to bring their name into it like that. It made me quite angry. The thing that, what was it Eamon Holmes did? Do you remember in chat? Do you remember what Eamon Holmes did? We're gonna have to play the big up Eamon Holmes here, aren't we now? He said something though. He said like he got, he was like, he said some pseudoscience. It was 5G, wasn't it? He was anti 5G. Hang on, we'll get to that.
Oh yeah, big up Eamon Holmes, 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 big up Eamon Holmes. John Wedger, it's time to get wet, wet.
Okay, big up Eamon Holmes. So it was the 5G, wasn't it? Like, it was the 5G. I was going to say, right, so the conspiracy thing that's going on at the moment is you get people confused and disoriented. You take them away from mainstream media. They're even more confused and disoriented. You get them into something like Flat Earth, Tartaria, 5G, any old sort of nonsense. Get them really into the nonsense. In America, it's more sort of killing kids for adrenochrome and Joe Biden's a robot, whatever, Like, you get them into really all sorts of bizarre nonsense. Then they lose all their friends and family because they don't want to hang around them and listen to their nonsense, yeah? So then you've got them isolated. They're on the internet. They're talking a load of shit. You've got them isolated. You can convince them to vote for people like, no offence to the Trump supporter in chat, but you can convince them to vote for someone like Donald Trump, who's going to speak against people like, and like drain the swamp and stuff like that, or to vote for more right-wing things, because like in our country, like, it passes on. This same group of people end up being a bit like not the same group of people actually. Anyway, like, let's not get into politics actually. Let's focus on the fact that the grift is you get them confused, you get them disoriented, and then you can sell them on other concepts and ideas. But I think that the same people who want to manipulate society on the internet, the same people who want to manipulate society by going on the internet, fake comments, fake like accounts, they might not even believe the earth is flat, but they're happier that those previously quite thoughtful people are now down some weird rabbit hole and completely disengaged and confused. That's how you can control society easier, is that groups of people who were before getting together to maybe protest against animal rights abuses, now those people are like all diffusing in these funny little groups talking about weird rabbit holes and like going down that. And like, there's some weird long con about some of these conspiracies, because the people that run the conspiracies and all the nonsense, like, they don't actually all believe it. They're just profiting from the ideas. So, and then there's the people that really believe it. And some of the ideas that ground it aren't grounded. They're fucking nuts. So we've got that problem. 5G is interesting. I will say this, is that I've learned 5G as a radio wave Like microwaves and radio waves. You know, we talk about energy weapons as well can do stuff. So we've got to be careful. We've got to be careful. We can't just write it off and say 5G is brilliant. Let's just say the government's great and everyone knows what they're doing. But my concern personally is that the energy waves have to dissipate. We know that they do that by entropy in the environment. So they will, their energy will go into the atmosphere, and that means that molecules like oxygen, which makes up part of our atmosphere, it's not the predominant molecule in our atmosphere, but it's one of them, and it's quite an important one to us. We breathe that shit in. But that molecule, for example, will take a little bit more energy. It will be slightly more excited. Not enough energy to break off the, what is it? In the center, it's got the neutrons and the protons and the electrons. It's not enough to smash off an electron and actually denature it, but enough to add energy to it to change, because it's entropy. It has to go somewhere. So, you know, I'd be interested and cautious about things like that. I understand. But to go on telly like Eamon Holmes did and say what he did as the This Morning presenter was a little bit rare, wasn't it? So let's get into what Eamon Holmes did.
Eamon Holmes and Ruth Langsford were powerhouses on the show for 15 years, hosting every Friday until their exit in 2021. The younger duo of Dermot O'Leary...
See, they didn't even say what he did.
...and Alison Hammond filled the slot left by...
They left and Alison Hammond came in, and we all hate Alison Hammond because she's a mouthy, ate that woman's chocolates. You have to go and watch the video to get, you know, to see what I think about Alison Hammond on Super Chat for You. And Dermot O'Leary, don't even get me started. But no, they're skipping over it. I'm going to have to do this. Eamon Holmes. Big up Eamon Holmes. You can see it seems like propaganda now for Eamon Holmes, can't you? Eamon Holmes 5G. This is what Eamon Holmes did. Isn't it? Where is it? Is it not here? Come on. Eamon Holmes 5G COVID Ofcom discussion. Eamon Holmes reveals all. Oh, has he had it taken off the internet? Surely it's here somewhere, what he said about 5G. Because he said it on the damn This Morning. Eamon Holmes. This Morning 5G. Surely it's... Where is the proof it's not harmful to humans? That's what he said. And we also called some people the R slur, but I can't. Isn't it strange that I can't find exactly what he said? Here's him saying goodbye. No, not even. We haven't got in that. Weird, isn't it? It's almost like it's been cleaned up off the internet. This is someone else putting something else up though.
Well, absolutely. And the fake news that is travelling around at the moment is just ridiculous. Do you remember, first of all, of this, that we can't ignore the 5G conspiracy theory. What is that all about? So what various celebrities and some influencers are saying is that 5G is a main link to the coronavirus. Was
Eamon Holmes saying that? He's not. Is he in this bit?
I totally agree with everything you're saying, but what I don't accept is mainstream media immediately slapping that down as not true when they don't know it's not true. No one should attack or damage or do anything like that, but it's very easy to say it is not true because it suits the state narrative. That's all I would say as someone with an inquiring mind.
Uh-oh, that was what we did, isn't it?
A main link to the coronavirus. The coronavirus is man-made. Some are saying it's designed to cull the population, and the lockdown is actually just a device for the rollout of 5G.
So it's that psyop is what she's saying is bad, and you know the people say that's a psyop, don't they? Right, and all that. She's saying that's bad and it's misinformation that's going around. And Eamon Holmes said, "Well, you got to be careful." I'm not gonna. Should I play the full clip? I might as well.
Down is actually just a device for the rollout of 5G. That we're being manipulated, and this rumor has been spread so far and wide and has been so convincing to so many people that there's been some 30 acts of vandalism and arson around the UK. Damaging essential telephone equipment, which is just worrying.
What annoys me the most about all this is I wonder if these are the same people that voted in that government. Like, there are other ways to go about changing society, and it does seem that if these people are so... Like, these are the people who are politically disengaged, and this is the problem. The reason the conspiracy thing works is that the word, I call it disenfranchised. In my era, in my younger days, you know, when I started voting, the whole of our generation was disenfranchised, politically disenfranchised. We're not interested in it as much. Like, we've had enough of it. And to get people back into voting, you know, to create a buzz about it again, I think Labour was the first. You know, when Labour won that election in the 90s, it was about, like, part of it was getting that younger vote more mobilised and back in and engaged with it. And these days, they, rather than mobilise and engage a certain sector of the vote, they would just, it's easier to demobilise and disengage your opposing sector, and even to then twist them around to vote for you in some ways through nonsense online.
Infrastructure is so needed at the moment that people are going around and damaging it because of some
Got a bit serious at the end, haven't we, with Eamon Holmes?
rumour that is circulating. It's not true, and it's incredibly stupid to be.
The only thing I totally agree with everything you're saying, but what I don't accept is mainstream media immediately slapping that down as not true.
Right, well, it did seem that what she was saying was pretty much a full-on conspiracy theory, though, Eamon. And during the COVID panic, and, you know, during the entire time while it's going on, like, doing a show about spotting fake news on the mainstream news, this seems like there's a good reason for you to lose your job, yeah?
When they don't know it's not true. No one should attack or damage or do anything like that, but it's very easy to say it is not true because it suits the state narrative. That's all I would say as someone with an inquiring mind.
The thing that used to frustrate me about that is that, to their credit, and I don't give Boris Johnson much credit with this, but, you know, to their credit, they did accept that the leading voices on this had to be the scientists and the doctors in the room. So the state narrative wasn't necessarily based on what a bunch of politicians think or should say. Sometimes that was also informed by science. And whilst I don't think Boris Johnson is my best friend and favourite person in the world, obviously, I think Eamon Holmes was a little bit wrong there in what he said. That's my opinion. So I don't think the earth is flat. I don't think everything's a psyop. I don't think the Masons are trying to, like, you know, run the world with the Illuminati. I don't think the Jews are running the music industry and keeping Kanye West from releasing an album. I think the world's a bit more like sad and mundane than that. And there are rich people who are pulling the wool over people's eyes. There are not so rich people who are just bad people pulling the wool over people's eyes, you know. Do I think John Wedge is a purebred Satanist who's doing all the Satanism, or just a bad person who wants to get near vulnerable people? Do you know what I mean? It's this extra layer of mysticism that everything is applies to everything. Like I was saying earlier about Hollywood and how the stories are like magical and mystical because it's Hollywood, but really it might just be some seedy people in a room doing some bad sex with some vulnerable person. So, like, you don't have to have all that magic mysticism and Satanism and ritual about it because you're just the seedy bastards. You've just got a lot more money. So maybe it's that. But yeah. Eamon Holmes lost his job for speaking out in favour of anti-COVID conspiracy theory stuff. And in this video, they just said they stepped down and left the space for the younger people.
Holmes and Ruth Langsford were powerhouses on the show.
I don't want to get too political. Listen, we've been through all that shit and everyone's got different opinions on it now. But what I'm more really driving out there is the idea that conspiracy theories in general and those rabbit holes can be used to lure you down a path and away from the mainstream, okay, but away from any support network into a place where you're much more pliable and easier to manipulate, and you lose a sense of yourself, and you know, you lose touch with your real reality, your friends, your family and stuff like that, and that's not healthy. So you know, people need to be really careful about that sort of stuff, and the bad actors that are pumping out that bad rubbish into the society that are trying to control them, because they're the sort of people that are worried about people trying to control them with bad ideas and manipulation and propaganda. And it's just funny that someone's provided them the exact perfect story that they need to fit into their narrative so that they can feel right and in control and understand it all, but that the person that's feeding them that story might not have their best interest at heart.
15 years, hosting every Friday until their exit in 2021. The younger duo of Dermot O'Leary and Alison.
So this is clearly propaganda from the Eamon Holmes camp then, isn't it? Because he did a really bad thing, but you didn't mention it. Like, it's arguably worse than what John Leslie did by having some sex off camera. Well, it went on camera, didn't it? But do you know what I mean? John Leslie had some sex. And what Eamon Holmes did was went on telly and said, yeah, but, you know, we shouldn't discount the idea that 5G could be a deliberate ploy and the coronavirus could be man-made to depopulate the world. Like, you could argue that coronavirus was made in a lab in Wuhan and that the Americans released it as a bioweapon against their main competitor, China, to destabilize their economy after China had done a massive cyber attack on them a few months earlier, and Donald Trump had seemed quite weak and needed to bolster his position. You could argue that, and like that would be okay as an argument, wouldn't it? Like, it would all fall into place and all line up because a lot of the things I said were true and some of them were just things you could argue. And the idea that ivermectin would be a nice cure, and we've already got that lined up and he knows all about it. And maybe it went a bit wrong because people travelled from China to Italy and other places unexpectedly, spreading it in an uncontrolled way that wasn't expected. But, you know, those arguments hold more sense than it's just a man-made thing to depopulate the earth. Like, depopulation isn't, like, why would people want to depopulate? Like, it's bizarre. Like, it's absolutely bizarre. Like, people get like big ideas and really confusions. The idea about the depopulation one, I don't know why we're going into conspiracy world now, but depopulation one is a funny one because it's the idea that global warming can be maybe mitigated in a different way, but actually we need to fix the global warming, and you shouldn't be worried about the depopulation, you should be worried about the global warming. But like, again, like the big picture things, the real things get taken off the table in favour of some weird nonsense. Eventually we're going to end up talking about whether Justin Bieber's crying because he's been taken out into the woods.
Hammond filled the slot left by the pair, with Holmes moving on to GB News. And last year he accused ITV of spreading lies about his exit, insisting he didn't quit, saying, "They left me."
You said the media was scaremongers during COVID. Listen, I don't want to get too deep into this, but during COVID, the Conservative government took the opportunity to take a lot of taxpayer money to set up podiums and flags and do press conferences in a very Americanized style so that they looked like they were stood at the front and in charge and leading everything, and they knew what was going on. And it was PR and marketing, and a lot of money went into a lot of different things during COVID, but PR and marketing was very much one of them. And the media were led by that, you know, alert sign, don't panic in big alert sign. Yeah, you know, the media were led by that. They hung on the press conferences, they re-reported it all, and scaremongering to an extent. People were scared. There was a there was a disease that was going around killing people, and there were a lot of vulnerable people who ended up losing their life because of it, so it was quite serious. It was a funny time. Let's not get too deep into it now because we've been through it now, yeah, there's been a couple of things, Brexit and COVID, that were designed to divide. Like, whether designed like by what I mean by design, I mean is the politicians took the opportunity to divide people, cause disruption and arguments for their own benefit. When I say the politicians, look who ended up getting voted in, look who ended up taking the power, look who had got the nice curtains, look where the money goes. So we need to get away from that division and arguing about it forever. And sadly, though, it has highlighted for me some glaring absences in our society where we should. I think back in the day, the Red Wall would never have fallen to the Conservatives. Like, why would these people have voted for the Conservatives? Like, their grandparents would turn in their grave. The miners' strikes, life has changed, society's moved on a bit, and people forget easily, don't they? What am I talking about? Cohesiveness in society, a glaring mistake. I think what would have happened is, like, there's a generation of people's grandparents that probably fought in the war that aren't around anymore, that would have told you, this is bollocks, get those stupid ideas out of your head, this is what the life's about, this is this and this is this. And fewer of those voices exist, and more TikTokers exist. So, like, now public consciousness thinking, like, there's like a gap in the education somewhere. There's like an acceptance of fucking nuts thinking that doesn't have any grounding or logic to it, that leads you down really dark paths. And I'm telling you, is manipulated by people that want to manipulate. Like, this video is a very manipulative look at this morning, isn't it? And media and propaganda has always gone hand in hand. So, like, people need to be really careful. And if you think that they're consuming alternative media because they're listening to Alex Jones or they're listening to another person somewhere else, or get it on Twitter or Facebook, then they're just as deluded, because Facebook is now a free-for-all, a wild west of these sort of people with fake accounts. Making people think what they want to think and getting into people's heads for different reasons ultimately benefits certain people in society that want to I'm saying control and It's not. This isn't paranoia and stuff. This is how the government run their media campaigns to manipulate people. They don't just put up adverts saying vote Conservative. They manipulate the media so people vote. Like, it's obvious, isn't it? That's what Great Britain News is. It's a propaganda arm of the Conservative Party. So it's just really funny in this one that it's so obvious, because Eamon Holmes has been absolved of any wrongdoing whatsoever for what he said, and everyone else is a bad shit because they had sex. Even Philip Schofield, probably the worst of them, isn't it, with the, you know, what he did, but like sex based. So sex fiends. Richard and Judy was the one clip we saw. Richard was a racist doing Ali G, is it because I think guy's black? Eamon Holmes, on the other hand, just fucking whiter than white. Like, great guy. Don't know why they even got rid of him.
Ruth Langsford were powerhouses on the show for 15 years, hosting every Friday until their exit in 2021. The younger duo of Dermot O'Leary and Alison Hammond filled the slot left by the pair.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nikki. Basically what's happened is Thatcher's ghost is haunting Britain, and people are like in like this sort of Scream movie where they're all getting taken out by it and they just don't realise. Thatcher's bully boys are, you know, are still in, like, they all stabbed Thatcher in the back, didn't they? So they all had the knives out for her, and like they all, like, it's a weird thing. Like, it's a weird thing. Just shouts out Peter Folding as well at this point, I would suggest, eh? You know, running public services as private companies. Like, very Thatcher, that, isn't it? Very Thatcher. He was a protest breaker, wasn't he? Rather than a protester. So, you know, it's nowadays the animal rights activists can just get thrown straight into prison because we changed the laws. Thanks. Like, what a world we live in.
With Holmes moving on to GB.
He's moving on to GB News with his lovely gold key. He's a great guy. Look at it. It's so sinister. It's so sinister, isn't it? Wow. Like, right in your face. Not mentioning what he did that was bad. He is up there doing it now on Sky and in these other places, paid like mercenary effectively, isn't it? Like, his mercenary political opinion on the internet. Like, it's weird. So savage. And like that anyone would watch this, like, you know, see it as anything but, like, we talked earlier about different esoteric ideas, like to talk about the devils and people who sell their soul to the devil. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are the worst of people amongst us, the worst of people, and all we needed was just a couple of nice people that were a bit like, you know, the lady that cuts your hair and the bloke that drives the bus to just present the show. And instead we've had to have the worst. Let's go back to these two. Maybe they weren't that bad. Instead we've had to have, like, you know, a slew of, like, is it the Jimmy Savile effect? Why do we put up with it in society? Why do we hold these people aloft in front of us and turn on the telly every day to watch it? It's garbage, isn't it? It's trash. Trash, trash, trash.
Hosting every Friday until their exit in 2021. The younger duo of Dermot O'Leary and Alison Hammond filled the slot left by the pair, with Holmes moving on to GB News. And last year he accused ITV of spreading lies about his exit, insisting he didn't quit, saying, "They left me." And it wouldn't be this morning without some Philip Schofield-related drama. With Ruth still working at ITV's Loose Women...
I expect she was really happy about everything, the way it's all worked out, because you could wonder whether her marriage to Eamon Holmes was fairly convenient for their TV career, because being Richard and Judy and an authentic couple on the telly really sold well, didn't it? So it was really handy that they were married and an authentic couple to be on the telly, wasn't it? So... she always looks like she's really smiling when she's smiling, doesn't she? She doesn't look like there's some sort of, like, dead inside vibe going on, does she? What's going on with our tellies?
She's kept relative.
She just doesn't. I mean, she's probably been through all this shit. She just has to sit next to the bastard, doesn't she? But like, it must be awful for her. And she agrees with everything he says. Like, Richard and Judy used to kick off, didn't she, sometimes? And like, they'd have their little spat on the telly. But I don't know about this one. I don't watch it enough to know. But like, does she just keep her mouth shut and put up with what Eamon's doing? Because fucking hell.
Be quiet. But her husband? Not so much. He's attacked Holly and Phil's relationship as being false. Claiming she knows the truth about her now former co-host. And with one parting shot, he slammed Schofield's goodbye statement, claiming he didn't step down but was sacked. We're not sure he'll be on Phil's Christmas card list this year.
They hate each other now, don't they? He hates Phil. He's always hated Phil. I don't know why. Oh, something about what was going on behind the scenes.
And so we return to the man of the moment, the latest loss to the This Morning lineup. What went wrong for one of the jewels in the ITV
Well, I've done Super Chuffer episodes on it. I've done the body language reactor Phil. They're both quite interesting episodes.
Well, that's still up for debate. But after a few high-profile public faux pas, including queue jumping to...
doing the Alan. Doing the angry Alan. Hey, doing the angry Alan. Fuck, we'll watch that to finish. We'll watch that to finish.
Pay their respect to the Queen lying in state, and with a growing number of recriminations against his character, it seems in his own words that ITV decided the current situation can't go on. Ultimately, no one is bigger than the show. And although Schofield's departure feels seismic, we're sure that this morning will continue on, as it always has done.
Brilliant. So they're saying nice things about it at the end, even though everything else they said was fucking mean. Talk TV. More trash. Trash about trash. And then here's me reviewing it. But I've actually done a fairly highbrow take on it, I guess. Sneering at the conspiracy theorists. Chris's Substack will hate that. Right. I want to see this now. I want to see it, so everyone's got to do what I want to do. Battery exhausted. Let's search for Queen. Because it wasn't just Holly and what's his name that visited the Queen, was it?
Here we are, guys. Welcome.
No, it took hours.
I can't get any closer than this. I'm going to follow this queue because these are people who have problems, and that's the queue I'm going to be in.
People who've got problems. He's going to try and blag his way into the disabled queue.
So
it's funny, that's what I was thinking in my brain when he said people who've got problems. I wanted to go, people who've got problems, but obviously I'm going to cover it.
I think it's
unbelievable. The people that have got problems. He means the disabled queue for people who've got like wheelchairs and blue badges and shit, yeah?
It's here for me.
He's going to say, I'm dyslexic, let me in.
It's this way.
So at this point, it doesn't look like it's early morning.
Is this the way the disability queue starts? Or, you know?
Disability queue. He asked the woman for the disability. This is Alan Vinicum, the armchair detective, going to London to visit the Queen and sneaking his way into the disability queue without actually having the correct, it's unbelievable. Because he was lined up for a knee operation sometime in the future. He managed to blag his way into the disability queue to see the Queen. Queue jumped his way. Disability queue. I mean, it is such a... we've had such a good stream, I can't believe we're finishing on this disgusting nonsense. I was quite cross about it. Like, it's kind of like a way of doing it.
That's it. You're the same team, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm just showing the market.
Like, my mum waited in a queue for hours and hours.
Yeah. Oh, here we are then. I'm filming the whole thing this morning. Good.
I'm filming the whole thing this morning. As soon as he got near it, they told him to turn the camera off, and he pretended to turn the camera off, and he put it in. They were like, "No, turn the camera off. You're not filming any of it, you twat." On top of that, like he says it to this man as if it's like I'm some special chuffer. I'm here to film the whole thing, not like these scumbag standard people who are just here to shuffle past. I'm here to film it for my YouTube community. Like he thinks it gives him some status.
They're not letting us through. I don't know why they're not letting us through. I don't know.
I don't know why they're not letting us through. He says, so the security guard can hear to his phone, as if the phone is an important thing and he's doing important stuff. And this perp of this, commoner of a security guard should basically just let us through here. Like, trying to intimidate the security guard.
That's the normal queue.
Yeah, she said it'll be an hour.
He thought he'd just walk right up to the front of the normal queue.
But what queue are we in then?
We're going to join this line.
We'll join these people?
Yeah.
Oh, so. Is that?
I don't know.
I thought we were not.
That one you
we have a separate entrance. Yeah. But I don't know why they stopped us.
They give you yellow fiber because they're disabled.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean,
they've given you a yellow band because you're disabled.
Sir.
Alan. When does he go through? When he goes through, he says the power of the disabled. That man there is a veteran. In the normal queue. Sorry, sir. After you. After you. I get cross about that as well. When does he go through and he goes, the power of the disabled? And I'm like, what? He's flexing and bragging. Idiots and scum. And I'm...
That was the power of the disabled, yes. Straight. See the way we got... That was the power of the disabled, yes.
People forget with a narcissist, especially like Alan's a full-blown, serious problem, isn't he? Like, people forget that if you, think of him like a sort of I don't know, like a normal person. You give him the sympathy, you let him off essentially. Like, you're a nice person, you're a sympathetic person, you're a what's the word I'm looking for? You know, you're a good person, so you feel to be charitable, and it's not just sympathetic, there's another word for it. Yeah, but you feel to, like, sort of, you know, give him forgiveness and stuff, and then he'll just come back and bite you even harder because he's just a nasty narcissist. So, like, you don't with these people. Like, Alan's not a nice person. He went here and he celebrated. He's not fucking disabled. And he said, as he walked past the other people who'd queued all day, 6 hours, "There's the power of the disabled." Like, this is awful.
To see, now these people have been waiting 30 hours. Yeah. See the way we got, that was the power of the disabled. Yes, I see. Now these people have been waiting 30 hours. Yeah. Yeah, although it's a long wait. Yeah.
My mom, friend, it's me getting running ahead of the.
We did good yesterday. Yeah, although it's a long wait. Yeah. So you with me?
Nothing like this.
You with me for my big filming? Yeah. So I'm going to do this all the way live now. So it's just no swearing, you know. Yeah, yeah.
Just cheerfully walking past all of these people that are queuing up.
I know you've got to learn a lot of British swear words.
Because he thinks he loves it. He thinks he's VIP in the VIP section. You blagged that you were disabled. Language.
Right. All right. So now we see the separate queues. Yeah. Hey, we're almost there. Yeah.
He's such a bad chuffer. And then when he gets there, they ask him to put the
You
phone
can't-
down from a different country. If you want to watch it, it's on Battery Exhausted. That's the channel you're watching now. If you're watching it and you haven't subscribed, then go and watch some other channel, I suppose. But thank you all for being here. What was that noise? Was that one of the animals? Thank you all for being here. I've had a good show tonight. It's been good. We're going to carry on doing good shows. See and expect more. If you haven't noticed the uploads on Battery Exhausted, if you're down with this sort of clowning, then there are some uploads that probably won't come into your inbox because it's you're going to have to find that yourself on the video section there. Super Chuff for You is also something that I would recommend. I would say, I think it's definitely worth recommending. So I will shill for myself, insofar as I'm making content, hard at work, making the content so that you can watch it and enjoy it. It's free on the internet. If you like it, then you can share the videos, really helps, and be part of the crew, you know, support it. That's just, you know, that's the thing. I'm also going to be doing Super Chopper, of course. I'm never going to be jaffing that in. That's the main channel. We've got a really good video there about Nicola Buddy, Garstang Gin, all sorts of stuff there. If you haven't seen that, that's 2 weeks old now. So it is up to time for me to do another Super Cheffer episode, Super Cheffer. This weekend I'll be playing games on Twitch. So that's the other thing that I do. I'll be playing games on Twitch. So I might do some of that. Oh, it's midnight now. It's after midnight. I've still got to do my Genshin dailies. So I might jump on and do my Genshin dailies today on Twitch. Who knows? But I'm a Twitch streamer as well as a YouTube streamer. I'm the Super Chuffer. You know me, same old G, been low key. Thank you all for all the support tonight. Thank you everyone that tippied. Thank you for everyone that's updated their membership. Thank you Red Fan for the gifted memberships. Mainly, you know, thanks for enjoying yourself and having a good time. Really, you know, I shouldn't have to thank you for that. You get the benefit. But yeah, all good in the hood. Of course, Alan's court case. Other characters that we've been keeping up with. Curious Cat has been keeping up with Foodie Beauty. I slacked off a bit on her. In the other live streams, the Nutterwatches on Battery Exhausted. Where am I? On the other live streams, the Nutterwatches, you know, a revolving cast of characters on some of those Nutterwatches. Some of those characters are coming back, I understand. I understand someone is going to drop their Chicago. Someone is going to drop their Chicago vlog at some point. And obviously Alan is going to come back. He can't keep off. I don't know if the Muffin mods are going to let Eddie return to speaking on YouTube. He's certainly got some explaining to do, I'll tell you that. But the others, like the subset, The Dark Side Phil, I want to do it every week, really. His day off. He does it every day off. Foodie Beauty, you know. I'll catch up with those as well. You know, throw some streams in and around. So it's great to have you here. Thank you very much. And members content here. I don't know, I'm just rambling now, just shilling for myself. But members content here is also here. It's now growing to quite a list of things. There's quite a lot of interesting things on the members content. We might start taking some of the oldest stuff and releasing it into the wild, since it's been old members content and the members have seen it now. We might do a vote on that. There's some interesting videos there, and I do sort of choose things that are a little more sensitive or a little more whoa, and put them on as members content so you get a bit extra. And whenever we do a big react and stuff like that, there are always extras. So the members content is there and it will maintain. I'm very grateful. I feel very gifted, like it's literally a gift, isn't it? Like gifted memberships and stuff today, but like, you know what I mean? Like very grateful and very what's the word? I'm losing my words now because I'm getting tired. But like it's like bountiful, the gift. Like, I'm very grateful for the bounty of gifts, or whatever you would say, you know, for your generosity. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, here concludes our business, I guess. Should we finish on a song? Should we get a songy song? We should do that. We should do a songy song. This is one that's going to be coming out soon. This is one of our Kim Kardashian songs. Hang on, let me just get it in my library. Where is it? We've got one more Kim Kardashian. We've got a load of Kim Kardashian songs coming out. We've got like a Kim Kardashian... not a Kim Kardashian. Who's that other lady? Who's that lady? What's her name? You tell me her name in chat. Ellie Arquette. Ellie Arquette, right? We've got Ellie Arquette songs coming out as well. And this is one of our favourites. It's about Angelina Jolie. And it's about how Angelina Jolie left her baby at the airport. If you've hung on for this last bit, because some people have left already because I was shilling for myself. But you'll miss this. But this is a good bit. Angelina Jolie. It's from the... Listen, to really understand this song, you have to understand that it's from the perspective of Ellie Arquette. And Ellie Arquette might or might not have actually met Angelina Jolie at the airport. It's possibly more likely she didn't, and she's just a bit confused, because it's Ellie Arquette, isn't it? I've closed her window now. She's gone now. But we'll get back to that Durian Rider story as well next time. But yeah, it's Ellie Arquette, isn't it? So she might not be all there. So this song is about Angelina Jolie leaving her baby at the airport, but from the perspective of Ellie Arquette. So take it with a pinch of salt. You be good, my little puckos, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.
Angelina left her baby at the airport, and I have it so someone called Brad Pitt and tell him to pop round to my apartment. He knows where I live. Angelina Jolie, how could you leave your baby at the airport? Jolie thinks she's all that, flying around on private jets all the time. So imagine my surprise, she was flying coach on Southwest with 3 kids and a big stroller. So when she went to the toilet, I followed her and I told her, what have you been telling Brad Pitt about me now? She was pretty rude to me, and during the scuffle, one of the kids fell out. Could you leave your baby at the airport? Oh, you owe me, Jolie. I saved your baby, I give it to Brad Pitt, it's fine. Ooh, yeah, yeah.
Whatever you want, like, and be free. So like, we were not meant to live like this. We're not
in the cubicle for at least 10 minutes, sending George Clooney a message. When I got out the stall, the kid was on the floor, so I took it.
We're fucking spirits. We're supposed to be experiencing life. Don't want to fucking sit here after day.
Angelina Jolie, how could you leave your baby at the airport?
that way.
Brad, you should have my number. Text me back, text me back, text me. Text me, I'm busy with Justin on Sunday. But just text me, don't worry, Justin is just a friend. Angelina Jolie, how could you leave your baby at the airport? Oh, me, Jolie, I saved your baby, I'll give it to Brad Pitt, it's fine. Kylie Jenner, call me back, I have your hat. I repeat, Kylie Jenner got all my chains, browsing the DVDs, most of them are on sale now. And I think she likes grabbing a bar, then she was begging me for makeup ideas, but I just couldn't give her my secrets, sneaky Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner, always asking for my secrets. Anyway, during the conversation, her hat fell off, and now I have it. I want to get it back to her, but her number seems